stomped down the soggy road. The torrential rain the night before had soaked the entire region through, making travel hellish. All but the most stubborn traders would be waiting to travel until the ground firmed up a bit. But not Tristan. This type of hard travel was what he had grown used to over the past 2 years. He trudged along the roadway, doggedly following the glimmer of sparkling starlight shining from the lantern on his hip. Tracking the faint beam was especially difficult during the day, but it was his only guide to the creature that had plagued his existence since he set off on his journey at the ripe young age of 16, to find and slay a dragon. But not a mighty, powerful dragon, a paltry, insignificant fairy dragon. The weakest of the bunch, although the most crafty and cunning. Oh, he'd almost caught the small creature a few times, but each time it slipped away, or he struck an illusion it created, or he experienced some terrible luck and slipped on some ungodly substance strewn upon the ground. Every time he had gotten close, he had either injured his quarry only slightly before it escaped, or it had hexed him, cursing him with ill fortune. His quest was to kill the thing, but even a shoddy student like Tristan knew that a fairy dragon could be killed only after it was first trapped within a cage of iron, like the one strapped to his back. It had been a heavy burden to carry, but it was the only means he had to permanently put the dragon down. At least, if his grandfather's dragon-slaying manual was anything to go by. Some dragon slayer I've turned out to be, he thought. What would father or grandfather think of this whole mess, chasing the weakest of dragonkind for years? Bertram or Giselle would have killed it in their first encounter, I bet. Bertram was 5 years Tristan's elder. Giselle, the middle child, was 3 years older than Tristan. Both were full-blood humans, just like their parents. Tristan shared the same father, but his mother was of the elves, bringing her heritage from across the sea, as she used to tell the younger Tristan while he sat on her knee in the study. He had always been compared to his siblings, and not in a good way. Bertram, more traditionally handsome than Tristan, was popular with the girls. He had made a name for himself at 12 when he helped their father kill a vile dragon cultist here in their homeland, the Kingdom of Bant. Tristan vividly recalled listening to his grandfather's evening lessons on dragonkind, while Bertram chose to stay in the practice yard swinging his weighted blades over and over. Giselle, on the other hand, was not just a skilled blade adept, she was a natural. Their father used to say that she was born to have a sword in her hand, and she barely had to practice with the blade. Ironically, most of her time was spent at court. Although she still wanted to be a dragon slayer, like their father and grandfather, Giselle also had her eyes set on ascending the ranks of nobility. Leveraging her family name to impress a possible husband was one of the easiest ways she could do that. As for Tristan, well, he was more or less average at everything he tried. He was quite attached to his mother, the only one who seemed to truly love him for who and what he was. His father refused him access to the private tutors his brother and sister were assigned, but his mother taught him history, reading, writing, and a whole slew of other subjects, including spoken Elvish. His grandfather simply taught him how to slay dragons, as he did the other children. Tristan's whole life, he had been plagued by bad luck. And as his thoughts returned to the present, his bad luck manifested once more. Out of nowhere, the rain from the night before returned. Tristan could feel the mud wiggling into his boots through the travel-worn treads. He paused as the lantern on his hip vibrated. His brown eyes began scanning the drowned farmland, searching for signs of magical activity. Magic always left a glimmer of some type in the air to indicate its presence, like a mirage in a desert. The lantern began to pull away from his hips slightly, indicating a very strong presence of magic. And a direction. Leaving the road, Tristan took off across the adjacent field, tripping and falling a few times and having to heft himself up out of the mud. He was not a clumsy person, and there was no good reason to fall. But fairy dragons were well known for their trickery and practical jokes, and Tristan chalked up his slipping to that malevolent magic that had plagued him ever since he first encountered this creature. That, or the natural bad luck he'd been cursed with. "I'm so close," he thought as he drew his sword, one of the Anorak's family's ancestral blades, made of steel, an almost white-hued metal that had been forged and refined for precise stabbing. Injure it, grab it, get it in the cage, then stab it. The crops that were knee-height became taller and taller the farther he ran from the road, and his eyes were glued, fixated, on the shining trail of glimmering starlight. The pull on the lantern was stronger than he had ever seen. There's so much magic around this place. Must be powerful essence weaving at work. The dragon must be close. He slowed his gait and walked more cautiously, narrowing his focus to his hearing, an elven trick he had learned from his mother, as she taught him to listen to the very sounds of nature for hints of danger in the environment. The rustling of the cereal crop stalks, the slight squelching of the mud underneath, and a strange noise just barely on the edge of his hearing. Tristan could hardly believe his elven ears. A faint giggle came from somewhere in front of him. No way to make a stealthy approach, he thought, carefully parting stalks as he went. Then he heard the crunch underfoot of a bit of barley that had seemingly fallen right in front of him as he crept. Once more, he cursed his luck. I could just rush the dragon, but without a clear line of sight, that's tricky. Think. Options. The lantern kept pulling, and he took a sharp breath. The dragon must be casting a huge spell. Curiosity warred with caution. He took a breath and decided. It's all or nothing, and charged forward through the rustling stalks. He could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins, the thump of his heart in his chest, and the exhilaration of tracking down his prey, again. Gods, please don't let there be anything to screw me up this time. Please let my bad luck just stay away. Tristan entered a clearing that glowed with magical energy. The whole environment was warbling and warping from the power's distortion. He had no clue to the type of spell it was, or which order it might fall under, since learning of essence weaving was reserved for those who could afford to study, and his father never saw the benefit of it for his children, even his most disliked son. Tristan knew the basic concept of essence weaving, as any noble did, but such spellcraft as this was beyond his comprehension and limited exposure to the art from his few observations at court and in the capital. In the center of the clearing was his prey, the fairy dragon he had been chasing all this time. Some might consider it cute, a small fox-like creature covered with a mix of armored scales and silky fur that gleamed with the hues of the rainbow. A pair of stark white deer antlers extended above its perky little upright ears. Although its wings were shaped like those of a dragon from his grandfather's manual, and colored like them, a crimson and blue that clashed with each other, these wings were not leathery. They were almost like the wings of a butterfly blended with a blooming flower petal. "Well, look who found me again," the feminine voice said arrogantly. "Aren't you tired of chasing dragons?" The creature giggled and flew upward. Tristan spotted a circle on the ground under it, intricately dug into the mud with symbols in a language he didn't know, yet felt familiar nonetheless. a language he had seen before but couldn't place. "I'll be going now," the dragon said. "Don't get me wrong, it's been fun, but you've bored me for the last time." Tristan steadfastly resisted the temptation to make the mistake he'd made on his first encounter, letting himself get distracted from his task by the taunting of the dragon, something that was not in his grandfather's dragon-slaying manual. Instead, he charged forward and chopped downward with his sword, staying silent, reserving all of his energy to fight. "Hey, that is not nice," the fairy dragon cried as she dashed sideways, dodging the blow. Tristan's lantern spun wildly on its small chain and then exploded with an enormous crack from the sheer amount of magical energy humming around him. The shards pinged off Tristan's armor, but one of the bits of iron embedded itself in the fairy dragon's body. "Ouch!" she cried, and faltered in her dodging for a moment. Almost not believing his luck, Tristan gleefully took advantage of that opening and slashed with a horizontal swing, shearing clean through the dragon's wing. The creature let out a scream of pain as she fell to the ground. Tristan jammed the sword back into its sheath and quickly unfastened the cage from his back, letting it fall to the ground. Then he tackled the creature, a move he had practiced over and over the past few years, preparing for this moment. "No, this is not fun anymore," the fairy dragon yelled. "I'm going home." "No, you don't," Tristan replied as he tried to wrestle the dragon toward the cage. "Just get in there." The world began to glow a cerulean blue, and Tristan squeezed his eyes shut, holding tight to the fairy dragon as he wrangled her. The creature clawed and bit at him, but found no purchase against his armor. Tristan hauled the fairy dragon to the cage behind him, crammed her inside, and slammed the door shut. I got it." Tristan began to draw his sword to deliver the fatal blow, but the entire world flashed white around him. Huh? Did it cast a spell? There was no gesture, no spell phrase. Really? Really? A cage? That was your grand plan? Tristan was confused. What? The white vanished, leaving Tristan in a black void. He was still on a solid surface, but nothing else existed except for him, the cage, and the fairy dragon. Nice going, jackass. You got us in between your home and my home. Tristan watched in disbelief as the fairy dragon's wing grew back. The creature said something he didn't catch, and with a burst of magical energy, the cage turned into a bunch of cascading flowers. But fairy dragons can't do anything against iron, unless Grandfather's manual was wrong? You're an idiot. Who wastes their time trying to kill a fairy dragon? Seriously, we don't hurt anyone. Just harmless pranks. Well, mostly harmless. Frustration boiled over, and he shouted, I can't go back until you're dead. The fairy dragon's face shifted into a dour expression. Well, that's a stupid, stupid rule. Did I emphasize how stupid that is? It's because you stole the king's scepter. Tristan wanted to tear at his hair. That was when it had all started, when the king's symbol of office was stolen. Further, a chamber pot had been poured on his majesty's head in the dead of night, and a giggling, exuberant fairy dragon made its presence known by pissing on priceless paintings in the halls of the Black Spire. That was when the Monarchs family was called upon, and they sent the half-breed Tristan on his mission. The fairy dragon snickered. Oh, yeah, that was a fun prank. Who puts all their authority to rule into a silly metal stick? Doesn't seem like a solid system of government. Whoever holds this bit of metal gets to rule the kingdom. What idiot came up with that? Tristan growled and grabbed the creature. "I've chased you for 2 years. Waste of time. I thought we were playing a game of chase, but no. You just had to up and chop my wing. I want to go home." "So do I. I tried to use my unique ability that only fairy dragons possess, and it caught us between your home and my home." The world began to light up, gradually shifting from black to gray, and then to a blinding white. "What's happening?" Tristan asked, his frustration with the dragon replaced by confusion and just a trace of fear. The dragon snorted, then replied, "We're going to the Fey realm. In your face, wannabe dragon slayer. My desire to go home was stronger than your desire." Where? Chapter 2. Entering the Fey realm. The world returned around Tristan. But it wasn't his world. The field was gone, and the sky was decidedly not blue. It was instead a shifting display of multiple hues. Purple, green, the familiar blue, a deeper blue, and it changed colors in all types of patterns, swirls, lines, waves. The Fey realm, numbnuts? Do you not know where we fairy dragons come from? And you call yourself a dragon slayer? Tristan looked down at the creature in his hands. "Take us back. Now." "Nope." The creature's giggle turned into a chortle. To Tristan's shock, the flowers around him began to laugh along with the fairy dragon. "This is my realm, and I am going to get you in so much trouble." The dragon took in a deep breath, and Tristan braced himself for some terrible spell, or the signature breath weapon attack of all dragon kind. "Mom!" she shouted. She grinned at him, and Tristan waited for several tense seconds, listening for the flapping of wings that would herald the arrival of a larger dragon. But no sounds met his ears. The fairy dragon's grin turned to a frown. "Well, shit." Tristan pinned the creature to the purple grass beneath him, squeezing down on her throat to silence her, and drew his weapon with his other hand. He saw the fear in her eyes. "You've escaped me so many times, but now there's no escape." "Hey, look, doofus," the voice wheezed out, panicked and talking like a charlatan and swindler would, all fast words. "I never would have elucidated upon where our destination was if not for the malicious intent that you hold in your mind. I can't take you home. Fairy dragons can only travel to and from the Fey realm once a century. You're out of luck. Killing me won't help you. You'll be stuck here, and my family will not treat you nicely. My mom will kick your butt." Tristan realized with a dawning terror that she was probably telling the truth. He let out a cry of frustration and stabbed the sword blade down into the grass beside the fairy dragon. "Damn it!" he yelled. "I just want to go home." Years of his life chasing this thing. He had wanted so badly to be a renowned hero of the kingdom, but instead he was a laughingstock. The thought cut him deeper and more painfully than any blade could, and Tristan took realistic stock of his situation for the first time in perhaps months. Even if I brought the corpse back, taking this long to hunt down the weakest type of dragon, I wouldn't earn any glory. I'd probably be lucky to only get jeered at because it took so long. At the least, he knew that Bertram and Giselle would hold it over his head his whole life. His father would be even more disappointed in him than he already was. His grandfather might be a little proud, but the situation was a lose-lose proposition right now. The fairy dragon was still fast-talking, but there was an undercurrent of sincerity. "Go home to what? You're the youngest and least talented kid out of your whole family. Tristan flinched. How do you know? Not to mention, you got the crappy job of chasing down a fairy dragon. And all for what? Some stupid metal rod? There was a glimmer of light next to the fairy dragon, and the royal scepter fell to the ground next to her. It's just a hunk of steel. I thought it would have gems or something on it, but no magic at all. Some stupid symbol of office. She flapped her wings to no avail and went limp as she sighed. And as to how I know that stuff? You talk in your sleep. Wait, you've been watching me while I sleep? Tristan squinted at her suspiciously. Well, yeah. I don't need much sleep, and I had to make sure I didn't get too far ahead of you in the chase, or else it would have ended. She snickered. I do like sleeping, though, like those cats that live in your mortal realm. Tristan kept the creature pinned by the neck, but picked up the scepter, diverting his attention away from her banter. Why in the hells would the king be so pissed off at this being taken? It felt like a solid piece of metal. It had a bit of fancy scroll work, but it didn't thrum in his hand like a magical item of artifice would, waiting for an infusion of magical energy he didn't have. He sent me to kill you over this? That's what I'm saying. He sounds like a real jerk. She cackled. He is, Tristan muttered. But he's still my king, and my family owes him a debt for elevating us to nobility. He put the scepter into a loop on his belt, then turned back to the fairy dragon. We're stuck here for the next 100 years? He asked, as he felt that fear and a sense of dread build up in his chest. Yeah, that's right. Too bad you're not an elf. Otherwise, you would survive that long. I'm half-elf, Tristan said, as he pulled his silver hair back just enough to show off the slightly elongated tips of his ears. Oh, then welcome home. I mean, I smelled the elf in you, but you have that stinky human blood mucking it up, so I wasn't completely sure. What? Tristan had no clue what she was talking about. Elves came from across the seas from a sunken continent, not from some fey realm. She has to be lying, this tricky little minx. Yeah, elves are fey creatures from the fey realm. Well, initially. They moved to the mortal realm a long time ago. We used to be your best friends. But right now, you are not acting very friendly. She blew a raspberry at him, her little green tongue flapping in his face. Tristan shook his head. Why should I be? I started chasing you down when I was 16. 2 years of life lost for good because you kept giving me the slip. He had missed out on so many possible experiences, like a real dragon hunt. But it was a fun chase. Remember that time you cut off my tail and I barely got out of the window, and then you slipped on a bit of fruit rind of all things? The fairy dragon chortled. That was hilarious. Tristan struggled against the temptation to squeeze down on this annoying creature's throat. It was humiliating. You wouldn't know the half of how humiliating it was. Do tell. I could use a laugh right now. Tristan gritted his teeth as he growled out his reply, remembering the times he had been jeered at while traveling through towns on his seemingly fruitless quest. Every time I tracked you down, every time I got close to you, you did something to screw it up. No one could naturally be as unlucky as I was. The fairy dragon paused, scrunching up her face. What do you mean? You don't remember the oil slick on the ground when I tracked you down to that smithy? Or the time my sword got caught in a fishing net hanging from the docks? Or the time that a housewife threw their night soil out on my head in that alley? Oh yeah, those were hilarious. But that wasn't me. No, sir. Tristan's voice rose an octave. Liar! You can think that all you want. Tristan kept his grip on the creature's throat, yanking it up with him as he stood. He did not want to talk with her anymore. He was only getting worked up. And, as far as he knew, she could have some hidden means to return to the mortal realm. He had to focus on surviving this strange land first. I need to find shelter, a source of food, and clean water. Surviving for a century might be possible for him, but he had no way of knowing. Some half-elves took after the human side, some the elven side. Those who took after the latter lived lives that spanned at least 2 centuries. But he was the only half-breed elf in his family, so he had no idea which side he took after. As for getting back home, he had heard stories of travelers from the more stable realms, such as the heavenly, giant, and demon realms. So he knew that, in theory, traveling to and from the different realms was possible. If I can survive, I can either find an alternative way to return from this realm or reread Grandfather's manual to see if there's any notes about a way to get back. But first, where can I find water? He asked. We don't have that here. Bullshit. Tristan began walking toward a thin blue line in the distance. That's obviously a river, he said, descending the hill they had arrived upon. To his surprise, he didn't slip or slide at all. His feet felt sure in their steps. He could have sworn that the earth and dirt were slightly shuffling out of the way to make his path less hazardous. It was a strange world, different in every way. The colors were all wrong, not displeasing at all, but quite unnatural. Trees were blue and purple. The ground was bright yellow, and the grass an even brighter hue, the colors shifting to an almost glowing green. And the skies were glimmering with shimmering strands of lights, tapestries that wended their way across the sky. In fact, the air seemed cleaner as well, crisper, and as he focused on it, he could smell the sweet scent of cinnamon-baked apples, like the ones they would have around the feast days back home. He paused in his descent and closed his eyes, hearing some soft instrument that seemed to dance just at the edge of his range of hearing. Even the air seemed to have a taste to it, something sweet. It was unnerving and soothing at the same time, filling him with a strange sort of warmth, even if he was probably just imagining it. The fairy dragon's voice pulled Tristan out of his reverie. Oh, that is interesting. I was wondering whether that would happen. You should find a mirror. Tristan frowned. And why should I do that? Well, normally people like to know when their body changes spontaneously. Although, you chased a fairy dragon for 2 years, so I don't think you're very Tristan quickly drew his sword with his offhand, holding the blade up to his eye level. He gasped at the face he saw in the reflection. His face, and yet not his own. Hints of it remained, but there was a shift. His normally brown eyes were a vibrant, glowing silver with luminescent, icy blue irises. His ears had elongated past his silver hair and looked just like his mother's. And his skin was more lustrous, snow-white and pristine, save for the scar above his left eye. What in the hells did you do to me? He whispered, his voice shaking. Your bloodline is showing, the fairy dragon stated. Looks like the elf side is pretty strong compared to the human side. I'd argue it has fully pushed out the human blood, lucky you. Not like I'm a doctor or anything. Tristan sheathed his sword. Fine. I'm more elf than human. That doesn't change anything about this situation. I still need water, food, shelter, and to figure out some way to keep you locked up until this century passes. Right now, survival is paramount. One benefit, I suppose, is if I am more elf than human, I should be able to live long enough to get back. If I can set up a good base camp here, then I can wait it out with this creature as my prisoner." The fairy dragon wriggled in his grip before giving out an exasperated sigh. "You really don't get it, do you? You're in a place that no elf has visited since the Great Exodus. Who cares about killing a fairy dragon for some stupid king's quest? You're making history. That's worth more reputation than returning some dumb metal stick." Tristan's curiosity was piqued, and even though he kept walking toward the river, he very slightly loosened his grip. Great Exodus? No one told me about that. I always thought that elves came from across the sea from a sunken continent. That's what Mother always told me. But this place, did elves really come from here? And when was the Great Exodus? 12,000 years ago, give or take. No mortal of any heritage has been here since. The fairy dragon frowned slightly at that. And when the matriarch finds out about you getting in here, I'm going to be in big trouble. Tristan glanced down at her. Why? She squirmed a bit more before replying. The elves left because this realm was dying. They became too populous, sucking up too much ambient essence in the air. That's why your elf traits have come out so quickly after just a few minutes. The Fey realm is literally suffusing you with magical power. A bunch of it gathered over 10,000 years, plus some millennia. She frowned, sniffed, and made a slightly disgusted face. Blah! You still have some human bloodline scent in you. The elf side is sweet, like honey, and clean, like mint. But the human side is like rancid meat, sickly sweet cutting through. She gagged, fake retching, trying to get a reaction out of him. Probably the Dragon Slayer bloodline, Tristan muttered. Every person had a bloodline of some type, often two, unless they were inbred or one bloodline was far more dominant than the other one and pushed the submissive one aside. His grandfather had created a bloodline when he slew, ate the meat of, and drank the blood of an archdragon, a rare feat of strength and will. It is a bit disconcerting that she can smell my bloodline. I've never heard of that being possible. Tristan felt a strange mix of emotions roil through him in rapid succession. Initially, distrust, because he was sure that this thing had tricked him before. And apparently, she had also spied on him while he slept, which just added insult to injury. But he also knew the honesty of her words when she said his elf heritage had pushed out his human heritage, because he had seen his physical changes in the reflection of the blade. And lastly, unease at being in a foreign realm. But what bubbled up at last was confidence. Something that felt like a rustling wind in his soul, scattering the leaves of his emotions about in a tumultuous tempest that pushed aside the initial distrust and quelled the unease, if for a moment. What this fairy dragon was saying sounded right, resonated with him on a deeper level than his conscious, waking mind could understand. All this must have played across his face to some extent, because the fairy dragon stopped wriggling and just hung there limply as she spoke. All that unlucky stuff that kept happening to you might be because you were leaking essence into the environment without noticing. Or maybe because your elf side kept fighting with your human side. Half-breeds are strange. The fairy dragon was a talker, and right now Tristan was thankful for that. Her theories were better than nothing, and she was keeping him from grinding his teeth while trying to understand what was going on. If I was leaking essence, as you put it, then why didn't my lantern respond to it? He asked. Beats me. Maybe it got used to you leaking all the time and just learned to ignore it? When Tristan reached the bottom of the hill, he found, to his surprise and odd delight, that the ground was slightly springy. He bounced off it and let out a brief laugh at the peculiar sensation of becoming a little lighter for a moment. "What's this?" "Jump shrub," the fairy dragon replied. "Good for traveling fast. It grows in open spaces." She sighed. "Look, I do like being manhandled now and again, but this grab me around the neck thing is very uncomfortable in this position. Mind letting me go?" Tristan looked down at the creature as he stopped his bounce-based travel across the plains. "You're my only way to get back home after a century." The creature groaned and wriggled. "Why are you so stubborn? I can help you. Maybe I can take you to visit the matriarch. You're an elf now. Well, more elf. She is bound to help you. Plus, your human smell is not as strong now, and your elf smell is like a cool, refreshing mint. Only the slightest, and I mean little, whiff of that rotting meat smell slips through." Again with the smell thing. Minty smell? That's enough to have her change her stance so suddenly? Tristan eyed the dragon suspiciously. But he realized, in the 2 frustrating years he had chased the creature, he had not known her to lie, despite all the pranks she got up to. From what he'd read before heading out for his hunt, Fae rarely did lie, if at all. Half-truths, on the other hand, were fair game. "Tell me how to get there, and if you're telling the full truth, I'll let you go when we get there." "Okay, good. Making progress." She hummed some song that was vaguely familiar to Tristan. He was sure he had heard it before, but could not place where. Then she stopped, and her voice was chipper and upbeat. "Oh, I never caught your name." "Tristan Anorax. I'm Felicity Glimmerwing." Chapter 3. Changes Wrought by Essence. A few hours passed in relative silence as they traveled through the strange realm and toward the river Tristan had seen from the hill. He had decided to roll the dice and visit this matriarch, but first he needed to get some sort of liquid in him. Felicity agreed, though she continued to insist that the river wasn't made of water. Tristan also felt his stomach rumbling, and when he mentioned it, Felicity pointed out a series of what looked like berry bushes. Always cautious, Tristan fed a berry to her, gathered more, and waited 30 minutes. When no negative effects seemed to occur, he finally tried one himself, and muttered an involuntary, "Gods above." The berry was the tastiest food he had ever experienced. Sweetest strawberry mixed with the pleasant tartness of a raspberry. It was also hearty, and the flesh inside was substantial, like an apple. Although he only ate a handful of the berries, they fully filled him up. He made sure to shove more into his provisions sack, a lined bag that would preserve food much longer than a burlap bag. Felicity must have heard his muttered comment. For the next hour, the dragon had the smuggest expression plastered on her face. "It tastes so good because this is the food your ancestors ate. They were vegetarians. All of the food in this realm is tailored to your tastes and dietary needs." So that's why meat never agreed with me, Tristan thought, as he recalled many pain-filled nights after meals when his stomach rumbled and turned. Another reason he was looked down upon by his siblings and considered the least favorite of his father's children. Nobles enjoyed meat, yet he avoided it as much as possible. So he was even more ostracized than before, especially on court days where he took his meals among the other children of nobility. As he kept walking, he noticed the distinct lack of noise in the environment. Wanting to fill the silence, he asked Felicity a complex question. "I got here, and now I'm an elf. Is there anything else this realm is doing to me just because I'm here?" You're the first elf to visit since the Great Exodus, 12,000 years ago. So all of the essence that suffuses this place has been infused into you. It's what triggered your elf bloodline to come out and overpower your human one. But that human one is still there. The idea of ambient essence in this realm intrigued him. He knew that some realms were so infused with the magical energy of creation that it caused changes to the environments, or even creatures. What else is this ambient essence doing to me? Well, just taking an educated guess because I am very smart, your body has been fully shifted to your elven heritage. Do you feel an essence crucible in your torso? He knew what she was talking about. Essence crucibles were an innate source of that magical power, which could be used to fuel essence weaving in the form of spells, or activate items of artifice. Causing one to form just required an infusion of essence from an external source, something that his father did not allow him. Tristan replied, I have no idea what that's supposed to feel like. Okay, try this. Close your eyes and imagine a spinning ball at your center. No tricks, Tristan instructed as he still held Felicity by the neck, gently, but tightly enough that she couldn't wriggle free. Felicity sighed, apparently resigning herself to being held captive. I promise. I'm interested to see where this goes. Tristan nodded, satisfied, closing his eyes and steadying his breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth, finding his center, just as his grandfather had taught him, to calm his nerves. Then he envisioned a ball, like the one of some of the children at court used to hit with a wooden stick. Okay, now to try and spin it. The ball he was visualizing turned a silvery hue in his mind's eye, flecked with fractals of icy blue. He could feel a soothing coolness spread through his chest, and when he opened his eyes, he gasped at the small aura of silvery light flowing from his hands. By the gods! He shouted out, excited and giddy. What was that? Essence! The color is different for everyone. Fairy dragons get rainbows because we are the best. The swirling silvery substance faded into nothingness, but Tristan felt the pulse of this essence crucible next to his heart, beating slightly out of time. It was unnerving, since the sensation was entirely new to him, but he could feel the rhythms begin to synchronize. Did I just get an essence crucible? How? A half-breed like me would need a huge infusion of essence. His father's words echoed through his mind. I'll never pay for an essence elixir to grant you a crucible. And a half-breed like you won't be a true dragon slayer without one. Let that be a lesson to you. My children have crucibles. You are not truly my child. Tristan could not wait to get home and shove the fact that he could now become an essence weaver into his hard father's face. Okay, what else is happening to me while I'm here? Tristan asked, a bit more excited and far more optimistic. Well, if you're like the elves that used to live here, enough exposure to the essence around you will improve your body and mind. Back then, there were tens of thousands of elves, each getting a little bit of essence from the realm. But now, you're the only elf in the realm, so this massive infusion of essence will enhance your speed, strength, agility, how fast you can think, how fast you can react, your senses, even longevity. Tristan scratched his head. Those were a lot of changes, but they all sounded fantastic. Being stronger? He thought. Faster? I'll be able to beat Bertram in a practice bout. Maybe even Giselle. I can be a far better dragon slayer than Father could ever be. He sucked in a deep breath and let it out equally as slowly. How long do you think I could live? Felicity shrugged, tiny shoulders moving in his grip. I don't know. 10,000 years? More? Less? I'm going off what I've learned from the matriarch here, not any actual experience. She sounded genuinely excited, despite being gripped by the neck. Mother said that elves live to 2,000 years on average. So if Felicity is right, and telling the truth, I might live 5 times the lifespan of a normal elf. That's a lot to take in, Tristan replied. Not just the fact that he now had an essence crucible and with training could become an essence weaver. And not just that all of his physical traits had increased drastically. Above all, he would live for a long, long time. Longer than he had ever thought he would, being a half-breed elf. He was only 18 years old, and most of those years had been spent learning how to fight dragons. Partly book learning, partly using giant puppets that his grandfather had designed to train against the beasts. He knew he had a lot of life ahead of him, and now he had so much more. Felicity grinned. Well, yeah. You're the only thing here that can take in all that magic energy. Most people die before their crucible gets too big, but you might be able to grow your essence crucible to really big. Maybe as big as a realm protector like the matriarch. Ooh! Felicity clapped her little paw claws. If that happens, then when she beats you up, she will get so much stronger from harvesting it. Tristan gulped. The creature sounded deadly. Who is this matriarch exactly? She's amazing. If she wasn't here, then this whole place would be one of the lost realms. She giggled. Plus, she's my mom. Well, she's mom to a lot of the fairy dragons. Not all of us, but most. The little dragon extended her wings and viewed them admiringly. But I'm one of her favorites. Got it, Tristan replied, feeling a pit in his gut. A realm protector was the strongest entity inside a given realm. The mortal realm had its 7 gods, and most other realms had a handful. A single realm protector. This matriarch must be a powerful essence weaver. What type of spells can she do? He asked, hoping to use Felicity's chattiness to learn something more about a possible foe. Not a ton, just like most of us. He tutted and considered the tiny dragon. His entire worldview was changing very, very quickly as he traveled this strange realm with the creature he had spent years hunting so desperately. He knew enough about essence crucibles and how harvesting them worked. It was why he was so happy that he had one now. He could gain physical might, speed, strength, endurance from killing dragons and harvesting their crucibles, instead of just hunting them for parts to sell. But that prompted a question. Why would you leave the safety of this realm to go to the mortal realm anyways? If your kind have crucibles, going out is a big risk. One of the more unsavory methods of obtaining an essence crucible, and very frowned upon in all societies, was to harvest a crucible from an existing essence weaver. It was one of the most serious offenses one could commit. It's fun to get out and about. Living in a paradise can get boring, so traveling around in the mortal realm is like going on a vacation. Experiencing danger, possibly suffering injury, it's exciting. Seems foolish. If I lived in paradise, I'd never want to leave. Thinking back to his earlier observation, he asked, What about other animals and bugs? I haven't seen or heard any since I got here. Only elves lived here with the fairy dragons. Well, there were others before my time. My older brothers and sisters told me about tree people, rock men, watery tarts, but they were sealed away. Her voice overflowed with pride. We were the faithful companions. Your ancestors used to ride us around when we got larger. She wiggled a little in his grip. Yeah, nope. Not strong enough to lift you up. She then growled slightly. Not that I'd let you ride on me anyways, you big meanie. The idea of flying on dragonback was something that had never occurred to Tristan. Dragons were terrifying beasts, present company excluded, monstrosities of sinew and claw, covered in scales that only the strongest magic or specially artificed weaponry could harm. The idea of riding on one was terrifying. And yet, the more he looked at Felicity, the more he knew she wasn't anything like the dragons from the elemental realms. She was more like a house pet with wings than a force of nature made of claws, teeth, and fury. He had trained his whole life to be a dragon slayer, and that training continued to pull him away from the idea of riding a dragon. He sighed and kept bouncing along the mushrooms covering the ground. The travel was comfortable, and his feet found sure footing every step, as if he was born to travel on these plants. It was second nature. Eventually, they got across the plains and to the river that Tristan had spotted from afar. Only, it was not a river with water. Some blue, viscous fluid filled it, goopy and flowing not in a true stream, but in little gelatinous chunks. It looked like a stew with no meat or potatoes in it, just chunky water. "What's that?" "It's clear cool. Just take a sip." Tristan once more thought better of blindly trusting Felicity and dipped the creature's head down. "You first." "Sure, just trust me, all right? You can trust me just fine." She extended a long tongue that transformed into a funnel before his eyes, and then loudly slurped up the liquid. "Ah, refreshing." Tristan leaned down, cupped his hand, and scooped up some of the weird, jelly-like substance. Taking a slight lick of it, he felt a rush of energy, and his thirst was instantly quenched. It was cooling, like a subtle mint, and he gobbled it down. The consistency was a little goopier than the puddings they would have on feast days, and yet it trickled down his throat like water. Tristan wiped his mouth. "Which direction?" "Follow the river." She sighed. "Still planning on holding my neck this whole journey?" "Yeah, until I talk to this matriarch." "Fine." Tristan began to see more of the flying fairy dragons in the skies above. At first, he was a bit unsettled by the sheer number of them, but they weren't anything like the pictures his grandfather had shown him. Creatures covered in armored scales, with muscles that could crush worked stone like a twig underfoot, whose teeth and claws were the length of swords and daggers. The creatures overhead were like flying foxes in various sizes, anywhere from the size of a mouse to that of a large dog. Rather cute and non-threatening, in all manner of bright pastel colors and combinations with no contrast. Every hue was complementary, and the patterns on their wings were each a masterpiece on their own. They regarded him with curiosity, flying by and chatting with Felicity, cracking jokes that her new friend was into rough stuff. Felicity responded with withering, witty repartee that made Tristan chuckle at how over-the-top the insults were. He even went flushed and red at the ears when they began using quite crude and foul language that, in his experience, was only used by the commoner class. The jokes were scathing, and he found himself giggling and often outright laughing at some of the raunchier ones, because he had never heard such foul terms and innuendo, almost as if the dragon's joking nature was made for him. Which was odd, because he was never very amused by clowns, jesters, or court troops on festival days. The crowd of fairy dragons didn't seem to care much that Felicity was in his grip, seemingly in mortal peril. If anything, that made her the subject of further jokes about being caught by someone. She drooped slightly at one particularly nasty comment, and for a brief second, Tristan pitied her. The sky began to shift to warmer, darker tones of crimson and brown. Felicity shouted to Tristan over the din of the other fairy dragons. "Night is falling. You don't need to sleep out here, but if you want to, the dreams are fantastic." "How much farther?" "See that giant tree? That's where we live." Tristan nodded and kept walking along the river toward the enormous tree in the distance. The whole time, he was asked questions by more fairy dragons. Part of him wanted to answer everything they asked, but another part said that they were dragons and should not be trusted. He ignored them and kept walking, and Felicity continued bantering with them. Soon enough, they reached the base of the gigantic tree. It rose easily 300 feet into the sky and spread out over the surrounding forest as if it were a protective umbrella. Flakes of snow were falling far up on the highest branches, but down on the ground it was the perfect temperature of a day in spring's mid-thaw. Inside the numerous knotholes in the trunk, the fairy dragons were congregating, laughing, making jokes, and using magic to create all manner of fantastic artistic illusions. The sheer number of them was quite overwhelming. If they all decided to charge him, he would probably die, and so he chose to keep his sword sheathed and not make any sudden movements. Higher up on the tree, up toward the top of the canopy, their sizes grew, from the slightly larger than Felicity scale all the way up to horse-sized. The top boughs were dominated by a single massive one. It looked just like Felicity, but it was the size of a small house, the size of the adult dragon puppets his grandfather made him train against. The creature filled him with a sense of dread, a knotted ball in his stomach that refused to let go. He felt nauseous but pushed the feeling down. He mustn't show weakness before the fearsome creature. The figure extended its massive wings and glided down in large, loping circles before landing in front of the large entrance to the tree, shaking the ground with its mighty impact. The huge beast eyed Tristan curiously, then cracked a mischievous smile. "Felicity, what did you bring home?" "A half-breed elf." "And why did you do that?" "He was hunting me." The enormous fairy dragon lowered her head, and Tristan instinctively went for his sword. She laughed, and her voice was deep and matronly. "Half-elf? You look like a full one. Must have had the human side pushed out of the way by the superior blood of your true heritage." "Can you tell me how to get home without waiting 100 years? Tristan asked a bit nervously. This thing looked like it could crush him with a casual swipe, but thankfully it seemed to be in a good mood. "I'd be happy to, if you would let my daughter go. But we also have items to discuss, child of the Fey realm." Knowing that it was probably the wisest thing to do, Tristan immediately let Felicity loose, and she flapped up to one of the overhead branches. The tiny dragon immediately began gabbing with other fairy dragons and sharing about her heroic experience of fighting off his assault and enduring their years-long game of hide-and-seek. Tristan ignored her chatter. "There, I let her go. Now hold up your end of the bargain." The matriarch raised her head slightly. "I smell something on you. Something ancient. What is your family name?" "Anaurochs." That's not it. Do you come from a patriarchal society?" Tristan nodded. "Yes. The father's name is passed down unless the mother's family is really prominent." The matriarch harumphed, and her face shifted from one of mischief to a serious demeanor. "I assume that your mother did not come from prominence, then. Your blood. It smells... Tell me your mother's family name, before she took her husband's. Oh, that one is Winterbloom. The entire grove in front of the tree went silent. Every set of eyes stared at Tristan. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 4. Winter Blooms in Blood. The matriarch bowed her head, as did every single fairy dragon. The Winterbloom are the elven ladies and lords of old, who created our species from magic and the essence of this realm itself. It is the strongest of the 4 bloodlines that elves may belong to. She squinted in thought as her eyes met his. You might be a distant, far-off relative of the bloodline, but technically, this place belongs to your kind. That is the truth. Tristan's heart skipped a few beats, and his breath caught in his lungs. What? But this isn't my home. I came here so you could get me home. She huffed and glared at him, and Tristan's hand drifted toward the pommel of his sword. Rejecting your true calling, as expected of a Felicity, what is this human? I smell the faintest odor of rotting meat. A dragon slayer, she shouted from her perch on the overhead branch. Not that I've ever seen him slay a dragon. The matriarch turned back to Tristan. You kill dragons? Tristan frowned. I haven't yet, but the ones I was taught about do not look like you. She chuckled. Are they more like this? Her form shifted, and instead of facing a larger version of Felicity, Tristan was now facing an enormous black dragon covered with scales. A pair of leathery wings blotted out the sky as she lifted off with a gust. Folding the wings once more, she dropped back to earth, her 4 powerful legs shaking the ground. Horns protruded as vicious spikes from the crown of her head, and a tail with a blade upon the end slashed back and forth. Reflexively, Tristan whipped his sword from its scabbard. Then he gulped and gave the briefest of nods in answer to her question. Calm down, Tristan. You've trained for this since you could hold a sword. It's just a dragon. But something tugged at him. This was not a dragon of the elemental realms. She had shifted before his very eyes. This is a trick of some type. An illusion. He lowered his sword. You are tricking me, as all fairy dragons are rumored to do. The matriarch slammed her mighty claw next to him, faster than he could react, and her gigantic teeth approached his face. This does not feel real to you? She opened her mouth, and he saw a glow of light in her throat. Dodging to his left, trusting his instinct to avoid the incoming breath of elemental energy, he was tripped by a sudden tendril that grew from her front left foreleg. Slamming onto the ground, he rolled to keep dodging, but the tendril wrapped around his leg and kept him from moving. It squeezed down, and he was forced to turn, face up, looking into the maw of the beast that had shifted to be right above him. I'm going to die, Tristan thought. Father was right. I'm sorry, grandfather. He shut his eyes and prepared for the end. Instead of some gushing acid or petrifying cloud of smog, he was greeted by laughter. Peeking through squinted eyelids, he saw all of the fairy dragons raucously laughing up above him. You got him good, Mom, Felicity shouted. Do you think he pissed himself? I think he pissed himself. Another one with curly antlers added. Matriarch, show him, a third added. The enormous black dragon before him, maw still open, expelled a blast of rainbows at Tristan. Her hot breath smelled like mint mixed with mashed raspberries, and the colors shot out all around him. Then she pulled back and reverted to her enormous fairy dragon state. We can shapeshift, but we do not gain the breath weapon of our more violent cousins. Tristan let out a slight chuckle, then a laugh, and he rolled onto his side as he lost his lunch. He was trembling all over at the near-death experience, well, perceived near-death experience, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Now, young Winterbloom, you seek to return to the mortal realm? Yes, he mumbled out as he pushed himself upright to shaky feet. I have the means. She held up a paw claw, and upon it were several rings. These allow one with elf blood to come and go from the realm. But to earn this, you must prove yourself a worthy descendant of your noble ancestors. What do I have to do? Tristan asked as his confidence returned a bit. Come with me. She headed over to the left of the tree, and Tristan followed her cautiously. As they passed under the forest canopy, her body shifted and morphed so that she could walk in a straight line around the trunks. Tristan wound his way back and forth behind her as necessary, the thick undergrowth of vines and roots seemingly parting under his footstep to prevent a fall. They arrived at a large field. The fairy dragon turned to him and shifted once more to the shape of a black dragon. Children, bring this Winterbloom a practice blade. From his right, Tristan heard a dull thump on the grass of the clearing. Glancing down, he saw a wooden training sword had been thrown a little away from him. Picking up the sword, he felt the heft and noticed the steel gray color. It was none other than adamant wood, one of the strongest naturally occurring materials in all the realms, with the strength of steel and a fraction of the weight. This would be worth a sack of silver back home, he thought. His attention was pulled back to the matriarch as she let out an aggressive growl. I will fight like the creatures you claim to have the prowess to slay. No sudden tendrils to trip you up. Come at me, little dragon slayer. He who has the blood of Winterbloom flowing through his veins, show me your prowess. Show that you are worthy to inherit the mantle of your legacy. I've prepared for this. He tightened his grip. I've trained for this, just like when Grandfather used the giant metal puppets for us to practice on. Tristan was still afraid, because he was sure this creature could obliterate him with a single slash. But I can do this, especially if she doesn't use any dirty tricks. He took a deep breath and sprinted forward, pushing back the fear, knowing that this was just a type of trial. His life wasn't really on the line. And that little bit of knowledge kept the terror at bay. The matriarch pulled her left foreclaw back and swept it in a large arc. Tristan immediately recognized the action and knew how to counter it, letting years of muscle memory come into play as he faced the incoming swipe, leveraged his weight onto the balls of his feet, and braced the sword in front of him with both hands, one on the flat of the blade, one on the hilt, with arms bent ever so slightly. The claw appendage slammed into the flat of the blade, and the moment it impacted, he jumped up with as much force as he could. Using the blade as a fulcrum, he flipped over the outstretched limb and landed on his feet. Running along the now overextended appendage, he jumped up onto the shoulder of the dragon. He was grinning, not just because he had successfully evaded an attack, but because years of practice against dragon-sized puppets had actually prepared him for the real deal. The terror that was festering in him began to fade away as his prowess and training came to the forefront. Grandfather sure knew what he was doing, Tristan thought, as he used one of the dragon's horns to pull himself up onto the shoulder joint. The matriarch let out a roar and began flapping to take to the skies. Tristan reacted by driving his armored left elbow into the spot right next to the crown of her head, where the ear canal was hidden just behind a cluster of smaller, more flexible scales. Once that elbow was in place, he slammed the practice sword against his vambrace, causing a ringing noise that traveled down and into the dragon's ear. Her balance faltered, and she did not take off flying, instead staggering sideways. Tristan, now horizontal along the length of her back, used the horns to pull himself up atop her neck and sit upright. He turned around, hugging the trunk of her sinuous length with his thighs. The weak spot is there, he thought as he saw the enormous mass of flesh, the most muscular and well-protected area. But beneath those scales and the muscle was the heart, far higher up on a dragon than on other creatures, and in the most protected place. If a dragon was attacked from above, it was as good as dead. If I used my real sword, he thought, I could stab right down and kill her. Her weight shifted, and she began to roll. Tristan went falling to the side, but reached out with his offhand and grabbed one of the spiked horns along her spine. Wait until she's at the end of the roll, he thought, as he remembered his training and let it guide his motions. As she rolled onto her back, he got to his feet and ran in the other direction, staying atop her as she finished upright. And he was right back next to her weak spot. He stabbed the practice blade into the spot. I win, he shouted, his chest heaving with exertion from the intense, short fight. She growled, and Tristan was left floating in the air for a second before he slammed onto the ground. She had shifted into a tiny, Felicity-sized form before zipping out from under him. As he pushed himself up and winced from his bruised tailbone, she resumed her larger size and let out a barking laugh. You are a dragon slayer, right for the weak spot. And that acrobatic move, that was impressive. Winterbloom blood does indeed run through your veins. The matriarch raised her head slightly, but kept it under Tristan's head level. You are welcome to come and go as you please. She moved her enormous clawed front leg, the size of an ox cart, and she shoved the rings upon it in front of him. Take one. Tristan dropped the practice sword, grabbed one of the rings, and pulled it off. In his palm, it shrank down to his finger's size. He moved his other hand back to his buttocks and rubbed the bruised skin. What does it do? This is a Fey realm ring, an item of artifice. Imbue it with your essence, and you will be able to leave this place. It takes an hour to activate from the mortal realm. If activated while here, you instantly travel away to where you departed from. Thanks. I'm guessing this means I passed? Correct, the matriarch replied. At least this trial. One more awaits. But that is only if you wish to claim your bloodline's birthright. If you wish to leave, you may do so now with that ring, and return if you desired. This realm will always welcome you. This is where Mother's people came from. I'm already here. I should see what else there is to learn. I'll try this other trial. But why are my mother's people so well regarded here? From her overhead branch, Felicity groaned. Are you not listening, dummy? You are literal royalty here. The only way you could command more respect is if you were a woman. Not that I care too much, you're still a dumb... The matriarch whipped her head up and admonished Felicity in a deep, terrifying growl that shook Tristan to the bone. We do not call his bloodline dummy, daughter. And if you're going to insult someone, vary your name-calling. We've been over this. Felicity deflated a bit and grumbled, and the matriarch turned back to Tristan. Come with me. The matriarch stood and went back through the forest. Tristan followed her. Then he took off his gauntlet, slipped the ring onto his finger, and watched as it resized to fit him. He wriggled his hand back into the gauntlet. Items of artifice were not unknown to him. In fact, his sword and armor were such items. Without essence, which up until now he did not have, they would operate at only a fraction of their power. Maybe with essence, my armor and sword have some effect I can activate that I couldn't use before. I'll have to experiment with that. Looking down at the gauntlet again, he noticed that he had become a bit slimmer. He still felt strong. In fact, he felt stronger than ever before as he flexed muscles against taut skin. But he was wirier now. Pushing out his human side must have changed his body, too. One would think that having their body changed against their will would be shocking. But Tristan felt good. Better than he ever had before. So the changes were not disconcerting, minus the bruised tailbone and the general tiredness from such vigorous physical activity. They reached the massive tree once more, and the matriarch led him up the large cluster of smoothed roots that acted like a ramp leading up into the tree's trunk. The interior of the tree was a cavernous space with plentiful perches and nests of colorful feathers. Large strings crisscrossed throughout the space between a central spire and the outside walls. Dozens of spherical seeds were suspended from the walls and faintly pulsed with violet light that faded before increasing in intensity. The interior was larger than the building his grandfather had commissioned to create and host the enormous dragon puppets used for their training. He felt insignificant in the face of such an ancient part of this place. Humbled to be standing where none from the mortal realm had in over 10,000 years. The matriarch led him down a spiral ramp in the center of the tree, part of the central support column that had been carved in some way to have natural stairs ascending higher. Tristan saw the ramp go down under the roots and into caverns below, and with only a faint hesitation followed her descent. Down here, the earthen walls and roots were formed and molded into pristine, high-quality tunnels, with ceilings that soared high above Tristan, but only a few feet above the matriarch's head. Before the essence surge, when our realm connected with the prime realm, the elves lived here. Well, the winter bloom at least lived here in this tree, the Queen's Wood. Sorry, prime realm? I've never heard of that one. The matriarch laughed. Another time, perhaps. I do not wish to overburden you with new insights so soon. She was certainly wise. He was getting a lot of information all at once. Better to take it little by little and really understand it. Being methodical like this was one of his most beneficial traits, something his grandfather had instilled in him from a young age. Always fully understand before committing to action, were the words passed down to Tristan and hammered into his mind. After all, I can return here any time to learn more, once I've digested all this information, and talked to Mother and Grandfather. Come, we go to the vault. She began leading the way and commented as she walked, Since stepping foot in this realm and being infused with the essence that has been gathering for thousands of years, you're effectively full-blooded. The traits of your human heritage are being suppressed. Of course, being full-blooded elf means that you have inherited the restrictions of your superior elven heritage. Tristan knew that each heritage, except human, was restricted to certain spell types, but he had little clue about the specifics. And, of course, those restrictions would only apply to those capable of essence weaving. Half-breeds, the offspring of humans and another heritage, all looked fully human until their late childhood, when their non-human traits manifested and their inherited limitation on spell versatility took effect. But often, their non-human physical traits, enhanced strength, superior hearing, armored scales, bulky stature, and so on, more than compensated for the restrictions on their essence weaving. In some kingdoms, half-breeds were welcomed, but in other locales, they were shunned. Unfortunately, Tristan lived in the kingdom of Bant, where half-breeds were treated with indifference at best, but more often with disgust. Bloodlines were more common knowledge among the masses, and Tristan was well versed in that lore. Every person had at least one, and sometimes two. In rare cases, more. Bloodlines enabled a person to bypass the restriction their heritage imposed upon the spell types they could utilize. Tristan knew that his grandfather had created the wholly unique Dragon Slayer bloodline, along with its own custom spell type, Dragonbane. Dragonbane spells enabled members of the bloodline to siphon the power from the essence crucibles of the dragons they slew. No one else in the world except his grandfather, his father, himself, and his half-siblings possessed knowledge of the spells, or even knew of that type's existence. It was the family's best-kept secret. He had no clue what the Winterbloom bloodline gave him access to. Ice was a reasonable guess, but it could be something to do with plants with the bloom part. I'll need to ask about that when I have a chance, he thought. As he had no real capacity for essence weaving, thanks to his lack of a crucible, he had never asked his mother what his elven side's spell-type restrictions were. Something I should ask sooner rather than later, since I have access to magic now, he thought. That thought filled him with a giddy sense of anticipation that far overshadowed any type of anxiety or uncertainty from his current predicament. The idea that he could be an essence weaver, use spells, and the revelation of this new bloodline were all filling him up with a profound sense of wonder that eclipsed any worry. Shaking himself out of his reverie, he saw he had fallen a little behind, and the matriarch had turned to wait. Apologizing, Tristan quickened his steps, his mind stilling as he marveled at the architecture. The environment spoke to him, called to him, making him feel right at home. Something about the walls, the very roots of the trees, resonated in him. He stopped once more, and the matriarch waited patiently as he took in a mural that was shaped into the root structure. It depicted what he assumed was the Great Exodus, for he saw an enormous group of elves venturing through a portal on a hill. There were intricate details seemingly molded into the wood, and he found his fingers tracing the outline of a heavily armored individual holding some type of artifact as she led the group into the portal. A slim, elegant staff with an ornate flower blooming from the top. Once he had taken in his fill of staring at the mural, he looked at the matriarch and gestured for her to proceed. Felicity flew up from behind Tristan and landed on his shoulder, and he jumped slightly. "I really hoped you'd fail that test," Felicity whispered tauntingly. "Now, I can't wait to see the look on your face when you don't open up the vault." Tristan ignored her, brushing her off her shoulder perch. The matriarch led him to an enormous door made of stone, adored with swirls of a language he did not recognize. But as he focused, he saw the shapes reorganize themselves into a spiral of words he could read, as if the writing knew he did not understand, and shifted to one he could. The Queen's Vault. "How come I can read that weird, squiggly language?" "You're an elf," Felicity replied. "Elves know their language by sight as well as they know their own body. You can read it because it is part of you. Duh. Maybe in a few decades you could become fluent in Elvish, since learning how to speak the language is way harder and not innate." Tristan smirked and replied in fluent Elvish. I know more than just standard tongue. And since I'm royalty, you should show me more respect. He knew a few languages, more than most, due to his culturally influenced upbringing. Standard tongue, which is what most people in the mortal realm spoke, dragon's tongue so he could determine what dragons were saying, demon's tongue as that was the language of the court of Bant due to the ruler's lineage, and Elvish. He could read and write all the languages save Elvish. At his Elvish rebuke, Felicity's rainbow scales went beet red, and the matriarch looked quite surprised. She responded in the same language. "Your mother taught you, I suppose?" "Yeah," Tristan said with a smirk, as he looked over at Felicity and projected his smugness as best as he could. "She wanted me to preserve her culture." "The changes you experienced physically will also slightly improve your mind. Soon, you will be able to read and write your heritage's native tongue just as well as you can speak it, without any formal training. In truth, learning the spoken tongue is far more difficult, and normally comes after in situations like this." "Others have been in a similar situation?" "Yes. Elves used to take lovers from other realms as spouses on occasion. This same process would occur over time." The matriarch gestured to the door. "Now, place your hands upon the spiral and focus on pouring your essence into it. Envision a stream of water or a current of air flowing from your torso, down your arms, and into your hands. This is the last trial I will subject you to." The matriarch stood aside. "This must be done in one surge. You either have enough essence capacity to unlock the vault door, or will need to wait until you develop further. And you will experience pain throughout your body. As this is your first time doing something equivalent to a spell, infusing essence into an artificed item, you will feel pain. Agonizing, all-encompassing pain." She spared him a sidelong glance. "Last chance to back out. If you wish to leave this realm, you may do so. But then you forsake your mother's heritage." "I've dealt with pain before," he thought, as he recalled his father's beatings with vivid clarity. "If this trial is going to do something to help me in the future, I should do it." Tristan put his hands on the spiral. It felt warm, welcoming, like an old friend who had been sitting on the porch, waiting for his companion to arrive for a visit. He felt a swirling tornado of energy in his chest. It surged through his whole body, and he gasped in pain, as if someone had just stuck tiny pins and needles into every part of him. But that was only the start of his agony. He was rooted in place, and he let out a scream as his arms felt like they were being ripped from his body. It was worse than when he had broken his leg and the bone had protruded. Worse than when his sister pushed him into an anthill on a visit to their countryside estate. It was not just piercing, cutting, or breaking. It was unimaginable anguish. His whole existence was nothing but suffering, as the riotous heat and icy cold tore through his body in waves. He let out a gasp and tried to suck in air, but could feel nothing. He was glued in place, victim to a folly of his own creation as his essence tore a path through his body. Every nerve was alternating between being pressed upon a hot stove and frozen in an icy tundra. And he couldn't hear anything above the roaring wind that filled his head. His sight began to flicker, going black, then silver, then icy blue, and then back to normal. He felt tears pouring down his face and would have screamed if air could have reached his lungs. "I need it to end," was the single thought that pierced through the agony. At once, a sliver of refreshing, cool essence stabbed into his chest. Then the same cooling, soothing power flushed through his body and cleansed him of the pain in an instant. A surge of silvery light flowed from his hands and into the spiral. Chapter 5. Failing and Setting Goals. The spiral had only filled halfway when he collapsed, exhausted, panting from the exertion as if he had been working out in full plate armor for 5 laps around the training yard. The spiral instantly emptied of his essence. Thankfully, the pain was completely gone. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Your essence is not plentiful enough, the matriarch stated. It just means you must return for your birthright at a later time. She smiled. And you have completed the trial. Ha ha! Felicity laughed, her coloration returning to normal as she flew around Tristan's head, earning a swift slap from the matriarch's tail that sent the smaller fairy dragon to the floor next to Tristan. Do not insult those of the royal blood. But, Mom, he cut off my wing. It hurt. I had to regrow a whole wing. The matriarch growled, You are lucky that is all he did to you, foolish child. She reached a massive claw down, extending one of the fingers to help Tristan stand on shaky legs. Lord Tristan, I apologize for my daughter's behavior. It's okay, Tristan said in between shaky breaths, finding the ground felt solid under him once more. He felt elated for 2 reasons. The first was that the matriarch was on his side as this smaller, pesky fairy dragon tried to rib him. The second, and more important one, was the thought that he had used actual essence and was able to use magic. It overshadowed any negative emotions he might have felt at not unlocking this door. How long will it take for my essence to regenerate? Quickly. Faster if you rest. The other heritages generally regain their essence much more slowly, but elves are natural essence weavers. Not as physically strong as others, but through artifice and imbuement spell types, you will compensate. You are much faster than other elfinoids, though, and more dexterous. What spell types are elves restricted to? Note to self, Tristan thought. Fairy dragons view everyone as elfinoid, not humanoid. The matriarch rattled off a list. Illusions, flora, imbuement, artifice, enchantment, and fortune. She smiled. Not to mention, your bloodline also gives you access to ice elementalism. Winterbloom is not just a name for the sake of a name. It is the energy coursing through your body. Wow. I don't know what half of those mean. The smile became a thin, drawn line as her tone shifted. You are limited, however, and cannot just do anything you desire. What you are determines what you may do with your essence, and how you can use it. Right, I know that part, Tristan said. Speaking of what I am, my mother said that elves came from across the sea, from a sunken kingdom. But if what you've said is true, and it does sound true, they come from this place, this realm. Was she lying to me? It is feasible that the elves arrived on a different continent of the mortal realm before moving to their now home. How old was your mother? I never asked, Tristan replied. I can ask her when I get home, though. Most elves live 2,000 years, give or take a few hundred. I would guess she did come from across the ocean to where she currently resides, since she is not one of those who left on the Great Exodus. Right. Felicity mentioned that I might live tens of thousands of years, but I guess that is not the norm for my heritage, right? That is accurate. The Winterbloom bloodline is potent, and the most receptive to the essence of the Fey realm. May I try an 8th order spell on you to see if I can discern something? Sure, Tristan replied. 8th order? The highest spell Giselle ever used was 1st order. Bertram never got above 2nd. The matriarch raised her large foreleg over Tristan's head and began speaking. This spell is called Elf Nature Invocation. It can be cast at any order, but by spending more essence you increase the order rank and the information you receive. She cleared her throat. Reveal to me the length of life of this elf. This elvish phrase was accompanied by a motion of the claw tips into the shape of a circle, with the equivalent of the index finger tucked into the palm. The air seemed to still, and Tristan saw a burst of sparking, almost lightning-like pink energy trickling from the edges of the enormous fairy dragon's eyes. A vibrant rainbow glow cascaded from her claw and formed a stream that rippled onto Tristan's head. He felt the odd liquid almost like goop through his hair. He wanted to say something about the texture, but the sheer thought that he was being subjected to an 8th order spell kept him silent through the sticky process. A moment later, the substance vanished, and Tristan could not feel it on him. The matriarch grinned broadly. I figured as much. Figured what? Tristan asked. How long until he dies? Felicity followed up as she shook herself like a dog divesting itself of water in its fur. The matriarch shot her a glowering stare before turning back to Tristan. Your base lifespan is 10,000 years as a winter bloom. But because of the massive infusion of ambient essence which formed your crucible, and as long as you come here to the Fey realm at least once a year to rejuvenate yourself, and you do not die of disease or injury, you could live even longer. Especially if you cultivate your essence crucible through spinning it or harvesting the capacity of others. She smiled softly. It will be good to have a lord of the Fey realm once more. A ruler to help improve things around here. Someone for us to serve after years of not having one worthy of our servitude. Tristan was floored, not by the whole part about being a lord of the Fey realm, but the lifespan. I could live longer than the kingdom of Bant has been around? Longer than history goes back? The thought was not just sobering, but also humbling, making him feel the whole weight of his new situation, long-lost royalty of a non-mortal realm heritage. There's no way. No way of what? The matriarch asked. Tristan put his hand on his chest, feeling the sturdy armor plate under his gauntlet. I've never been the special one in my family. Hell, Father did not even want me. I was the unexpected child, and then the unwanted one. The matriarch frowned, and even Felicity made a slight, disappointed noise. That is sad to hear, the matriarch softly said. But you are special, Lord Tristan. Just because of who my mother is? Not because of anything I've done or worked toward. Just happenstance? He shook his head. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to look the gift chimera in the lion head. But it's so much, so fast. He took a deep, shaky breath. I want this. I want to be special. But I want to achieve it, not just be given it. Grandfather made a name for himself, founded a noble house, even made his own bloodline from eating an archdragon in its elemental realm. I need to live up to that legacy. He straightened his posture, holding her gaze. The matriarch nodded, and her claw shifted to a human-sized hand as she gently set it on his shoulder. Lord Tristan, your bloodline is a part of you. If you must achieve greatness to prove that you are indeed worthy, then you should do that. Whatever you need, whatever you require to reach your full potential, we are your ever-faithful servants. It is what we were made for. It is as much a part of us as our sense of whimsy and wonder. Tristan didn't know what to feel. Honored, in a way, that he was being given such deference. Unworthy, in a way, since he had not done anything to deserve it. But there was another emotion, lingering beneath the surface that he had suppressed his whole life, because he was the unwanted tertiary heir whose only purpose was to be married off to another noble house to strengthen his family's ties to the kingdom. He felt pride. I'm at a bit of a loss, though. What do I do now? I failed my king's quest since I didn't bring back a fairy dragon. What did he require? Tristan tapped the scepter in his belt loop. This, and the corpse of the creature that stole it. Do you need a corpse? Weird question, but yeah. Yes, but please don't go killing one of your own for me. We have a graveyard. Although death is rare among us, sometimes it happens. A few graves are relatively fresh. I am sure the deceased would be more than happy to know that their remains went to help you in your journey. She dipped her head to her chest. I have their souls awaiting rebirth already. What is in the ground is just flesh. Tristan felt slightly disturbed by that willingness to just give up their dead, but he said, Thanks. Let's do that. He bowed his head slightly. You've been very helpful, and I'm sorry for being so suspicious. But, well, when you've been trained to hunt dragons, it's hard to trust them. I completely understand. And as for suspicions, Lord Tristan, you've been quite the reasonable visitor. Tristan nodded and looked around. I need to go home, but I want to come back and learn more. It's a lot at once. He needed to return to a place that was familiar to deal with all of this. He needed to talk to his mother and grandfather. And relax a bit. After all, he'd been on a quest almost constantly chasing a fairy dragon across the kingdom for 2 years. And there's all this information about spells, these different types that I have no clue about, how to use them, that whole vault situation. I just need to have a bit of time to decompress. Of course. Let us prepare you for your return journey, Lord Tristan. Checking his hip pouch, he felt the comfort of the family's noble crest, an amulet on a small chain. It bore the symbol of their house, a draconic neck and head in side profile, with a sword through it. When I get home, I can at least prove who I am, despite my changed appearance. His reception at the family's ancestral home was also a concern, but he'd cross that bridge when he got to it. I could always go to the countryside estate and send word to mother and grandfather. Just remember that this is also your home, my liege. Your true home, the matriarch replied. Even though you are male, you are still of the royal bloodline. You may stay as long as you desire. She paused. Well, you would not be permitted to stay for longer than a season, for reasons that will be revealed in the future, when you are ready for them. I can't just stay here. I was raised as a dragon slayer. It's what I am supposed to do. Protect the mortal realm from the dragon species of the elemental realms. If I'm a unique, special bloodline of elven rulers, I need to earn that. Tristan felt that almost as strongly as he did the desire to see what was behind that vault door. Whatever it was that was promised to his winter bloom bloodline, he felt, he knew, with every fiber of his being, that he would not be satisfied until he acquired what was inside the vault. Tristan was supremely confident that he could fight an actual dragon if he had the chance, as he'd been taught to do. After all, he was trained by the man who had entered the elemental realm of fire and slain the arch-dragon who resided there. A man who forged his own bloodline. He was a legend. I have to live up to his expectations. Then I have a proposal for your path to growth, my lord. I would advise you to return to your realm, complete this quest you speak of, and then set off on your own to defeat creatures to increase your essence capacity, dragons included. In that way, you may gain enough power to unlock this door and claim the items within. I am sure whatever that is will be valuable. Tristan dipped his head to her. That's very helpful. Thank you. The matriarch looked over at Felicity, who was flapping up to hover in the air. And my daughter will be happy to accompany you to assist you in any way. She has an extra-dimensional storage space, as all our kind do, and despite her impertinence, she is a fount of knowledge when it comes to your lineage, your capabilities of spell types as an elf, and mortal realm lore. Tristan glanced sideways at the fairy dragon, who gave him an exasperated look. I am not really a fan of Felicity, he commented, and I don't want any negative feelings coming my way from a travel companion. The feeling is mutual, Felicity snapped back. The matriarch sighed. I cannot force you to accept assistance, Lord Tristan, and we do have other fairy dragons who would be more than willing to accompany you if you requested. But Felicity has been in the mortal realm for the past 10 years. Others of our kind are out there, but I do not know when one will come back. Felicity has the best idea of what that realm is like in whatever era it is in. I can come back here any time, right? With this ring? If, for example, I got pissed off at Felicity and wanted to have another fairy dragon accompany me? Correct. You'll need 1 hour to channel the necessary essence into your ring to power your return. The spell within is ancient and requires a longer period to empower when used in the mortal realm. Remember that you will depart from and arrive back at the same location in both realms. And yes, on obtaining a new companion, although my daughter better mind her manners if she knows what's good for her. This earned a slight deflation and groaned like a bratty teenager from Felicity, but she kept her mouth shut. Tristan nodded. Then I will follow your insightful direction. I want whatever is behind that door. And if it's powerful weapons and armor, then I can show up Bertram and Giselle. Maybe even go into an elemental realm portal and fight one of the archdragons like grandfather did. Forge my own bloodline even. Fusing the Winter Bloom and Dragon Slayer ones? Now that is a heroic goal. I'm going to return home, talk to my mom, and then... Wait a second. Could I bring her here? Tristan asked. You could. She would then outrank you, since females of the Winter Bloom are more highly regarded than males. Anyone touching you can travel with you through the ring's power. Tristan looked over at Felicity. I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. If we are going to travel together, I owe you that much. About time, she replied. I don't forget. A guttural growl from the matriarch echoed throughout the space, and Felicity trembled, gulping audibly. I forgive you, she muttered. But no more cutting me, and definitely no choking, hear me? I only get choked by people I let choke me. As long as you don't do any weird, tricky magic with me, like that fruit rind. I told you that wasn't me. The matriarch cleared her throat, returning the two's attention to her. Now, let's get you a corpse you can return home with. A couple of hours after sunset, Tristan stood in front of the Queen's Wood, inside a dirt circle designated as their departure and arrival location to and from the mortal realm. Inside a small burlap sack, he carried the corpse of an elderly fairy dragon, which discomforted him slightly. But if he wanted to complete this quest, he'd have to accept his burden. Glancing around, he felt a little overwhelmed as the fairy dragons, perched on their limbs around him, all bowed their heads. He'd never been the object of reverence before, but it felt awkward and amazing at the same time. This must be how Grandfather felt when he brought back the archdragon's head. His grandfather had elevated the family to minor nobility through his actions. Without him, they would not have their prestige, their house, their bloodline and unique spell type, or the respect that enabled them to travel to court every week. He was Tristan's role model. I'm going to bag myself an archdragon, just like he did. Felicity was perched on his shoulder, grumbling slightly under her breath. She waved her front right paw claw, and the burlap sack in Tristan's hand vanished with a slight pop, as reality distorted around it. I can do other stuff, she stated. Spells? Tristan asked. Sort of. I don't have to say anything to do them. They are just a part of me. She held up her paw claw, and it turned into a human hand with 5 fingers. I can shapeshift, turn invisible, and do the extra-dimensional storage space. It can't store an unlimited number of items, but it is pretty large in there. I do have some spell types, just like Mom. The matriarch emerged from the enormous tree, and she gestured as a pair of smaller, dog-sized fairy dragons flew over with a cloak, silver with icy blue thread, and fastened it over his armor. They flew up and away, perching on branches and joining their fellows in bowing. Remember, the matriarch said, you will return to the place you arrived and left from in both the Fey realm and the mortal realm. Return when you think you have enough essence to open the vault, or if you need a refuge. The cloak is a symbol of your office. Only fairy dragons and the most learned people will know what it means. And only you can wear it. The same goes for the ring. They are bound to you now. If another person tries to wear either of them, they will suffer a horrific fate. Wear them with pride, Lord Tristan. Tristan took a deep breath. Thank you for everything. This is a lot to take in, but I swear I'll return and open that vault. It is your right. We await your return and the privilege of serving you, my lord. I'll show them all. Bertram and Giselle, I'm going to be more famous than either of you. I'll turn in this corpse and return the king's scepter, kill some monsters and dragons. That'll show them all that I'm not just some useless half-breed child. Tristan straightened his shoulders, his head held high. I will earn this new power. I'm not taking it for granted. And I'm going to become strong enough to claim whatever is in that vault. It's mine by right. He channeled essence down his arm, into his hand, and then the ring upon it. The world flashed white around him. Chapter 6. Returning to the mortal realm. Reality snapped back into place around Tristan as the white vanished, and he found himself back in the muddy field, standing in the same circle he had left from. The stars above were visible against their deep blue and black tapestry. And just as in the Fey realm, The 5 moons, the fingers of night, were all aloft in their formation, glowing silvery spheres that had always fascinated Tristan when he was a child. Felicity tapped his head with her paw claw. "Hey, dingus. Let's get one thing straight. We are not friends, okay?" Tristan nodded curtly. "Fine by me. We should probably stick to standard tongue while we're here." He began making his way out of the cornfield and back to the road, following the path of trampled vegetation. He saw the corn he had stepped on in his approach, and it looked almost fresh. Speaking in standard tongue, he said, "How much time passes in the Fey realm compared to here?" "Same amount of time," Felicity replied in the same language with a sigh. "Makers of old, I'm going to have to teach you everything about the place you come from, aren't I?" No, I actually am pretty book smart about the mortal realm, Tristan thought. Just not other realms, except in regard to the dangers of the elemental realms. Those were the places dragons came from, and his grandfather had made sure in his manual to write down every danger signal, every sign of something being off that he could find. "Let's just focus on traveling, okay?" "Right. Turning invisible." There was a small shimmer of magic in the air. But when Tristan glanced at his shoulder, Felicity was still there. "What gives? I can see you." She sighed. "Ugh, like teaching a baby. Elves and fairy dragons can see fairy dragons and elves regardless of spells at play. Even half-breeds." "Good to know." Tristan left the cornfield behind, got to the main road, and looked down the stretch leading back to the nearby village. The scent of stirred-up mud and the rustle of crops in the fields around him wafted gently through the warm breeze. Warm breeze? That wasn't right. It was still early in the year. Do elves have more tolerance for temperature? Winter bloom didn't give you the hint you needed? Cold weather will never bother you. You could be naked in the snow and be just fine. Tristan let out an unintentional chuckle at that. Who would ever go naked in the snow? Your ancestors, that's who. He turned away from the village and began trudging along the road toward a town a few hours away. Okay, Miss Know-It-All. Teach me about each spell type my elf side can access. Over the next few hours, Felicity delivered a detailed explanation that completely absorbed Tristan's attention as they traveled. Illusion was the first type of spell she raved about. Spells of that type, she explained, were able to alter reality slightly by putting a shroud over it that would distort how the senses perceived something. The easiest and least essence-intensive of the senses to trick was a person's sense of sight, followed by hearing, smell, taste, and finally touch. The touch-based illusions are all 9th and 10th order spells, because at that point you're fabricating reality in a way. Can an illusion be broken? Sight-based? Yes. Anyone, elf, human, demon, just has to touch it, and once the mind processes that it is not really there, then the illusion can be seen through. Like when you hold your hand right in front of your face and you can sort of see your palm and sort of see past it. Hearing, smell, and taste are all trickier to unveil, except by lengthy contact. Touch is the most difficult one and requires a lot of sustained contact. Sight and touch illusions layered on top of each other are very good for disguises. After illusion came the flora spell type, the ability to control plants. At the lowest order, it could simply affect plant growth. With the higher order spells, one could give plants a level of sentience. It is how the ancient elves created all of the plants in the Fey realm. Being able to grow plants is really, really useful. I'd imagine so, Tristan replied as he continued to be sucked into her dialogue. Being able to grow plants would help out farmers immensely. Next was enchantment. Felicity's voice went grave and more serious. Enchantment has to do with manipulating minds. At the lower orders, it involves tricking people with simple misdirection or easy commands. At the higher orders, you can quite literally control people's minds and replace their memories for a length of time. That seemed nefarious and very evil to Tristan. Do people do that often? Not as often as you would imagine, given the power, Felicity replied. That is because enchantment has a short duration in most cases, and as soon as the effect ends or is removed, they know exactly who used the enchantment on them, visually at least. They're given a flash of who did it. She giggled. And that's why you use visual illusion spells, then enchantment, so that when the enchantment ends, they see the illusory version of you. Also, it can be great for tricking people and pulling pranks. Smart, but it sounded really, really vile. Controlling other people? No, thank you. Maybe in an emergency, but I think I'm staying away from that as much as possible. Next, she spoke of the fortune spell type, which would make someone luckier. It is nebulous in its efficacy, she said with a bit of a disappointed sigh. But at the lower orders, it would let you have a better shot at winning a game of dice. At the higher orders, it would increase your odds of surviving a barrage of arrows on a battlefield. Useful, Tristan thought, if you could cast it in the morning and have it last the whole day. As the sun began to rise, Tristan saw the outlying buildings of a hamlet and a few silhouettes visible in the distance. Checking his pocket, he grimaced at realizing how short he was on funds. A few electrum and a handful of silver coins. Enough to stay on the floor of a family who wants to open their house to a stranger. Then, a realization hit him. Crap, I look like a full-blooded elf now. Elves in the kingdom of Bant were rare and regarded with great suspicion in the human-centric kingdom. Felicity, I need a way to hide my appearance. Oh, Mr. Powerful Elf needs me to teach them a spell? Only if you praise me. Come again? You heard me. Praise me. Say something flattering, and it has to be sincere. I like your wings. They're very pretty. Stunning, even. Any lady of the court would be proud to have you perched on their head. Well, okay, that works. Repeat after me, and as you do, I want you to spin your crucible and channel your essence from it through your entire body. And you have to envision what you want to look like. This is a first-order spell called Disguise Form. She swapped to Elvish. Disguise my form so that I appear as something I am not. She flapped around a little bit, taking off of his shoulder and hovering in front of him at chest height. Reverting back to the standard tongue, she continued, You also need to make the following gesture with your hand. Her paw claw turned into a human hand, and she passed it over her face with a small, circular scrubbing motion. Oh, and you need to know about your essence crucible. I know that not everyone has one, Tristan replied, and that they can be formed with an infusion of essence, and I can harvest crucibles from those who have them that I kill. She nodded. Yep, all correct. You're not as stupid as you look. She giggled. Yours formed because you were the only elf to visit the Fey realm in so long. Tristan tossed the fairy dragon an annoyed look, then took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. Picturing his essence crucible in his chest, he felt the thrum alongside his heartbeat. Trying to coax it, he instinctively flexed his muscles and felt the essence trickle out of the crucible and into his limbs. Repeating the phrase, he pictured his body the last time he'd seen it in a mirror, 2 years ago. A pulse of silvery light bloomed behind his eyes, and crackling lines of icy blue seemed to spark inside his mind. He felt a slight exertion, as if he had sprinted up a small flight of stairs. And the essence crucible he was visualizing in his mind's eye, that small sphere, lost a little bit of its luster. Opening his eyes, he looked over at the still invisible Felicity. "How's it look?" "Revolting," she replied with a giggle. "But that's because you look like a human. Your elf body is much better." "Thanks for the backhanded compliment." Tristan squinted into the distance toward the hamlet. "The town's still a bit of a ways off, and you have a few more spell types to tell me about. Oh, before that, how long will this disguise last?" "About an hour," she said. "So I'll have to repeat it a few times later on." He stopped in his tracks and began repeating the gesture and whispering the words without giving them any air. "What are you doing?" "Practicing," he replied. "Right here? On the muddy road?" "No better time than the present." He continued the repetition for a solid 5 minutes, ignoring Felicity's dejected, heavy sighs. When he was sure he had it down, he resumed walking toward the hamlet. "Okay, you had a few more spell types to tell me about. We have about 10 minutes until we'll get into town." "Imbuement and artifice." She spent 5 minutes explaining each. Imbuement was the practice of infusing one's essence into an item for a limited use, such as an elixir or a scroll. Artifice was like the enhanced version of imbuement, binding spells into objects permanently. Although they were not consumed upon use, they would not activate the spell unless a person pushed their essence into them. "Your armor and weapon are items of artifice," she finished. "I know that," Tristan replied as they reached the edge of the hamlet and began to draw looks from the various townsfolk. "Can they hear you?" he whispered. "No. Only fairy dragons and elves can hear or see me while I'm invisible. But they will notice you talking to nothing and think you're crazy. "Noted." He walked toward a woman who was sitting on a slightly raised wooden porch, knitting a blanket as she watched the small goings-on in the town center as the hamlet bustled to life. Her attention immediately went to Tristan as he began angling in her direction, and she stood up, stepped inside the building, and closed the door. A burly man emerged a few moments later, a human with deep brown hair like the mud caking Tristan's greaves, and eyes that were a soft, gentle brown. "You're that knight that came through town not too long ago," he said in a gruff but enthused tone. "End up finding what you were looking for?" Tristan nodded and made sure to put on his most charming smile and demeanor. "I did, thank you for asking. I see you have quite a large house here. Did you build it yourself?" The man grinned. "Yup, built it up with my brother." "Would you by chance be open to accepting coin in exchange for the privilege of sleeping in front of your hearth?" The man's chest rumbled, and he grinned. "Sure. A knight like you has to have a pretty bit of coin." 2 silver coins? "Make it 3, and I'll throw in a seat at our breakfast table. The wife cooked up a lovely barley mash, and my brother caught a nice, juicy rabbit to add." Tristan grinned and bowed deeply. "You have yourself a deal." He produced the coins from his pouch and stepped up onto the porch, handing them to the man. "If you have a spare rag, I'd rather not drag the road into your lovely house along with me." The man went inside and returned with a wet rag, handing it to Tristan. "Appreciated. What did you say your name was?" "Tristan, and I hadn't said it yet. May I know yours?" "Call me Wilson. My wife is Gina, and my younger brother is Parson." Chapter 7. Charity and Learning New Spells. The morning passed quite pleasantly. Tristan was introduced to Wilson's wife and brother, and the three seemed to form a lovely family unit. Wilson was the town's carpenter, hence his house was one of the few that was fully made from timber.
It costs an arm and a leg to import the raw material, but it is worth the cost, especially because the towns to our north and south have the rich, noble types who can afford good furniture.
Why not move to one of those towns? Tristan asked as he took a sip of the gruel. He had pushed aside the chunks of rabbit as he ate. Wilson packed a pipe, lit it, and leaned back in his chair at the table.
Well, it's more expensive to live there, for one, and two, importing furniture makes nobles feel superior to others in their class. So I can mark up quite a bit of the price just for that imported label.
He chuckled, and Tristan laughed along with him. I understand. Other noble families I visited had imported furniture they would always praise. Parson, the brother, leaned forward over his bowl.
You're a noble?
Tristan nodded and pulled his family crest from his pouch. Anaurochs, the line of dragon slayers. At this, all three of the people's eyes went wide. Gina looked over at her husband and whispered to him, but Tristan could hear it with his newly enhanced elven sense of hearing. If I'd known we had nobility staying, I wouldn't have made gruel. Tristan smiled softly. Oh, it's okay. I'm used to this type of fare. To emphasize the point, he took another bite. Parson cracked a smile.
Well, Lord Anaurochs.
I'm not a lord, Tristan replied. Oh, sorry to interrupt. My grandfather is Lord Anaurochs, and father will inherit that title after him, and... He faced Wilson. I am not a knight, despite my appearance.
A noble in armor might as well be a knight, Wilson replied,
then took another draw on his pipe and blew a smoke ring into the air. It settled under the small metal chandelier suspended above the table before dissipating.
Well, interested in furniture?
Tristan chuckled at that and shook his head. I don't have the funds. But if you have tree seedlings, I think I can help solve a problem you have. This earned an eyebrow raise from Wilson, and Tristan grinned. I am an essence weaver as well. This earned mutterings from the three, and Wilson's face became a large smile.
It just so happens I have some maple seeds that got mixed up with the last shipment of lumber.
Tristan glanced at Felicity, who was sitting on the edge of the table, patiently taking in the conversation. I should be able to use a spell that fosters its growth and accelerates it. Gina looked where he was looking. What is it? Tristan looked back to her. Oh, nothing. Just glancing aside. Felicity giggled and flew onto Tristan's shoulder, whispering into his ear. First order flora spell? I can teach you that. But you have to let me play a prank on them. Also, it's about time to reapply your disguise. Tristan stood up. If you'll excuse me, I must use the privy. He was quite thankful that they had an attached outhouse, and he wouldn't need to go through the mud. Walking down the hallway and entering the small room, he performed the incantation in Elvish that Felicity had taught him, repeated the scrubbing motion in front of his face, and behind his closed eyes saw the silvery glow of his essence crucible surging as the spell manifested. She spoke in Elvish. The spell you'll be using is called Invoke Growth. The words are, accelerate the growth of these plants, help them take root. And the gesture is this. Her paw claws turned into hands again, and she put one of them palm down on the wood. This goes on the surface, and the plant is under your palm. Then she lifted it up and away, making a twisting motion with her fingers. I'll walk you through it again as you do it. Tristan nodded and kept his voice low, replying in their shared tongue. What prank did you want to pull? She giggled. I want to trick the husband into putting on the brother's clothes. While you're growing this little grove of trees, I plan on going into their rooms and switching their undergarments." She cackled loudly, and Tristan was glad no one else could hear her, or else the cover would have been blown. "Right. That doesn't seem too harmful." She let out a giggle. "Oh boy, this is going to be amazing!" Tristan left the room, used the small basin of water and bar of tar-smelling soap, and returned to the main room. The hearth was blazing nicely, and the table had been cleared off. Wilson looked over at him from his position next to the hearth.
"I've got the seeds. How will this work, Master Mage?"
Tristan made sure to speak in the standard tongue. "Just Tristan is fine," he replied. "Do you have an area where we can plant them?"
"Yeah, the lot in the back is my land. Only half is my workshop. The other open part we were going to do as a small herb garden. But if I can get my own lumber, our profit margins will soar."
Tristan took the bag of seeds from him and walked out the back door. Gina and Parson were standing on the porch, waiting patiently and whispering about seeing real magic for the first time. Which was the norm for most people, but not for Tristan. He'd grown up in the capital of the Kingdom of Bant, where essence weavers were uncommon, but not so rare that you would never see them. Every week, at their court visit, there would be a small group of them who served various noble families, or directly at the behest of the king and his council. A whole section of the capital was set aside for essence weaver stores and schools, but access to the buildings was restricted unless one had business there. Tristan walked down the small set of wooden steps and onto the still muddy ground of the back lot. A large covered area, open on all sides, held a large assortment of woodworking equipment, and racks held piles of cured or curing wood covered with oilcloth to keep the moisture off.
"Over here,"
Wilson said, as he walked past Tristan to an area of the lot that backed up to one of the cornfields.
"Let me mark out the area again. Damned rain. Thought we'd be over it by now."
Tristan frowned. "Yes, it has been a very rain-filled season, but you know the saying."
"Yes, when the thaw is wet, the shine is the best."
Wilson paced the perimeter of a square area.
"All right, let's see what you're going to do."
He walked back to the porch and wiped off his feet as he watched with his wife and brother. Tristan crouched down and took out one of the seeds. Digging a small hole with his fingers, he pushed the seed down past the mud and into the damp dirt below. He whispered, "Walk me through it, please, Felicity." "All right, repeat after me." Tristan followed her instructions perfectly, casting the Invoke Growth spell of the First Order. As he envisioned the swirling silver in his chest, it seemed to want to surge down his arm, and he let it flow as it wanted. He felt the trickling down his arm as if water were being passed through a sieve filled with sand to filter the vital liquid. By the time it reached his palm, it was a small drip of essence. Making the gesture of lifting his fingers away as he twisted, his fingers seemed to be pulling on a string of silvery and icy blue. As he twisted and pulled up, he felt giddy and experienced a rush of amazement that coursed down his spine, sending chills up his body. "I'm making a tree grow with magic." He kept twisting and pulling, and the tree sprouted up and became a sapling. On the porch, his hosts all gasped, and Gina exclaimed, "Real magic! Gods above!" Tristan chuckled as he stood up to his full height, pulling the sapling up to the point above his head. "Got a ladder?" he shouted back. Wilson scrambled alongside his brother to the woodshop and came back with a ladder that they held upright. Tristan cautiously climbed up, still drawing the plant up with his essence and watching it grow to 15 feet tall. But he felt weary, as if he had been swinging the weighted practice swords they used back home, and he had to climb down the ladder as he panted in exertion. Parson clapped him on the shoulder.
That was incredible, Master Mage.
Tristan blew out an exhausted sigh. That was a first order spell. I'm not a master mage, but thank you for the compliment. Mage was the proper classification of Essence Weaver, though, as he was capable of first through third order spells. Other titles applied to those more capable. Wilson looked around the lot.
Would you be able to do more of that?
Yes, but let me catch my breath. Felicity, still perched on his shoulder, let out a frustrated sigh. You're going to run your essence empty for these people? Just remember to keep enough for your disguise form spell. She flapped away and flew through the still open door to the house. As the day drew onward and night took over, the hours passed in the same fashion. The fingers of night rose in the distance, and Wilson brought out torches, planting them in the muddy ground. Tristan was bone tired, and by what must have been midnight, he finally went inside. He had been growing trees for hours, taking little breaks to let his essence regenerate and to refresh his disguise form. Parson insisted that Tristan sleep in his bed, and he would take the floor near the hearth. Tristan wasn't one to complain, and he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillows. Wake up! Something firm and fuzzy dug into Tristan's face. He groaned and turned over as he wiped the sleep from his eyes. He felt sore, as if he had been training all day. What is it? He muttered. They're knocking on the door. Tristan sat up and quickly muttered the phrase for disguise form, performing the scrubbing motion over his face. He spun his crucible, and the soothing feeling of cool air refreshed him to fully being awake. Am I good? He asked Felicity. Yeah, now hurry and get the door. Tristan got out of the bed and did so, finding Wilson on the other side, looking quite panicked.
Forgive me, Tristan, but people saw the trees and started asking questions. There's a bunch of folk outside the house demanding that the mage, you, help them with their problems.
And this is why I never saw magic users performing charity, he thought. Tristan nodded. Are you okay with lying?
If it is warranted, the man replied, but I'm not a liar.
I'll do the lying. Is it safe to say you're the richest in the hamlet?
Close to it.
Then I'll say you paid me a ludicrous amount. What's the max you could pay?
5 gold.
Got it. Let me put on my armor, and I'll step outside and tell them you paid for my services. That should drive them off. It will sink my reputation a bit if my name gets around as a money-grubbing mage, but I don't want to be stuck here all day. Felicity landed on his shoulder. You could just leave out the back. Tristan went to his armor, which had been put aside the night before. To his surprise, it had been polished, and Gina with Parson were sitting at the table, listening in to the conversation Tristan just had with Wilson. Tristan looked to Gina. I assume you polished and cleaned my armor? She nodded, and he tipped his head. My thanks. Putting the gear on was swift and quick for Tristan's deft hands. He'd been suiting up in this half-plate for years of his life now, and it felt like a second skin once it settled on his shoulders and he fastened the straps. Okay, here we go. Stepping out on the front porch, he was assaulted by a shouting crowd of people who were begging for magic to cure their ills. My daughter has the flux. The carrots aren't growing in right. My feet have been aching for years. My brother died last year. Tristan held up his hands, and the crowd slowly quieted. Once it was totally silent, he cleared his throat. I was paid for my services. If you can pay the same, I will help you. But it is steep, and I do not think you can afford it. 10 gold coins. Double what he said he could pay, but I want to make it seem like my services are quite valuable. The crowd was gobsmacked. Tristan smirked on the inside. He knew the average income for people in the city. A shopkeep in the poorest district of the capital could make 60 gold a year if business was booming. He knew that any of these people would have to offer their whole life's savings. Many of the citizens left, but a teenage girl was standing there, her arms crossed. She had deep black hair like a raven's wing and piercing amber eyes. "I have enough coin. Heal my mother." Tristan shook his head and was about to say he was restricted from using rejuvenation spells, one of the most common for healing injuries, but stopped himself before speaking. "If I say that, I'm outing myself as a non-human." The outer edges of Bant might not be as xenophobic, but he did not want to take chances. He instead shifted course. "What is the nature of her ailment?" "She cut her foot last spring, and it hasn't healed right. We've done poultices, herbal solutions, all types of medicine. It's done nothing to help her." "Well, I do know a bit about wound care, thanks to Grandfather's insistence." The veteran dragon slayer had ensured that his manual included a first aid section describing how to treat injuries and infections, and the man had taken all of his grandchildren to practice on the injured in the capital at one of the charity hospitals. "Well, I cannot promise anything, and I will not charge you until after the deed is done. But I will see her." Tristan looked back to his host family, who were all on the porch watching the conversation. "Thank you for the lodging."
"No, thank you, Tristan,"
Wilson replied as he grabbed his wife around the waist. Gina dipped her head, and Parson bowed at the waist, attempting a courtly signal of honor. It was not correctly performed, but Tristan did not care much about that, instead waving goodbye as he followed this girl along the road cutting through town. Chapter 8. Magic Cannot Do Everything. "What's your name?" Tristan asked the young woman.
"Stephanie," she replied. "Stephanie Millsman."
"Ah, your father owns the mill here?" She nodded and pointed to the windmill on a small hill on the outskirts of town. Thankfully, it was in the same direction Tristan was going to be traveling.
"Yeah, up there."
She took the lead and got enough in front of him that he could talk to Felicity at a whisper level. "How was your prank last night?" Felicity sighed.
"I won't see it bear fruit, since you slept in his room. I was hoping the wife would find the brother-in-law's undergarments, and they would have a conversation about personal space that is really uncomfortable."
"That's not too bad a prank." She smirked.
"I toned it down. Originally, I was going to propose taking her undergarments and putting them in the brother-in-law's bed to make the husband think his wife was cheating on him."
Tristan was shocked by that. "That's evil," he whispered back.
"A mean prank, sure. Sometimes pranks are better if they are mean."
Tristan wrinkled his nose and frowned. "You're not doing those types of mean pranks around me. Got it?" She sighed.
"Yes, Lord Tristan."
She pouted and dug her paw claws into his armor's pauldron.
"You're no fun."
"You can do something a little mean to my half-siblings when I get home." That brought a sparkle to her green eyes.
"Okay, revenge for years of picking on you?"
"Something like that." The mill on the hill was busy. Villagers were there delivering bags of crops and taking sacks of flour back to their homes. There were actually 2 mills, one mill house run by the wind, and the other next to and behind it run by 2 donkeys pulling the grindstone around and around. Stephanie brought him to the house attached to the back of the windmill, and Tristan entered. It smelled like freshly baked bread, but there was an undercurrent of another scent that pierced into his mind, and well he knew it. Rotten, decaying flesh, still on the bone. Grimacing, he followed Stephanie into a room, and the wave of stench hit Tristan like a mace to the face. He fought back the need to retch as he saw a portly woman lying in a bed. She was covered from mid-calf to torso with a blanket, and she was sweating profusely. Her ankle was disgusting. "We have to cut that off. It's way past gone. There's no way she'll survive." He rifled through the memories of his grandfather's first aid section of the Dragon Slayer manual. "Okay. First, we'll need ropes and cloth to tourniquet the limb. Then knock her out, preferably with an herb concoction of poppy milk, henbane, and mandrake." He looked at the teenage girl, who had tears in her eyes. "Magic cannot do everything," Tristan said, letting his voice fill up with as much regret as he could. "Years of manipulating my voice for the court coming into play. I am sorry. The best thing to do is to give her an herbal remedy to render her unconscious and remove the foot." "You can't," the teenage girl replied. "She'll be unable to move." "It's that, or she dies." "You're a mage," she shouted as she ran to the other room and returned with a bulging sack of coins. 50 gold. Fix her." "Damn it. I can't," Tristan muttered. "I'm restricted from using rejuvenation." "But you're a human." Tristan shook his head, and Felicity flew in front of his face. "You should not reveal your heritage to some random peasant. Just leave." Sound advice in this case. Tristan stood up. "You never know who has what heritage," he replied as he left the room. "I can brew up the analgesic potion if you gather the ingredients from an herbalist, and I can cut off the foot. But there is no saving it with magic." The girl began sobbing, and Tristan felt a pang of guilt. "I wish I could help you," he thought. "Think," he told himself. "Is there any way I could use my spell types to help out here?" He turned sideways and waved Felicity over to the corner. Whispering, he asked her, "Imbuement. Do you know anything about it? Any spells I could use?" "No," Felicity replied. "If you want to empower a potion and make it into an elixir, that is doable without any other particular spell type or essence of another person. But I don't know the phrase or gesture." "What about using a flora spell to change an herb into something that could help?" "Third order. I don't think you could do it." "Is there anything in the Fey realm that could help?" She thought for a few seconds, and then shook her head. "For elves and fairy dragons, yes. For humans, no." "Wait, who are you talking to?" Stephanie asked as she suppressed her sniffles. Tristan turned back to her. "Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Trying to think of a workaround." He shook his head as he glanced at Felicity, who also shook hers. "There's nothing we can do except amputate." The girl nodded. "I have the ingredients. Mom kept a stash of medicinal herbs. Let me ask Dad first." She left the building, the door wide open behind her. Tristan walked over to their small wood stove, grabbed a small pot, and poured in some water. A man walked into the building a moment later with a grim look on his face, a splitting image of the girl. "Master Mage, you are sure there is no other way?" Tristan began feeding sticks into the ember-filled stove and began stoking the flame. "It is too late for anything except amputation." The man's grim look tightened into a grimace, and a few tears ran down his cheeks. "I understand." He turned to his daughter, crouched, hugged her, and whispered, "I have to run the mill to keep us afloat.
Help him with your mother.
The man left. As Tristan finished firing up the stove, Stephanie brought over a box with well-labeled bottles full of the herbs that Tristan needed. The poppy seeds, thankfully, were already suspended in alcohol, so that tincture was ready. He added it to the slight layer of boiling water. He added the dried henbane roots and a little bit of henbane oil. Lastly, he took the mandrake roots, cut off the outer layers, and put the slivers into the blend. The girl was looking over his shoulder as he worked. "How'd you learn this?" "I'm still a beginner mage," Tristan said, "but I'm a trained fighter, and part of being any type of warrior is learning how to do some basic medicine and first aid." He moved the pot to the coolest part of the stove to let it simmer and thicken up for easier administration. "Now, we need clean cloth, rope, and plenty of water." When the slurry was ready, Tristan bottled it and then set to shaking up the substance until it lost the goop-like consistency it had congealed into and become more fluid. It was still a bit thick, but not water-like in its feel. He had tied off the cloth above the woman's ankle, right around the shin, set up the buckets of water, and had everything ready to go. "Remember," he said to the girl, who was holding a small pair of tongs, "you need to be ready to grab the little tubes that will squirt the smallest amount of blood. Then pull them out a tiny bit and push the hot iron against them." She nodded, shaking slightly, but Tristan put a hand on her shoulder. "You can do this. If you don't, she will die from the infection. This is the only way to help her live. I know a woodcarver in town who could make her a simple peg once the wound heals up." I'll try my best." "Did you wash down with soap? All the way to the elbows? Scrubbed hard?" "Yes, sir." Tristan nodded and turned to his grisly task. Thankfully, it would be quick and efficient. Pulling his sword, which was strong enough to cut through dragon scales, he placed the length of metal to his side. Leaning over the woman, he poured the fluid into her mouth and then massaged her neck to help it flow down. When she relaxed and sank into her pillows, he knew it was time. "Ready?" he asked as he grabbed his weapon. "Ready." Tristan raised the blade and in one smooth, swift motion chopped off the foot. There was a slight whimper of pain, and he immediately dropped the sword and grabbed the tongs from the shaky-handed teenager. "I figured I'd have to do all of it," he thought, as he quickly pulled the veins out, cauterized them with the hot iron nearby, and then began packing the wound with an herb poultice before wrapping it in clean cloth. Stephanie was hyperventilating, and Tristan turned to her. "It's okay," he said softly as he put a hand on her shoulder, gripping slightly. "She'll be fine. Just make sure you swap out the bandages and poultice every few days. When it starts to heal over, make sure you let it air out a bit before rebandaging." She burst into tears. "Let me write the instructions down. Do you have parchment and ink?" She numbly walked over to a cabinet, produced the items, and sank into a chair. Tristan quickly penned the instructions, set the parchment aside to dry, and walked over to the girl. "It's going to be fine," he said, as he gently squeezed her shoulder once again. "Thank you," she choked out. Tristan left the building and shut the door behind him. He let out an exhausted sigh and rubbed his face with his hands. "I wish we could have saved the foot," he thought, "but this is her best chance to live." Felicity flew around him for a few seconds before landing on his head and making kitty biscuits on his skull with her paw claws. "You're an interesting elf. Helping people for free?" "If I've got the power to help people, I need to try. Tristan walked around the mill and back to the road, heading on the long trail back to the capital. I know I can't help everyone, and I'm not naive enough to think I can save every person in trouble. But for a few hours of my time, I helped save a life. That's something. He walked on in silence for a few minutes before Felicity spoke. How do you know herb lore? Grandfather insisted, Tristan replied. Bertram, Giselle, and myself all learned how to prepare concoctions and tinctures. You'll never know when you'll need to fix an injury, is what he used to say. Are you as skilled in combat as you are with herbs? She asked with a bit of sardonic flair. Tristan let out a short, barking laugh. I never beat Bertram or Giselle in a duel, but I wasn't trained to fight people. I was trained to kill dragons. How? Felicity asked. How do you train for that? Dragons are big, and your little sword won't do much. If we find a dragon, I'll show you. But that's also why my armor isn't full plate. It's got gaps for more mobility. And no need for a helmet, since against dragons there is no point to having one. He tapped his temple. One crunch or slash is all it takes. Much better to have full visibility. Felicity kept making her kitty biscuits on his head. Well, good. Helmets are annoying anyways. Your hair is a nice perch. Tristan chuckled. As for how we trained, Grandfather made enormous wooden puppets covered with metal plates to replicate scales. He set up ropes and pulleys that could make the puppets move in every which way a dragon could. Tristan thought back to the enormous dance hall that had been converted to their training space, its rafters holding the pulleys that ran the whole length of the structure. He trained a bunch of servants to pull specific ropes to simulate a dragon fight, Tristan said. He shouted commands as I worked my way up from fighting a small, whelp-sized dragon to a full-on adult size. He didn't have us train on anything larger. Why? Well, the way he put it, once they reach adulthood, they keep their fighting methods. They're not dumb beasts. Dragons from the elemental realms are intelligent, cunning. They can think just as well as people can. I noticed you didn't say that fairy dragons weren't dumb, Felicity said with an upset, slightly disappointed sound. Tristan ignored the comment and continued. Any fighter can adapt on the fly, but when you're a dragon and you're the apex predator for a region, you don't have to change your style of combat, because no one can challenge you. Did you beat the puppet a lot? Tristan's mind went back to that time, and he replayed the memories as he walked. When I was younger? No. 8 years old, I got the snot beat out of me by those puppets. Granted, when I was small, they put cloth padding on the claws and teeth. Eventually, I was 10 when I beat the whelp-sized one. Then I slowly went up in size. Felicity seemed eager at this point, and her snarkiness had seemingly vanished. Oh? What are the different sizes? Whelp is the smallest, followed by juvenile, then fledgling, adult, and after a long, long time, worm. Ah, fairy dragons don't have phases like you have for these other dragons. Do they come in eggs? According to Grandfather, yes. Wow, how rote. No imagination whatsoever. How do fairy dragons reproduce? The matriarch makes us from magic, a special fruit that can manifest a miniature essence crucible. When it's time to be born, she cracks it open, kind of like a giant nut. Tristan glanced up at the fluttering wings on the edge of his vision. You have an essence crucible also? Duh! It's how I do spells. A fairy dragon gets bigger not by age, but by essence crucible capacity. Interesting. How old are you then?
I'm 20 years old, she proudly exclaimed, and I've got a big essence crucible capacity for that short a time. What do you think I'm doing the whole time you've been walking and not talking? I'm spinning my crucible. You should too.
Yeah, let's do that. Walk in silence for a bit, take in the sounds of nature, and build up our crucibles. She sighed.
But it is so boring. We need to get you to travel faster. I want speed.
Tristan smirked. Unless you can help me grow wings, or get big enough for me to ride you, or for you to carry me, not happening anytime soon. Chapter 9. A Clash of Steel and Paw. Tristan had been walking for a few hours and was snacking on a handful of the berries from the Fey realm. He held one up above his head, and Felicity nabbed it out of his hands and began nibbling it. Her eating noises were kind of cute, a mix between a cat taking little nibbles and a bunny rapidly chewing on a leaf. Though he'd only eaten a few berries, the food was filling him up. I never have to buy food again, he thought. Just go back to the Fey realm and get more berries. He grinned at the knowledge that he wouldn't have to spend coin in the future on that expense. Are there any equivalents to alcohol in the Fey realm? He asked her.
N-O-P-E,
she said between little nibbles, enunciating each letter between her bites. That's a shame.
Hallucinogenic mushrooms? Yes. Better than being drunk, since you don't get the hangover the next morning.
She giggled and patted his head.
Hand me another starberry.
He did so, and she snagged it, muttered a quiet, "Thank you," and then munched down on it. Starberry. So that's what they're called, he thought, as he popped another one into his mouth. He almost instantly regretted the smaller-sized berry, as it was very sour, as if he had bitten into a lime. Are the small ones always like this? He asked through puckered lips.
Mm-hmm.
She finished hers, reached down to snag a smaller one from his hands, and scarfed it down.
Smaller means more sour, silly.
A glint of light in the distance down the road caught his attention. Sunlight reflecting off steel. Waving his hand over his face, he spun his essence crucible in his chest and cast disguise form. You're invisible, right?
Been invisible this whole time,
she replied.
Let me go check that out.
She lifted off his head and flew forward. Tristan kept walking at the same pace, and she returned within a minute, landing on his head again.
Okay, wow. They are ugly, ugly. Yuck.
Who are they?
Beats me. Some guys with black studded leather armor.
Tristan's eyes narrowed, and his hand went to his blade. Did they have a red emblem of an eye with a spike going down the middle?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Tristan frowned. The Black Company. It's a mercenary band contracted by our kingdom to help supplement the army. They're owned by the king's cousin, a man named Richter Friesen. I've seen him a handful of times at court. With his left hand, he grabbed the crest of his noble house from his pocket, then slipped the chain around his neck as he kept walking. They shouldn't cause any problems, but just in case, how do items of artifice work?
Just spin your essence crucible and focus the energy into the items. You think you're going to fight?
Maybe. They don't really obey nobility.
Well, if you end up fighting, I'm going to fly over and scratch them.
She put her paw claws in front of his face, and he saw the claws grow into wickedly sharp blades. Those won't penetrate very deeply, Tristan said. Still, any help is good help. He waved his hand as he got within shouting distance of the group. Hail! The lead man in the studded leather raised his hand and returned the greeting. The group and Tristan approached each other at the same speed, and Tristan stopped in the road as the 5 men spread out to block the path.
"Ah, a wandering knight."
"Noble," Tristan said as he tapped the crest around his neck.
"I ain't seen that one before,"
the lead man said. His voice was nasal and coarse, as if he had breathing problems and smoked heavily, one probably leading to the other. His face matched his voice. It was rough and looked like tanned leather.
"Some noble house you must be."
"House Anaurochs, the Dragon Slayers." The man let out a hearty laugh from his belly, echoed by his allies, then bent over and wheezed. One of his companions clapped him on the back and handed him a water skin. He took a long pull from it, then gasped and cleared his throat.
"Anaurochs? Please, they aren't a real noble house. Just some upstart storytellers."
"Lies!" Tristan shouted. "My grandfather slew the archdragon of the elemental realm of fire. He saved the kingdom from the dragon storm." The lead mercenary shook his head.
"Sure, and I'm the king of the Sapphire Coast.
Now look,
Little noble, this goes one of 2 ways. Either you give us that fancy suit of armor, that sword, and all your valuables, and we let you go on your way. Or—"
he slowly moved his hand to the pommel of the mace slung on his hip.
"We do this the hard way, and you probably die."
Tristan grit his teeth as his chest tensed up. No one had ever dared shame his family before. No one had ever doubted his nobility before. How dare this pathetic mercenary think that his family were frauds when they'd saved the kingdom twice? He did not need to spin his essence crucible. He felt it spinning in his chest almost of its own volition, spurred on by his barely in check rage, and the light, silver icy blue aura swirled out of him like a blizzard. Felicity flew off his head and went to circle behind the hostiles. "Go get them, Tristan! Beat the crap out of them!" Gladly, Tristan thought, as he focused the essence swirling in his body into the sword he held. The normally shining gray blade ignited with the same icy blue as his essence's manifestation. It grew lighter in his grip, and he saw ice crystals form in the air from the severe temperature drop. His armor felt lighter as well, and glancing down at his vambraces and gauntlets, he saw that the armor had taken on a cooler blue appearance instead of its steel one. The mercenaries drew weapons and let out a roar as they charged forward.
"A mage! Rush him!"
I might not have trained against people much, but the leader is like the head, and each of the others is a claw. Tristan focused on the space behind the 5 men, trusting his peripheral vision to help him react more quickly. He knew well that focusing on the attacker meant that one would react much more slowly to incoming assaults. Felicity dashed in from behind and above the lead mercenary, latching onto his scraggly-haired head with her hind paw claws, and then reaching over with her front ones to gouge his eyes. He screamed and flailed as she lifted off and flew up. One down, Tristan thought as he met the assault head-on. The far left mercenary came at him first, and he swung his blade out at the man's spiked mace. To his shock, his weapon sliced right through the mace, and the mercenary was left holding a metal stick. Tristan had no time to take advantage of the man's stunned state, as the other 3 descended on him. He backed away, pacing himself as he focused solely on defense, parrying, blocking, riposting when possible. Their numbers were too much for him to make any headway against, but they were poorly trained. If I just got a big slice in, I could cut their weapons apart like that mace. Each time his blade intercepted their varying weapons, a burst of cool air cascaded from the sword. His newly manifested elven heritage seemed to grace him with improved speed, agility, and strength. But that was only allowing him to keep up with a 3-on-1, no, 4-on-1 assault, as the man with the spit of spiked mace had run back, grabbed his blinded ally's sword, and charged to join the attack against Tristan. "They're just dragon claws," he thought, as he envisioned the enormous creature above and behind the group of 4, swinging its sword-length claws at him in the same arcs that these men's swords and maces were coming at him. Visualizing the massive foe and turning this into another training encounter allowed Tristan to keep up with them. If it were a real dragon, he would not have put forth the strength for full blocks, however, as it would just batter him aside. But their blows were not the same weight, did not carry the same might, as a swipe from those mighty beasts that the heavily weighted puppet claws could replicate. And so, he was able to meet their weapons and repel them, rather than provide a slight angle for the blade to pass along as he shifted to the side. Each time that burst of cool air cascaded from his blocks and parries, he could see a tiny layer of rime build up upon his foe's skin. "I wonder what happens if they hit the armor," he thought. Thus far, he had not been hit. Right. Maybe I let one blow through to the chest where the plates are heaviest. He intentionally let his guard waver, and the one with a broadsword took the opportunity to stab forward. Tristan made sure to tilt his body to make the blow glancing, and he felt a slight, dull pain. The armor did its job. The effect that manifested from being struck was immediate. The air exploded in a flurry of razor-sharp ice and blisteringly cold snow that slammed into the men in front of him. They screamed in agony as they backed off, turned to the fields on either side of the road, and scattered from the unexpected, seemingly impossible to surpass defensive spell, not realizing that the glancing blow had caused some injury. Tristan was sucking in breaths. He had trained for endurance fights with the dragon puppets, and each time he had ended up exhausted after 2 minutes. But he felt pretty good, all things considered. He had not suffered any injury except a minor bruise from the stab to the torso. It didn't go through the armor, although it would definitely be purple the next morning. But as for exertion, he could go another few minutes. Felicity flew over and landed on his head again, scratching it with retracted paw claws. "That was awesome. You really do know how to fight." Tristan sheathed his blade and let the flow of essence dissipate. "I got angry, and then my essence came out of my crucible on its own. Why did that happen?" "Strong emotions can cause the essence crucible to seep the magical energy and spin on its own. You must have been really pissed off. I'm talking pissed off." "Yeah, well, they don't even know my goddamn family name." Without grandfather, the kingdom would have been destroyed. And without him, the entire capital would have been razed. Tristan walked over to the blinded man and cleared his throat. "Now you know that I am a noble, and my family is legitimate." The blinded mercenary whimpered and tried to push himself back with his feet, but Tristan put a foot on the man's foot, gently, but forceful enough to keep him pinned. "What do you want?" he screamed in pain. "Well, I'm going to take your money, for one thing." Tristan reached down and took the man's coin pouch. Checking inside, he saw it held mostly silver, some copper, and a decent amount of electrum. He held it up. "Felicity, mind putting this in your storage dimension?" "Who?" the man asked in confusion. "Yeah, 1 second." Felicity grabbed the pouch. Tristan sensed the weird distortion of magic in the air just above him, and then she patted him on the head.
All done.
Tristan grabbed the man by the shoulder, pulled him up, and walked him over to a waystone, a pile of rocks with a few etched directions. Sitting the man down next to it, he handed him a starberry. "Eat that, and wait for your companions to come get you." The man simply whimpered and shivered in place, possibly going into shock. Tristan sighed. Why should I be nice to him? They attacked me. They deserve their fate. Felicity must have been reading his mind, because she said, "Ooh, I've got an idea for an epic prank. Let's take his clothes." Tristan snorted. Make him walk back to town in the nude? He'd die of exposure or embarrassment. Oh, you're no fun, spoil sport. We can't just hide them nearby. Oh, okay. Not as mean, but it works. Tristan ripped the clothes off the man, who just sat there in mute silence. Then he tossed the trousers over to one side of the road, the shirt to the other, and left the boots in the muddy ground one step in front of the other, as if the fellow had been running away and lost his shoes. Tristan giggled slightly at the prank as he resumed his journey. Felicity glanced back down the road. Neat little prank with the boots. I wouldn't have thought of that. It just came to me, Tristan replied with a grin, still giddy from using his artificed weapon and armor to their full potential. Why not kill them? That almost caused Tristan to stop in his tracks, but he replied as he kept striding forward. I've never killed someone before. Ah, got it. Chapter 10. First Night Among the Fae. After Tristan's encounter with the mercenaries, his day-long journey was uneventful. The entire time he was walking, he was spinning his essence crucible, except when he redid the disguise form spell each hour. Every time he used the spell, he could feel a very slim amount of the essence within slowly pushing against the limits of his body. Felicity explained that the sensation was the magical power stretching his essence channels. Similar to veins carrying blood, the wider they were, the more essence they could accommodate. I just have to keep practicing, using spells, and then eventually I can use higher order ones. How high do you think I could go? He asked Felicity. She asked as she paused her own crucible spinning. Oh, in order spells. Well, based on what I've seen, and using my genius intellect, second order. You have enough raw essence, but your body can't handle channeling it. So you're stuck at itty-bitty first-order spells. For now. Once your channels are widened enough, it should be doable. She sounded quite smug and proud of her knowledge. Second order already. That means I could earn the right to call myself an Archon much sooner than I had ever dreamed of. Those who were capable of using essence weaving were given a title based upon the order they had demonstrated mastery over. First through third order were mages. 4 through 7 were sorcerers. 8 through 10th were wizards. And finally, those who had enough essence and a bloodline to enable access to 11th order or higher spells were known as Archons. Having a bloodline was required, as a person could not use any order above 10th without having a bloodline that gave them the ability to bypass that restriction imposed by some ancient rule of creation. A human, like his half-brother Bertram, would be able to use any spell type, but only up to 10th order, except for the Dragon Slayer bloodline, which allowed for Dragonbane spells to be used beyond that limitation. And I've got 2 bloodlines. Oh, that reminds me. I know bloodlines let people use spells above 10th order, but what spell types do elves normally get so they can bypass that restriction? Well,
All elves are capped at 10th order for the usual spell types to the heritage, just like a human, she replied. So all the types we've covered, Flora, Fortune, and those ones, follow that rule. The 4 elf bloodlines lift restrictions to different spell types. Summerbomb get fire elementalism, Springthaw get water elementalism, and Fallthorn get wind elementalism. I'll give you 2 guesses as to what spell type you get. Ice elementalism? Correct. So I'm restricted to 10th order for everything except that and Dragonbane. That means I could qualify as an Archon if I grow powerful enough. Talking of essence weaving brought to his mind a memory. One of his mother's conversations with him when he cried to her about his lack of magic compared to his siblings. Her calm, entrancing voice was always slightly muted by the artificed choker she wore. You, my little sapling, are going to be a great mage. I've been saving up enough money to get you an essence elixir. Next time we're in town, I promise, I'll make sure to try and buy some spell primers so you can learn here with me. Who knows? Maybe you'll teach me, my little sapling. The memory brought warmth to his chest. His mother was the most important person in his life, save maybe for his grandfather, who passed on a prestigious bloodline through Fox, Tristan's father, and down to him. The man who had taken that money his mother had saved up and beaten her for daring to try and afford his half-breed bastard any advantage in life. Thinking of his father brought a sour bile to Tristan's throat, and he focused on the present to push aside his recollections of the man. Tristan stepped off to the side of the road to find a bit of isolated space. Finding a rock and a pasture to sit down on, he began channeling essence into the Fey Realm ring. The trickle that he had felt before when using the Invoke Growth spell was a bit more forceful. Just a day of traveling and spinning my crucible, and I'm already seeing this level of growth? He felt giddy and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. What is it? Felicity asked. Think of a good joke? No, just happy that I'm developing so quickly. Felicity frowned. I want to hear a good joke. Give me what you got. Oh, okay. Nope, got nothing. She sighed. You're an elf, and you can't make up jokes? Hey, I'm not a jester. What do you call a fairy dragon who is horrible at flying? I don't know, what? A scalyer. Get it? Scale failure? Tristan just looked up at Felicity. Her head arced over to meet his gaze. That was a bad joke. Oh, I've got hundreds of these. Why did the goblin cross the road? Tristan mumbled, Why? Because he was chasing the chicken. That one got a slight giggle from Tristan. Okay, that one was better. Oh, I can keep going. An hour later, after he had channeled sufficient essence into the ring, Tristan saw the world turn white, and then existence resumed around him as he stood in front of the Queen's Wood. Fairy dragons immediately began swarming him, offering congratulations on his return, offering assistance, cracking jokes, and being both polite and a nuisance. All in Elvish, and he made sure to respond in kind. He said, I would really like to get more starberries, some new underclothes, a hot bath, and a place to sleep. Right away. You got it. I'm on the berry patrol. Hot water? What do we look like, fire dragons? Fine, I'll find some sticks. We need a tub that won't burn. Where are we going to find clothes? Strandvine. Go find some strandvine. We must measure him. He needs the perfect fit. The fairy dragons scattered to various tasks, and Tristan felt slightly embarrassed that he had so many servants responding to his every whim. At the same time, he felt right. Having all of these creatures tending to his every desire was quite enjoyable. Atop his head, Felicity was barking orders as well, stating she was the Seneschal and Lord Tristan's chief advisor, upon which she received very raunchy comments, dissenting opinions, and jeers. She grumbled and kneaded her paw claws into Tristan's head. I thought I was someone important. Tristan entered the Queen's Wood, descending the ramp down to the tunnels below as he followed a group of fairy dragons who beckoned him onward. You are proving yourself quite valuable in the mortal realm, he told Felicity. Keep it up, and I might give you the title you claim you have. With a sudden rush of wings, she took off from his head, then circled around to hover in front of him, her eyes full of literal, twinkling stars. Really? Yes, he replied, as he scratched her head between her antlers and ears. And I mean that very sincerely. Regret welled up in him. I am sorry, again, for chasing you for 2 years and trying to kill you. If I had known that you all weren't really harming anyone. I forgave you already, dummy, she said, with a slight pout that was undercut by her giggling voice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and sleep in my nest. She flew back the way Tristan had come, and he kept following the other fairy dragons deeper into the tunnel network. Directions to various portions of the facility were carved into the wall, and Tristan asked his guides about the layout. He learned that the internal space of the Queen's Wood was arranged in an enormous series of rings, all built up around the center of the tree and spreading out from there. The vault was on the far western side of the complex. He was led to a spacious room that was filled with elegant, shaped wood that was molded into couches and chairs, covered in sumptuous pillows and blankets that begged to be snuggled with. A small oval pool of water lay at the foot of one wall, with the soothing near-rainfall sound of drip drops coming from the roots above it. A large circular bed sat to one side of the pool, and 2 armor racks, a few weapon holders, and chests for storage lined the walls, all made from the same wood as the tree surrounding him. Flora spells must let you manipulate living wood so you can make objects with it, or even carve this whole facility, I suppose. The fairy dragons asked him if he needed anything. I'll just take that hot bath when I can get it. Food, drink, and those new underclothes. He began taking off his armor, and to his surprise, a group of fairy dragons helped divest him of it, then put it on the armor rack. 2 of them began polishing it with their wings. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, they said in concert. Another fairy dragon unsheathed Tristan's sword, and yet another took the sheath, and they set to polishing the metal and maintaining the leather, respectively. In a few seconds, he had been completely disarmed by the creatures. A group of 8 fairy dragons flew in carrying a massive, dull gray wood tub. Tristan asked to verify his earlier suspicion, and one of the 8 replied, Yes, adamant wood. It's like that mortal realm ironwood stuff, but way better. Tristan smiled as the 8 set the tub down near the pool, and then another group brought in a bunch of wood and set to working them to a flame. Tristan watched in fascination and in fits of chuckles as the fairy dragons worked as a focused and industrious group for their various tasks. But they were constantly ribbing each other and cracking jokes. A few were using buckets and scooping water from the pool to fill the rapidly warming tub. When the water reached ideal temperature, Tristan sank into the first hot bath he'd had in months, mumbling a thank you as he felt the water warming him down to his bones. After about an hour, a group of fairy dragons came in and had him stand up in the tub, took some measurements,
and then set to carving apart long, thin reeds into plant-based string. One of them explained that it was called strand vine.
It's what all of the elves used to make their clothing out of.
Tristan remained in the bath until the clothes were done. After drying off with some large, broad leaves that were roughly textured, but efficient at wicking away the moisture, Eva palm leaves, he was told, he put on the new clothing. And it felt fantastic. He had felt silk only once before in his life, when a traveling prince from a far-off kingdom called Dorcelli visited the court. This felt better than that. Smooth, soft, and perfectly temperature-regulating. "I want to go to the vault," he said. "I've increased my essence capacity, and I want to see how much power I have now." A group of the fairy dragons took him over to the vault, and once more he planted his hands on the door and poured all of his essence into them, spinning his crucible as fast as he could. The spiral filled up a tiny bit more. Tristan fell back, exhausted, and was caught by the group of creatures. "Thanks," he mumbled as they helped him to his feet. Then he went back to his room and collapsed into the extremely comfortable bed.
"Hey, wake up!"
There was a fuzzy paw pushing into his face. Tristan pushed whatever it was away and rolled over in the blankets. 5 minutes, he muttered in a half-sleep daze. He felt a sharp, scratching pain on his bare back and bolted upright. "Ow!"
"About time,"
Felicity said. Tristan turned to reach around to his scratched skin and saw her fluttering in the air just above the bed.
"Come on. It's time to go back to getting stronger."
Tristan nodded and stood up, stretching, then walked over to the small pool of water. After dipping himself in and then drying off with some Eva palm leaves he took from a stack next to the pool, he donned his clothes. A group of fairy dragons flew in and helped him with his armor, and a different one came flying up with a bunch of starberries on a platter. A few berries were on a wooden skewer, and the exterior was crispy and warm to the touch. "What will they taste like?" Tristan asked. As the platter bearer started to reply, Felicity cut her off.
"It tastes like beef."
Tristan cautiously grabbed a skewer, put one of the berries in his mouth, bit down, and slid it off before chewing. It tasted exactly like a well-seasoned steak. "Wow, it's versatile. I wonder what it would be like if I mixed fresh starberries with chilled cream, like we had back in the country estate." After Tristan ate his fill, another fairy dragon flew in with a bag full of starberries, and Felicity put them into her extra-dimensional storage space with a brief pop. The group fluttered out, and Tristan followed them as Felicity settled on his head once more.
"Onward to adventure!"
Returning to the dirt circle, Tristan channeled essence into the ring and promptly reappeared on the same rock he had left from. It was just past dawn, and the sun was cresting the horizon. Returning to the road, he saw no traffic. "Okay, back to walking and working out my essence crucible." Felicity made her paw-claw biscuits in his hair.
"Don't forget your illusion spell. Don't want to be an elf in Bant. And back to standard tongue."
She has a valid point on remembering disguise form. Tristan spun his crucible, repeated the gesture and phrase for disguise form, and once more his human appearance appeared on him. "All right, now we train." Chapter 11. The Anaurochs Estate. The next few days' travel was much the same as the day before. Tristan would walk until nightfall, return to the Fey realm, rest up, and venture out the next day. He and Felicity did not speak much, as he was focusing all his concentration on spinning his essence crucible. Every day, he felt the little trickle get just a little bigger. And it became less tedious of a task, and felt closer and closer to meditative. After a week, they reached the inner lands of the Kingdom of Bant. The weather had begun to get slightly warmer. Tristan saw the familiar sign that told him he was near his childhood home, Mr. Perry's apple orchard, along the Anarok's property line. As a child, he would go with Bertram and Giselle to pick the fruit for a little bit of coin, and for free apples, an activity their grandfather encouraged to teach them discipline and show them how regular people made a living. Not that they needed the coin. Minor nobility were still nobles, and his father and grandfather before him had been paid well for their roles in saving the kingdom in the past. But their grandfather always encouraged them to work hard and learn what it was like to make an honest day's coin. Well, before his elf side became apparent, then his father wanted nothing to do with him and was openly hostile and outright cruel. Continuing past the orchard, he turned onto the firm dirt road that led to the estate entrance. A chest-high wall topped with metal spikes marked the perimeter of the family's countryside home, a place that Tristan was well acquainted with. They only went to the townhouse in the city for monthly court appearances. This was home. And that was because they needed space for the enormous training facility that housed the dragon puppets for his child and grandchildren to practice against. And, as proper nobles, they had a number of horses as well. His father's prized possessions were horses, and he loved them almost as much as he loved his children. Well, not all his children. He loved those horses more than he loved Tristan. As Tristan was thinking on this, Felicity tapped him on the head. "Hey!" "What?" he replied, as he was pulled out of his memories. "Does your estate wall thing have a gatehouse?" Tristan looked down the road, and his breath caught in his throat. The gatehouse, normally manned by a few hired mercenary guards that his father had met in his adventuring days, was occupied by the Black Company. "What are they doing here?" he wondered aloud. "Oh, that's not normal then?" "No, it is not." Felicity clicked her tongue. "Well, I could go take a look and listen, see what is going on." "Yeah, please do." He cut to the side of the road as Felicity lifted off, and he made sure to stay out of sight of the gatehouse. Waiting patiently for a few minutes, his mind raced with possibilities. Maybe they're doing a wellness check of some type? They could be here to train with grandfather. Lots of possibilities. Doesn't explain why father's friends aren't there. Felicity returned, and her face was downcast. You're not going to like this." Tristan's chest seized up slightly in panic. "What?" "They're guarding the place, and keeping an eye out for someone who looks an awful lot like you. They were talking about keeping an eye out for the white-haired bastard." "Why?" Tristan asked, honestly flabbergasted. "The Black Company we fought a few days ago did not have a communication mirror as far as I saw. And those things are big. I would have seen it." She shrugged. "They want you, and getting in looking like you isn't going to be possible." Tristan pushed his way through the trees and growth surrounding the walls and fence. Going down the line of stacked stone, he got to a small spot where the land sloped up slightly. He and Bertram had knocked out well-worn grooves and footholds when they were younger and closer. They had made a way to escape the confines of home and roam the countryside whenever they wanted. Finding the familiar handholds, Tristan hauled himself up to the top of the stonework, gingerly stepped over the spiked metal railing, then dropped down into a roll on the grassy slope on the other side. Glancing around to make sure he hadn't been noticed, he ran across the unkempt pasture land. Weird. The grass should be a lot shorter. Has Father kept the horses cooped up? Something is definitely wrong. Reaching the house itself, Tristan made a beeline for the cellar doors. He only stopped to check under the small tuft of grass where he had buried a spare key when he first left on his 2-year journey. Ripping up the growth, he found the bronze item, and fitting it into the lock, he found to his satisfaction that it clicked open. "Make sure you go quietly," Felicity said, "and duck your head. I'm up here, don't forget." Tristan gently opened the doors, revealing a dusty set of cellar steps. "That's not right," he muttered. "We have servants living here. They'd be going up and down this for deliveries. Something is very, very wrong." Creeping his way down the steps, he winced slightly as every step caused his armor to creak and rattle. "Is there anything I can do to mute myself?" he asked. "Sound is not a spell type you or I have. Sorry." "Might be worth taking the armor off, then. Felicity, before I do that, do you mind scouting through the house and seeing if anyone is here?" She saluted and flew off. Tristan walked over to the pantry and opened it, his nose wrinkling at the smell of rotten and fermented fruits and vegetables. The grain looked fine enough. Going into the pantry and opening the door leading down to the meat cellar, he was hit by the sickly sweet smell of rotting carcasses that would have once been used for fantastic meals. No one has been here for some time. There was no way the family had simply abandoned their home in favor of the townhouse in the capital. And they hadn't sold it. Otherwise, this area would have seen some foot traffic. As he headed back upstairs, Felicity came dashing over to him and hovered in place in front of him. "We have to go. Now." "What? Why?" She put her paws on his shoulders and pushed him ineffectually. "You don't want to see what is up there." Tristan felt that tension in his chest grow cold. "Is anyone here?" "No," Felicity replied. "And if you go up there, you're not going to like what you see." Tristan pushed past her and walked up the steps. "I'm telling you, Tristan, you should turn back." "I need to see whatever happened." He climbed the stairs and cut across the dusty dining room into the main entry hall, freezing in place as soon as he rounded the corner. His stomach leapt up into his chest, and he leaned over and retched. All the house servants had been butchered, and their bodies thrown into a pile in the front room. He could make out the horrified and partially rotten face of their head servant, Mildred, who was like a second mother to him. No, this can't be real." He looked at Felicity, who was flapping just behind him. "You're doing an illusion. Please tell me this is some sick trick." She frowned and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Tristan." Her voice cracked as the resolute facade she was putting on for his sake shattered. "Mother." He ran up the stairs and made a beeline for his mother's study, the place where she spent the most time. Hurrying past his old bedroom, he saw that the door was completely shattered inward, blown off its hinges by someone smashing it down. The room had been completely ransacked. Shaking his head, he kept running, finally skidding to a halt in front of his mother's study. This door had received the same treatment. He stepped across the threshold and gasped. She was sitting in a chair facing the open window, cool air gently blowing in. But he could see her hand dangling down, withered, decayed. Slowly, he walked around to confirm what he knew. Her throat had been slit, and the dark, dried blood had stained her loungeabout dress. He fell to his knees and sobbed, grabbing at the hem of her dress as he rubbed his face against it.
"What happened?"
he asked through the sobs.
"Who did this?"
He felt the warm touch of Felicity's paw on his cheek.
"Take all the time you need."
Tristan cried into the fabric for what must have been an hour. Memories racing through his head, her fingers running through his hair and tracing outlines of the base of his ears once they grew out to their half-breed size. The nights spent sitting in the study with his grandfather on one side and her on the other, taking turns reading along with him. Her soft, soothing voice when he woke up with night terrors from his father's beatings. All of it crashed over him, and he was powerless to stand against it. Then he slowly got to his feet, carefully averting his eyes from the ruin of his mother's face. He untied the choker around her neck, an item of artifice. But Felicity did not.
Why was she wearing that?
Tristan held the choker in his hand.
When Father's first wife died, he went adventuring for a short time.
He wiped away his tears and felt the sorrow begin to blend with anger. Not an unfamiliar emotion when it came to his father.
He saved her life, and she swore to be eternally loyal to him. This kept her quiet when he did not want to hear her. Oh, misogynist?
Tristan nodded.
Father thought that a woman's role was to bear children and raise them. Grandfather refused to let Father keep my mother as a plaything. He forced him to marry her.
Tristan looked at Felicity and felt that anger build up inside, overshadowing his sorrow.
Non-humans and half-breeds are looked down upon in Bant. As soon as I was born, Father did something to her with the help of an alchemist. I was her only child.
Tristan cursed his father's name and looked away from Felicity.
That's horrible,
Felicity whispered, with genuine shock and disgust on her face.
I need to bury her,
Tristan said as he began pouring essence into his ring.
I don't want anyone to desecrate her grave. We're taking her back to the Fey realm.
The hour passed in silent sorrow as Tristan held his mother's body in his lap, clasping her hand gently so as not to damage it. He was trying to think of why someone would want to hurt her, butcher the household. But he could not think of a reason. Grandfather would have never let this happen without a fight. Once I put her in the Fey realm, I need to find him. He felt cold dread begin to climb his spine. But what if he's dead too? The white light surged around him, and he was in the Fey realm once more. Fairy dragons swarmed him, and he shouted out,
"Bring the matriarch!"
His voice cracked, and he went silent as he realized his throat was parched. Sitting there on the ground, holding his mother's corpse, he couldn't help but look at her face. It was withered and sunken, but the regal cheekbones and elegant jawline were still there. He forced himself to look away, setting her down on the ground as gently as he could. The matriarch's enormous wings flapped mightily as she landed in front of him.
Lord Tristan?
He gestured to his mother.
She's dead.
He looked up at the matriarch.
I need to bury her.
The matriarch dipped her head in respect, and the rest of the fey creatures did as well.
Of course.
She glanced at the fairy dragons, and 30 of them immediately flew over and gently picked up his mother's body.
Come, follow me,
she said.
Your mother will lie with her ancestors. I smell her bloodline. Faint, but the same as yours.
Tristan followed the matriarch down into the roots of the tree once more, and she led him to a room that was seemingly dug into the spire supporting the tree. A bubbling pit of sap lay at the bottom of the spire, almost like a living organ slowly beating.
This is the Queen's Wood's heart, the center of the Fey realm. Tradition dictates that the closest of her kin puts her into the sap. I wanted to bury her. If you wish, we can do that instead. But the old way of the elves is to submerge her in the sap and allow the tree to nourish itself, giving herself back to the land, in a way. As the first elf emerged from such a tree, it is only natural to give back.
Tristan nodded and gently took his mother's body from the fairy dragons, setting her down onto the sap. It graciously accepted her, and she sank down into the slightly bubbling liquid.
I need...
He felt lost, isolated and alone in a sea of sorrow that stormed within his chest as the pain of loss welled up inside. He heard a roaring in his ears, a wailing of sorrow, and a second later realized that the voice was his. Tristan felt someone hug him from behind. A person. And wheeling about, he saw a young woman who looked like a mix of a fairy dragon and an elf.
I'm so sorry,
she said in Felicity's voice.
You?
I can shapeshift, she said, as she held him in a comforting embrace.
I know people like hugs when they're sad.
Tristan held her and buried his head into the crook of her shoulder and neck, grieving at the loss of the person who brought him into the world, taught him everything in books, played with him as a child, nurtured his interests, built up the connection between him and his grandfather, his closest confidant. A rush of memories flooded into him, and he simply wept as the tumultuous tempest of the past rushed through his mind. Chapter 12. Seeking Answers. Some time passed. How long, Tristan was not sure. He pulled away from Felicity when he had recovered and saw that the two had been left alone.
You okay?
She asked.
I'll need time. But not now. I have to find out what happened.
Felicity gave him a final squeeze, let go, and her form shifted, her body wiggling like jelly before it shrank and stabilized into her fairy dragon form. She flapped her wings, hovering in front of him.
Ah, much better. I don't know how you do it, walking on two legs. It feels so weird.
You can just do that? He asked as he slowly began climbing the spiral ramp. She nodded and flew to the top of his head, settling down on it and letting her tail lazily swish behind him.
I can turn invisible, shapeshift into that elfinoid form, and have that extra-dimensional storage space. Plus, I'm an essence weaver. But my spell types are limited. Just illusion and enchantment, and a pinch of transmutation. That's turning objects into other objects.
Can you shapeshift into anything else? Tristan asked, trying to distract himself from the anguish and lose himself in learning about his companion.
If I get enough essence capacity, I can shapeshift into any heritage to blend in. I could even shapeshift into dragons from the elemental realms, just like Mom did. Or other species of creatures, but dragons are easier since we're sort of like them.
Tristan emerged from the tree and did not see a single fairy dragon. "Where is everyone?" he asked. Felicity kneaded his head.
They probably left the tree to give you some alone time.
"Can we leave a message?" Felicity flew off his head and went to a clay tablet nearby. There were several such tablets stacked up, and sharp wooden sticks next to them. Her forepaws turned into a pair of hands, and she came over to him.
What do you want to say?
"Just thanking them for helping me put my mother to rest, and that we'll be back once I figure out what happened." Felicity nodded and scrawled out the message. After finishing, she flew over to the tree entrance, left the tablet in an alcove that seemed specifically designed for it, and then returned to her perch upon his head.
Ready to do some investigating?
Tristan nodded and spun his essence crucible, feeling the cooling, soothing energy surge through him. As he directed it into the ring, the whole world turned white, and then a moment later, he was standing in the room where his mother had been slain. Turning away from the blood, he went back into the hallway. "This floor first, starting at the far end." He went through the entire second floor of the large country manor and found nothing but shattered and smashed furniture, pillaged rooms, and signs of battle. Not a good battle, but the desperate, no-holds-barred attempts of a person to prevent their death. Glancing over the balcony rail, he grimaced once more at the corpses of the servants. So many people he knew so well, from his childhood up through his youth and into young adulthood. Every face threatened to revisit upon him countless memories. Descending down the large foyer stairs, he began exploring the first floor. Nothing, he thought as he finished his tour of the house. The only slain he could see in the pile of bodies were the servants, and he gritted his teeth and gulped, knowing what he had to do next. His father, half-siblings, or grandfather could be under that pile of corpses. After pulling his gauntlets and cloak off and setting them to the side, he set to the grisly task of moving body parts. The stench was horrific, threatening to overwhelm him multiple times, at which point he had to step away to clear his lungs. But he finally got the pieces to each person's body sorted out. "They're not here," he muttered, as he grabbed a curtain at the side of the foyer and wiped off his hands.
Maybe they escaped into the city? No, that doesn't make sense. Kidnapped?
"Perhaps," Tristan replied, as he pushed the sorrow from his thoughts. He finished wiping his hands clean and put the gauntlets and cloak back on. "I need to focus on the here and now. Let's check the vault." Going to the meat cellar once more, he went to a hidden panel on the wall and triggered the lever. It opened into a room full of expensive bottles of wine. "They didn't take the good stuff," Tristan observed as he walked through the room. Felicity giggled slightly.
Can we take it?
"Yeah, I don't see why not.
Technically, it belongs to me as much as it does to the rest of the family. Tristan frowned as he added on in his thoughts, if they're still alive. Felicity began flying around the room, tapping each item as it seemed to suck in on itself, its form warping and distorting before it vanished. Within 30 seconds, she had cleared the entire room and landed back on his head. A lot of wine. Fairy dragons are a riot when drunk. Tristan suppressed a chuckle at the thought of even worse jokes, puns, and raunchy humor. Making his way to the back of the hidden wine cellar, he took the family crest from the chain around his neck, slid it into the hidden slot, and turned it. A small knob with tiny numbered markings popped out. Tristan spun the knob to the desired number, and a second knob popped out of the wall. It required a different code, entered by turning that knob in the opposite direction. "What's all this protecting?" Felicity asked. Tristan stepped back and pulled his amulet away as the hidden, reinforced metal door slid aside to reveal a normally dark chamber. But to his eyes, it was illuminated in shades of blue and white. "Can elves see in the dark?" Tristan asked. "Duh, of course. You've been doing it the whole time you've been down here in the cellar." "But it wasn't white and blue vision before. It just looked normal." "Oh," Felicity said as she drew out the word. "That means this is really dark." Tristan made his way into the room, avoiding the traps on the floor that he knew like the back of his hand. She tapped his head. "What is down here?" Tristan pointed to a trio of chests. "The family's reserves." He then pointed to an iron slab of a door with a single spot for the family crest. "And grandfather's extra weapons and armor." Making his way to the 3 chests, he opened them and found each to be empty. Even the false bottoms had been cleared of the precious gemstones. "That must mean your family cleared it out before leaving," Felicity stated. Tristan sighed. "Yeah, and they didn't come into the cellar from the outside door like I did, which meant they didn't have to sneak in. They were allowed in the main entrance and took everything." He went over to the equipment cabinet, slotted in his family crest, and opened it. The container was empty, but Tristan knelt and pushed his hand into a tiny crevice. "Grandfather told me about this secret compartment. Only he knew about it, and he said when I was done with my first dragon hunt, he'd give me permission to take what is inside. His secret present for the spurned grandchild. He said I'd need all the help I could get." He added in a whisper, "Always calling me little sapling like Mother did." "Ooh, treasure. What is it? Also, that is an adorable nickname for little Tristan." Tristan removed the small pouch from the secret compartment, unwrapped it, and held it up to inspect. It was a vial filled with blood. Deep red blood that was still liquid despite the decades. As he moved it, glimmers of golden light fluttered throughout. "This is a vial of blood from the archdragon of the elemental realm of fire." Felicity's jaw dropped, quite literally, as it distended down and plopped onto the top of his head before retracting. "That's insane. Why would he keep it?" Tristan stood up. "A souvenir, and it has a practical purpose." He glanced up at Felicity's peeking over his head eyes. "Dragon Slayer is the bloodline he made from eating the archdragon's heart. Only he, Father, Giselle, Bertram, and I have it. Thanks to that, if we drink dragon's blood, We gain resistance to the spell type correlating with where the dragon came from. He shook the vial slightly, causing the gold sparkles to distribute through the liquid. I would assume a dragon from the elemental realm of fire would impart resistance to fire elementalism. Oh, that's it? I mean, don't get me wrong, this is neat, but most bloodlines give access to a spell type. Oh, we do have a special spell type. Family only. It's called Dragonbane. Tristan swirled the liquid, making the golden sparkles within dance. Grandfather said to just treat it like bad alcohol. Down the hatch in one gulp. He popped the small cork off with his thumb and chugged it down. It tasted like the hottest dish he had ever eaten. He panted as it burned its way down his throat and into his stomach. Then came pain. A severe pain like the worst stomach cramp. He fell forward and held himself up on the cabinet, trying to suck in breaths. Each time, it felt like he was inhaling heat from a smith's forge. I need to cool down. This is way too hot. He focused on his essence crucible and tried to spin it. Closing his eyes to help visualize it, he saw the silvery icy blue sphere spinning around and around, exuding cooling relief into his limbs. But in that visualization, he also saw swirling lines of crimson and gold being sucked into the crucible. He felt his body cooling down and his stomach settling. After spinning his essence crucible for who knew how long, he finally felt cool enough to open his eyes and cease the activity. Felicity wasn't on his head, but was instead on the floor, looking up at him with a curious and concerned expression. You've changed. How? Tristan asked as he coughed a dry cough. Your hair. Still silver, but when you move your head, there are tiny flecks of crimson and gold. All I know, Tristan began to say, but he stopped as he felt a coughing fit come on. Water? Felicity sighed and reached her paw claw out to the side. Space warped, and she was holding a canteen, which she handed to him. As he drank, the still unfamiliar taste of the clear cool quenched his parched throat. Finished, Tristan returned the canteen, which Felicity dismissed back to her extra-dimensional space. Your grandfather sounds like an interesting fellow, Felicity said, packing the word with a clear sense of ew. You mentioned Dragonbane? I've never heard of that spell type. Tristan nodded. Grandfather came up with it. Designed it with an old friend. It's supposed to let us mimic dragons. There's a particular spell he made us memorize. It's in the standard tongue. Drain Dragon. It is first order. He thought back to the lessons where Grandfather had drilled the spell phrase into his and his half-siblings' heads, and incanted the spell phrase with practiced precision. Mighty beast which now lies slain, I take from you what you can no longer use, and is mine by right of conquest. As he spoke, he made the gesture of bringing his palms together with the right hand stacked on top of the left, and the fingers extended into the shape of a mouth with sharp teeth, slowly closing on each other as the incantation wound to a close. That's the only one I have memorized, but his dragon-slaying manual has more spells. He barely held a grin in check. I could actually start to use them now. Interesting, Felicity muttered as she took her place atop Tristan's head once more. Tristan left the vault and tapped the releases to relock it. I have a lot of potential as an essence weaver. If I can kill a dragon and use Drain Dragon after it falls, then I can add more spell types to my repertoire. He lowered his voice and added in a whisper,
It's a way I could surpass my elven heritage restrictions. Felicity clapped her paws together.
So exciting! What does the meat do?
Nothing, as far as I know, Tristan replied with a rueful smile. Meat does not agree with me anyways, so I would not eat it if I could.
But your grandfather made a bloodline by eating an archdragon. The meat has to do something.
Tristan shook his head. All I know is what he told me. I haven't had dragon meat, so I can't speak to what it does. His eyes darted across the room as something crossed his vision, but it was just a fleck of dust falling from the ceiling that his improved sight caught. But back to the matter at hand. I need to figure out who cleared the vault. It had to be grandfather, father, Bertram, or Giselle. No one else had crests, and I'll need money if I'm going to be keeping my identity secret in the capital. He pulled out his coin pouch and held it up for Felicity to see how poor he currently was. But we do have that mercenary's coin pouch in your storage dimension.
Shame you've got such little coin. Oh, but you could always make potions from the Fey realm and sell them. I know you know how to make medicine, but now with essence and imbuement, you can make clear, cool elixirs. Drinking one will be like replacing a meal and serving all your water needs for a day. You could make a killing being the only person who can make and sell them. Just clear, cool, starberry, and mix with essence. She tapped his head with rapid-fire happy taps. Now I want some so badly. We'll talk herb lore and alchemy later, Tristan replied. First, we finish exploring. How many more buildings?
Felicity asked. Servants' quarters and the practice hall, which just has the puppets we trained on. Tristan went back up the cellar steps and exited into the bright sunlight, squinting as his eyes adjusted. Making his way through the servants' quarters, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The same for the practice hall.
Empty,
Felicity muttered.
That sucks.
Then he heard the tramp of armored boots from the dirt road. Quickly recasting disguised form, he went back to the wall, clambered up over the familiar footholds, and dropped onto the other side. Let's go get some information from the neighbors. First, he went to Mr. Perry's orchard. The man had known Tristan since his childhood and had always been friendly with him, even after his elven side began to show. Sticking to the trees and avoiding the road, Tristan went along the corridors of branches and fruit, earning glances from the few workers who were harvesting the early varietals of the sweet fruit. The main house was not as large as the Anorak's manor, but that was not for lack of wealth. Rather, it was because Mr. Perry was a very astute businessman who wanted as much of his property as possible to go toward his business. Workers' quarters were in separate buildings off to the side. After knocking at the door, he stepped back on the porch and waited patiently, his hands clasped behind his back. The door opened, and the familiar, hunched-over and one-legged figure stood there. "Mr. Perry, it has been a while," Tristan said with the best smile he could muster, given the situation.
"Oh, little Tristan,"
the elderly man cracked a smile.
"Thought you were dead, it's been so long."
"I wish this was a social visit, but I need answers. Where's my family?"
"They moved to the city a few months ago. Everyone except your mother."
He cackled.
"I'm surprised you came here first. You know your house is right over that way."
Do I keep it close to the chest or share that Mother was killed? Tristan chose to go with his gut and do what his grandfather had always taught him. Honesty was the best policy. The Black Company are guarding the entrance.
"Oh, those thugs. They harassed my workers for the past few days, but finally buggered off when I complained to the tax collector."
Tristan held the man's gaze, the soft, welcoming brown eyes reminding Tristan that he could be open with this man. He had spent many afternoons eating Ms. Perry's apple pies before the sun went down, and he viewed the man as a trusted uncle.
Mother was killed. All of the servants were killed.
His voice broke, but he pushed the sorrow back. Answers were more important than wallowing in despair.
They are still in the house, and the place is abandoned.
Mr. Perry cursed.
Those damned black company, I'll wager. I knew they were up to no good. Should we go to the Capitol? Tell the authorities?
No. Tristan knew that the Black Company could get away with murder, since the mercenary army's owner was the cousin of the king. The deaths of servants and a full-blood elf would be seen as just one more atrocity to add to the pile. They were brazen enough to attack him on the road, after he identified himself as a noble. Mr. Perry's gaze darkened. He scratched his chin.
Best to keep the matter to ourselves for now, I suppose.
The older man shook his head.
Shame. Mighty shame what happened to your kin. Do you want to come inside? Have some tea?
I need to find my grandfather, Tristan replied. I need to know where my family is. I have to make sure they're okay.
Oh, well, he's been gone for a few months. Went off to hunt a big dragon that was harassing the north of the kingdom.
Oh, thank the gods,
Tristan thought. The fate that had befallen his mother had not met his grandfather.
What about the others?
Your father went to the south, dealing with a different dragon. I swear, things are starting to look like the dragon storm all over again.
He was referring to a time in the Kingdom of Bant's history a little less than 50 years prior. A time when rifts to the elemental realms were torn open. While the rifts were open, dozens of dragons, their goblin servants, and elementals broke through to the mortal realm. Tristan's grandfather and father were instrumental in holding back the draconic aspect of the threat, while essence weavers sealed the tears between realms.
If it's just two, I don't think it's that bad, Tristan said.
As for your sister, she got married while you were gone. Half year ago, I think. The days blur together a bit. She's with child, last I heard.
Good for her, Tristan thought, even though he did not like her as much as he did his half-brother.
What about Bertram?
Mr. Perry's face went sour.
Nah, he went off to join the Pathfinders. Rash boy. Always was, always will be.
Tristan knew the truth of those words full well. Bertram had a temper, and he was quick to anger, but he was also boisterous and fun-loving. Rowdy fun. Wrestling the smaller Tristan and pinning him despite his cries of pain. But they were close despite Bertram's roughhousing.
Well, at least he's safe too.
Mr. Perry tapped his cane.
Well, I'm happy to have answered your questions about family. I will respect your decision to not go to the authorities. I figure you will be doing some investigating yourself?
That is what I intended,
Tristan replied. He still had plenty of questions that needed answering, such as why the vault was cleared out. The best explanation he could think of was that at some time in the last 2 years, the family had moved the bulk of their belongings and valuables to the capital. That explained why the rooms that were ransacked did not have clothes strewn about, only smashed and shattered furniture. His mother must have stayed behind for the servants' sake. She probably didn't want them to have to uproot their whole lives, he thought. Those servant quarters were miniature houses. The servants had families. They were like a microcosm of a community. And if there was no noble present at the estate, then they would have to leave. So the Black Company were after Mother, most likely. Then a thought hit him, in a bolt of sorrow and rage. Did Father have her killed, so he could remarry?
Tristan? You okay, my boy?
Tristan nodded and swallowed the lump in his throat. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking. Mr. Perry put a hand on Tristan's forearm and squeezed it gently.
Lad, I'm sorry. You must be devastated. If you want to stay here, you are more than welcome to.
Tristan bowed his head slightly and tucked his symbol of nobility under his armor. Thank you, but I really need to see my sister and find out what happened.
Ah, she was mighty fine in her wedding dress. Like my late wife. Stunning. Absolutely gorgeous.
The man sighed as he gazed off toward the now beginning sunset, reminiscing. Thank you again, Mr. Perry.
No problem, lad.
Tristan turned and left, heading across the various fields and orchards toward the capital outskirts, keeping away from the main roads. I have to know what happened. He hadn't noticed Felicity leaving his head, as he was too sucked into the conversation with Mr. Perry. But she landed on his head, and he heard sounds of happy consumption. The and "Oh, that's tasty," piqued his interest. What you eating? He asked. I saw a pie on the windowsill. Well, lots of them actually. Only took a little slice, promise. Tristan sighed and frowned a little. As long as it was just one slice, I suppose there's not much harm. He heard the sounds of lips smacking, and then her little paw claw held a chunk of the pie down for him. It's good. Tristan accepted the offered morsel and popped it into his mouth, savoring the flaky pastry and cinnamon raisin apple center. The Perry family always made the best pies. Chapter 13. Divination is worth the price. Last time I was here, Felicity commented as they came within sight of the city's walls, I didn't get much information about the capital. I just broke into the palace and stole the scepter. Well, that and that thing with the king's chamber pot. Her giggle broke into unrestrained laughter, but she composed herself after a few seconds. Are you asking me for a lesson on the place? Tristan asked. Sure, since we will have to wait in that line for a few hours, it looks like. Don't forget to refresh your spell, subtly. Tristan began his explanation as he stepped to the back of the line, talking quietly so as not to attract much attention. Bant's Holdfast was named after Bant, the kingdom's founding ruler. He was an ancient demonkin who moved a group of his people out of their home in the demon realm and into the mortal realm. Just like the other heritages, they intermingled with humans, diluting the heritage. Eventually, the demonkin's side was effectively all gone. Still there, but just rarely showing physically. Like you. Well, like past you, before your whole half-breed manifestation. Yes, when I was a child, I looked just like everyone else, fully human. Ah, but your mother was a full-blooded elf. And because of that, I had a high chance to have my mother's heritage manifest in a physical way sometime at the start of puberty. Oh, that's when you get hair growing all over you, right? Tristan sighed. Yes, that time, when people get bigger. She giggled. Oh, bigger, you say?
See, us superior fairy dragons don't have this puberty you have.
Lucky you, Tristan thought, as he remembered the ridicule heaped on him by Bertram and the older youth at court for his inability to grow a beard and his partially pointed ears. The kingdom of Bant is human-centric, so my manifested elf features made my life less than pleasant.
Kind of ironic in a way,
Felicity replied as she kneaded his head, making kitty dragon biscuits on his skull.
Since everyone here is just a little bit of a mutt.
To emphasize this, she barked like a basset hound, and Tristan chuckled at the odd noise she hadn't made before. Yeah, Tristan continued as he moved forward with the line, most of the population considers themselves human, unless they've got a physical manifestation of another heritage, like scales for someone with a draconoid parent far down their family tree.
Or pale skin for a Vantier, Felicity added. Must be easy for them. They can just claim they never go outside.
Tristan nodded. Mm-hmm. Some people have an easier time hiding it. It's why I grew my hair out. Felicity ran her paw claw along his long, pointed ears, which jutted up at an angle from his head, poking well out past his hair, but currently visually hidden thanks to the illusion spell.
No hiding with this hair unless you wear it in a ridiculous bun.
The wall came closer into view, and he gestured toward it with his chin. Argant's resolve. First line of defense for the city.
Ooh, who is Argant? If you know, I mean.
Ancient warrior who defended the city from some type of invasion, Tristan replied. I didn't pay a ton of attention to history lessons. I was more interested in dragons.
Guess the guy was Argon from your lessons, huh?
Bad pun.
Yeah, that one was a reach, Felicity admitted solemnly.
At the base of the wall was a cleared area, and then buildings. Towns all around the exterior that helped act as a go-between from the farmlands and surrounding estates and the capital itself. Not made of stone, but of timber. A necessary expansion for the capital, and markedly the domain of the lower class. If I'm going to be blending in, I need to cover this armor up, and hide the winter bloom cloak. Thankfully, it was a relatively cool day, and some of the merchants were selling cloaks to people standing in line. Tristan flagged one down and used a little bit of his remaining funds to purchase an oversized cloak to throw over his armor and the white denotation of elven royalty. Felicity was kneading his head again, and she let out a little giggle.
This place looks way more impressive from below. Last time I flew in.
Yeah, it is beautiful, he whispered. Even with the wall in the way, he could see the enormous main corridor that ascended from the gate all the way up through the various districts, ending at Black Spire, the enormous black stone Gothic castle where the king's court was located. But it is dangerous for me now, he thought, as he did not jump the line to show his noble crest to expedite entry. He had no idea how to recognize his foes. Anyone he met could be the people who had slain his mother and the servants in the countryside estate. Anyone could be working for the Black Company. Keep an eye out for anyone who is staring at me, Tristan whispered as he kept his head on a swivel. Felicity rotated and sat down on his head, looking back behind him.
No problem.
Her tail swished over his forehead and down in front of him, and he had to move it aside and tuck it behind his ear to keep his line of sight unobstructed. Getting into the capital was easy enough. The sentries were only checking merchants for contraband and ensuring they had a valid market pass, having paid annual dues for the right to sell in the main square, or they had purchased a day pass. Instead of taxes, the Kingdom of Bant used this system of permits and passes to create income for public works projects, paying the military, and paying city personnel salaries.
There's a lot of black-armored guys here, Felicity commented. 2 groups going down the line behind us, questioning people. Must have been on their lunch break if they didn't see us before.
We'll be in soon, Tristan replied as he reached the split for merchants and regular visitors or residents. Those with resident permits or noble crests were expedited, and the rest had to pay for a pass for a set amount of time to be in the city. A week-long pass should be fine, Tristan thought, as he paid the fee and was given a strip of cloth that would turn red when his time was up, thanks to some alchemical formula. Attaching the small cloth to the outside of his cloak with a pin, he ventured into the capital proper. I can go all the way up to High Reach before I'll need to either get inventive or reveal myself.
Oh, the district where all the fancy folk live.
Felicity suddenly gripped his head and tugged to the left.
Alley, quick.
Tristan turned into the alley, but maintained his leisurely pace, as if he were heading to a business he was familiar with. "What is it?" he asked.
There was a person with elf traits. I didn't want to risk them spotting me. I think it'll be fine, though, since they were surrounded by people jeering at them.
She crawled down his head, around his shoulders, and burrowed her way inside of his cloak, becoming a furry scaled scarf.
There, harder to see me.
She twitched her tail up to lightly flick his nose.
If I wasn't invisible, I'd be quite the fashion statement.
Tristan sighed with relief. I thought it would be something dangerous like the guards chasing after us.
Nope, they were too far back. So, what's the game plan?
I need to find out how my sister is doing, and find someone who can give me information on what happened to Mother in the estate. Since the Black Company was guarding the gatehouse, I'd bet they were involved. Tristan exited the alley at another main road, turning to head toward the upper districts. Felicity pondered aloud.
Interesting. Perhaps...
What?
Just trying to sound profound, she said with a giggle. I don't know anything about this stuff. Where should we start figuring things out?
She lowered her voice even more, and it took on a sinister tone.
What if your sister was involved? Until you rule her out, you shouldn't visit her.
That suggestion struck Tristan like a bolt of lightning. Any one of his living family, save his grandfather, since there was no way the man would have killed his mother, could have taken from the family's vault and then killed off everyone to keep them quiet. And the more he thought on it, the more reasons he could come up with. Father might have paid the Black Company to kill Mother so he could remarry, as he had thought when talking to Mr. Perry. Bertram had always wanted all the gear in the vault, but Grandfather had said no, since he wanted to save sets for future great-grandchildren. Giselle might have used the family's treasury to secure her spot among the nobility by paying her own dowry. You could be right, he muttered. He could feel his blood boiling at the idea that his mother was killed for greed, or, more likely in his mind, by his bastard of a father. Felicity patted his cheek.
Calm down. We'll figure out who is behind it, and we can get revenge.
She extended a paw claw in front of his face and extended her wickedly sharp talons.
Or we could just bring them to the authorities. But I think it would be more fun to just ruin their life with a series of harmful pranks.
He absent-mindedly reached a hand up and ran it along Felicity's tail as it hung over his left shoulder. The best way to find out more information is to get a divination spell from an essence weaver.
The matriarch can do those, but sadly, divination is limited to the realm the person is in when the spell is used.
She tapped his chin with her tail.
Keep that chin up. We'll figure something out. I'm sure there are loads of essence weavers here. It's a big city.
Tristan checked his coin pouch once more. 3 gold pieces. Maybe enough to get a general sense of direction, but it would have to be from someone who could be discreet. I'll have to share details, or... He pulled his mother's choker out of his pocket. An essence weaver with divination could look into the past events surrounding the object, see what happened, and give Tristan an idea of who was involved. Tristan knew a bit about divination spells, as his father had lost an expensive ring at court, and paid an essence weaver to help him find it, dragging the kids along with him so they'd learn how a noble deals with their problems. He set a course for the Towers, a well-known part of Bant's Holdfast, although he'd only been there a few times. It was a neighborhood of spiraling buildings that ascended into the skies, all made of fantastic materials that denoted the magical nature of the owners. Huge towers with shapes that defied conventions of architecture. The first floors were often shops for magical wares, goods, and services. The upper levels of the spires were devoted to study, research, and gods knew what else. The streets were full of people going to or from destinations. Almost all of them were well dressed, in pants, shirts, and cloaks of shimmering colors, denoting their place in the upper echelons of society. Those who could use spells of the lower orders, mages and sorcerers, were the equivalent of lesser nobility, at the same level as Tristan's family. Those who could use higher order spells, wizards and archons, were the equivalent of upper nobility, and they behaved like they were better too. Tristan's cloak was a dull brown cloth that stood out as being inappropriate to his surroundings, but he dared not take it off. His family's armor of matte white with black filigree made it stand out and identified him immediately to these more upper-class folk. Those who were especially learned might even be able to recognize the unique design and determine his family from that alone.
There are so many spells going on,
Felicity squealed out with delight as her head dashed side to side.
I can see so many.
Yeah, there are a lot, Tristan replied as he, too, saw the air thick with the haze that signified magic was present, or spells were in the process of being used, or had already been used, and the effects were lingering. Then there were the more overt displays of essence weaving, where color bursts of flame, floating strands of water, and scented colored winds blew past. Not all spells left such evidence of their use behind, as Tristan had seen his half-brother and half-sister use spells which did not have the same after effect. It must be a choice when using a spell, maybe imparting extra essence to show off. Tristan made his way toward a building where a glass orb hanging from a sign said, "Diviner," scrawled in a glowing green paint. He entered and heard a small bell chime. The entryway was filled with frosty glass orbs set into padded sockets on shelves, and the multiple couches were upholstered in green. A floating orange orb illuminated the room from above, and Tristan sat down to wait for someone to answer the bell. Farther into the building was a counter with a section that could be raised up, and from a back room, an elderly human woman came out. She was dressed in fine silk robes of deep forest green with a cloak of light yellow.
Ah, a customer from the lower districts.
Her voice became more disappointed as she tapped her long, well-manicured fingernail on the countertop. Tristan walked to the counter and placed all his remaining money on it. I needed divination to find some answers. He still had the silver, electrum, and copper in Felicity's extra-dimensional storage, but hopefully 3 gold pieces would be enough. She leaned forward on the countertop.
1 gold piece for a divination. For that, you get everything I experienced during the spell.
She pulled 1 piece from the small stack.
And, if you want me to not tell anyone what we discover, as I am such a gossip once I'm into my cups.
She pulled the 2nd coin into her palm.
If you want to watch what I discover with your own eyes.
She took the last coin from the countertop. Tristan nodded and pulled out the choker. The woman wearing this was murdered. He placed it on the countertop. I need to know everything you can divine about the circumstances of her death, especially who was there. The woman nodded and lifted the countertop's hinged section.
Since you paid for the premium service, please follow me to my divining chamber. Be aware, you paid for a third-order spell. That means we will only see about 10 minutes of the time surrounding the events you describe.
Tristan followed her to the room behind the counter and saw a series of couches arranged in a circle, with a staircase spiraling up in the very back recesses of the chamber. In the center of the circle of couches was a comfortable chair set up before a massive crystal orb. The orb appeared to be fully empty, and the diviner sat down in front of the sphere, gesturing Tristan to a couch. Taking a seat, Tristan leaned forward as she began intoning the spell. Oh, demon's tongue. Interesting. Eyes closed, she incanted a phrase as she clasped her hands over the orb. Her speech was in the language of the demon realm and spoken by the native demonkin heritage.
Reveal to me the events surrounding this object. Show me within this orb a recollection of the past.
She set the choker on the orb, and it went into the crystal sphere, and then floated as if in liquid to the center. The entire sphere surface went opaque white, and Tristan sucked in a slight gasp as he saw his mother sitting in her chair, reading a book. It was as if he were in the ceiling, looking down from above. The diviner said softly,
I can move forward in time from this. We'll stop when we see something noteworthy, and I can slow it down. But we must be quick. This spell is third order and essence intensive.
She placed her right hand on the orb and began to turn it, and Tristan saw the image speed up from its frozen in time status. The wind was blowing in through the open window, and his mother was gently rocking back and forth as she flipped pages. She was talking to herself as she read, a habit she had always had, and hearing her voice made Tristan immediately tear up. Focus, he thought as he wiped the tears away. There was a slight blur of activity, and the diviner slowed down the time until everything was moving in slow motion. Tristan saw a shadow cross the doorway. His mother had not moved. They got inside, and she was the first to die. There's no way she would have just sat there idly while the servants were slaughtered. She was the target. The rest were just cleanup. A figure in dark gray traveler's gear approached silently from behind, and Tristan forced himself to watch as the intruder walked up behind his mother, gripped her forehead with one hand, and cut into her throat with the knife held in the other. Felicity, Tristan whispered, memorize every detail.
Already on it,
she whispered back. Tristan saw his mother bleed out within seconds, and the figure held her still until she stopped moving. As he turned to leave, his cloak flared up slightly from the motion, and Tristan made out the edges of a symbol on black cloth. Stop it there. The diviner did so, and Tristan committed the portion of the symbol to memory. A bronze-colored spike protruding from what looks like the edge of a flower petal. Okay, slowly move it forward, please. The diviner did so, but Tristan was not able to make out any more features of the person. Okay, can you reverse it back to when this assassin first entered the room? Once more the diviner did as she was asked, and Tristan looked at the person, taking in their height compared to the door frame he knew so well, as his mother had measured him using that same frame as he grew up. It was definitely a male assassin, judging from the muscles under the clothing. But everything the assassin wore was nondescript and could be found in any marketplace or clothier. Except that emblem on the clothes And that dagger. He'd never seen a dagger like it before, and as he studied it, the spell fizzled. The diviner sucked in a breath and frowned as she leaned back.
That was a violent end. My condolences. Although, investigating the death of an elf?
Tristan looked at the diviner. The choker? The diviner nodded and leaned forward, rapping her knuckle against the orb. The choker floated up to the surface, as if being hoisted aloft by a small string. Then it emerged from the solid sphere. She picked it up and walked it over to him.
I trust you saw what you needed?
Yes, thank you, he said as he got to his feet. How much would it be to have you divine something from within another divination, like that dagger?
Cannot be done, I am afraid. I need intimate knowledge.
She pointed at the choker.
This counts, since it is from the scene of the crime. If I had the knife, I could tell you about who made it, where it was from, whose hands it was in. But without the item, the spell required to just ask the tapestry of the world's knowledge would be above the 10th order.
She smiled ruefully.
And I do not have the bloodline appropriate to that, nor nearly enough essence capacity.
She tutted.
Tisk. Sorry. Most rabble don't know what all that means. Suffice to say, I can't do that.
It would be expensive, correct?
Oh, very. You'd have to go to my mentor.
She gestured to the shop front.
I can point out his tower, if you'd like. Just make sure you tell him that Frida sent you.
Tristan nodded, and when he got to the front door, he held it open as the woman thanked him, stepped outside, and pointed at a huge, broad-based tower.
That is his divination academy. He teaches classes in the mornings and afternoons, but evenings he has appointments.
Any idea about price? She chuckled.
Lad, you'd better have a whole heap of gold coins for that type of spell.
She went back inside, and Tristan let the door shut. Felicity tapped his chin to get his attention as she whispered,
We got some information at least. Male, a little taller than you, a bit more muscular but with skimpier legs, the unique dagger he used, and some of that flower-like symbol.
Yeah. Let's find a place where I can channel essence without drawing attention. We need money for this higher divination, and these clear cool elixirs, as you called them, those sound like they might be our ticket to that. Chapter 14. Mix, Stir, and Mix More. Tristan left the towers and headed back toward the middle levels of the city. The whole time he was walking, he was spinning his essence crucible, feeling the cool, refreshing breeze inside his chest that comforted him despite the disquiet at learning details surrounding his mother's murder. Every rotation of the essence crucible, every time he spun it, he could almost see small sparkles of icy blue energy cascading with silver in the edges of his vision. Interspersed within were the tiny pops of crimson and gold that had appeared after he drank the dragon blood. I wonder if I use the Drain Dragon spell on a fire dragon, will the color shift be more pronounced? The essence wasn't just flowing through his body, he was pushing it into the ring, preparing to get his plan underway. As soon as he reached a safe location away from any possible discovery, he could transport back to the Fey realm. As long as he was focusing most of his attention on it, he could keep the ring on standby once it was primed. But if he was doing something like fighting, he'd have to infuse it with essence all over again. Felicity was on watch from around his neck. Sometimes she popped behind his head when she spotted someone with elf heritage, even a tiny, tiny trace. After 30 minutes, he found a place that suited his needs, the Raven's Rook, an inn and tavern that was just on the outskirts of a major marketplace, one of several marketplaces throughout the capital. The building was packed, and Tristan pushed his way through the crowd, past the bar, the tables, and the bards singing their merry tunes and playing a rendition of The Demon Went Down to Bant, a fast-paced, violin-focused ditty. At the far end of the common room was a set of stairs and a small desk with a young man seated behind it. "Got any rooms for rent?" Tristan said as he approached. The young man nodded, pulled a ledger from a nook on the wall where several recesses held keys, and flipped the ledger open. "You want to bunk up with strangers or in your own room?" "My own, please." "1 electrum piece per night, paid in advance." Tristan reached into his pocket for his coin pouch, pulled it out, and grimaced. "Right, I didn't get it from Felicity's extra-dimensional space." Almost as if she were reading his mind, her tail swished down, there was a slight warping inside the bag, and the pouch of coins he had taken off the mercenary guard was sitting inside his pouch. Pulling out 3 electrum pieces, he set them down on the counter. The man took the pieces and looked up expectantly at Tristan. "Name for the ledger?" Tristan slipped another 2 electrum pieces onto the counter. "How about you just put down Mr. Smith?" The man scribbled the name down, reached into an alcove, and pulled out a key. Handing it to Tristan, he said, "Upstairs, 5th door on the left." He pocketed the extra electrum. After climbing the stairs, Tristan entered the clean, dimly lit space. A window faced out to a backyard where he could see the outhouses and the small stable. Inside, Tristan saw a single-person bed, a wooden stand holding a pitcher and small basin for water, and a trunk with its key already inserted in the lock, awaiting use. Felicity unwound herself from around his neck and flew up to his head. "Well, back to the Fey realm we go." "Yeah, here we go," Tristan replied as he made sure to lock the door. Then he sat on the bed and activated the ring. The whole world went white, and almost instantaneously he was in the area in front of the Queen's Wood. The evening sky of the Fey realm was a vibrant deep purple that was streaked with lines of pink and green. Stars twinkled in a mesmerizing pattern overhead. Unlike the last time he had departed for the mortal realm, dozens of fairy dragons were flying to and fro. Once they noticed Tristan, they paused, bowed or saluted, and then went about their business. Felicity flew up from his head and clapped her paw claws, speaking in Elvish. "All right, people, get over here." "Up yours," one of the passing fairy dragons shouted. Felicity stuck her tongue out at the passing denizen, pivoted in the air, and faced Tristan with a pouty face. "I should get a little respect since I'm accompanying our mighty leader, but no." Tristan smirked at her over-the-top expression, then cleared his throat and called out in the same tongue, "Hey, everyone, I could use some help." Dozens of fairy dragons dropped what they were doing, flew over, and landed on the ground in front of him, all talking over one another in a discordant choir. "I'm here. What do you need? How can I help?" Tristan raised his hands. "Please, listen to Felicity for a moment." Felicity beamed and looked at the arrayed fairy dragons. "Thank you. Now, Lord Tristan requires clear cool, starberries, and any alchemy equipment we have. Bring it all up to the top boughs." The fairy dragons dashed off in different directions, some into the forest and trees surrounding the enormous main trunk, some to the side of the clearing to pick up earthenware pots that they carried in groups of 2 to 4 over toward the river. "Let's go inside," Felicity said as she beckoned Tristan to follow. "We are going up the tree." "How far up?" Tristan asked as he entered the large, hollow center of the massive edifice. Felicity pointed at the stairs. "To the top boughs." That is a good distance to go up, Tristan thought. He knew his legs would be throbbing by the time he got up there. Easily 300 feet. Surprisingly, the climb up was not as bad as he'd expected. Felicity just flapped in lazy circles around the central spire, and Tristan followed the steps that spiraled around it up into the higher interior space. There were plenty of holes that led out to wide branches, and all through the inside walls were small nests. Those nests were similar to weaver nests, a whole bunch of strands, vines, leaves, and other fluffy-looking plant offal that was bundled into cozy, single-occupant spaces. To his surprise, Tristan wasn't tired at all from the short climb. He was full of energy, and the normal soreness that would have built up in his legs was not present. Must be because of the ambient essence, he thought, somehow keeping me refreshed. The ramp kept spiraling up until he came to what Felicity called the top bough. The tree trunk had, through some magics of ancient times past, grown a large, flat expanse, shrouded from below by branches and leaves that veiled sight of this upper level if viewed from beneath. The trunk continued up, minus the stairs, with a larger canopy that spread out with shimmering white leaves. The surface he was standing on was shaped into 4 platforms, split off the central circular space, and one platform was already occupied by a large spyglass that pointed up to the stars. Tristan felt himself drawn to it, and Felicity flew past him, circling around the weird item. This thing has been here for forever. Kind of pretty. I've never seen a spyglass like this. Oh, it's an astrologer's glass. Really old, when the elves used to study the stars for signs of the future. Tristan walked over and followed where Felicity pointed. A tiny aperture with a glass covering. Wiping it free of some dust, he peered through, and his breath caught in his lungs. He saw swirling colors unlike anything he had ever imagined before. Blues, greens, purples, pinks, all hues of the rainbow and more were dancing in an intertwining display of the cosmos overhead. Felicity grabbed his hand and guided it to an odd wheel. Give this a turn for left to right. She grabbed his other hand and brought it to a lever. This one goes up and down. Tristan messed with the controls, spending an unknown amount of time just taking in the beauty and gorgeousness of the endless expanse. It was mesmerizing, and for however long he spent, he was completely sucked into the sight of the stars above. Endless possibilities seemed to swirl in the infinite expanse, and for that time he had no thoughts, no emotions save wonder. He only pulled away when he noticed his stomach rumbling. How long have I been standing here? He asked. Felicity was curled up on top of the astrologer's glass and seemed to be fast asleep, her little body moving up and down with her breathing. Glancing around, Tristan walked to the edge of the platform and looked over, feeling his stomach tumble as he looked toward the ground. Raising his eyes to look outward, he could see what felt like the whole Fey realm. Despite the darkness of the night, he could see perfectly. Endless forests marched to the horizon, with rivers of clear cool coursing through the landscape. A handful of large trees, similar to the Queen's Wood, dotted the environment. And the more he looked, the more he realized that each quadrant held a different variety of trees. In each quadrant, a single leaf color was intermixed with leaves of green, non-natural colors of yellow, orange, blue, and purple, one color per quadrant. Might the different sections of the Fey realm indicate the 4 elf bloodlines? Different types of trees for the different groups? As far as he could tell, the endless forest expanded onward, save for a hilly region to the west, which was where he had come from the first time he came to the Fey realm. Those hills led up into a large mountain range, and on the top, was another enormous tree.
What's that?
He heard flapping behind him. He turned and waved as the matriarch landed on the platform, her bulk only taking up a quarter of the astrologer's glass-occupied platform.
Lord Tristan, I trust your investigation goes well?
Yes, we have some clues, but I need coin. She smiled slightly.
That explains the supplies on the east platform.
She gestured with her head to a crowd of fairy dragons on the opposite platform, where an alchemy lab was being set up. It looked like the one where his grandfather had taught him basic potion crafting. Or rather, the equipment looked similar enough. Tristan walked over, and the matriarch followed him.
Familiar with alchemy?
The matriarch asked. Yeah, but nothing using imbuement. Just the concepts and principles behind potion crafting. Tristan thanked the fairy dragons with a polite bow, and they returned the gesture. Dominating the setup was a stovetop, but no wood, and as he looked at the front of the device, he saw words in Elvish that slowly shifted until he could read them. Ah, it's an item of artifice. He placed his hands on the panel on the front, spun his essence crucible, and pushed the soothing, cool energy through his arms and into the device. The matriarch lifted an earthenware pot full of clear cool and set it onto the stovetop, which had begun to heat up, glowing a soft cherry red.
Well, for the Fey realm, clear cool is the equivalent of water in the mortal realm. When heated, it will become a liquid instead of a loose jelly. It still maintains its refreshing quality, but in that state, it can be subjected to alchemical solutions.
Felicity said something about clear cool elixirs. We were going to sell them to get the coin needed to divine more information about my mother's killer.
Easy enough. Starberry into the mortar and pestle. Grind it up to a fine paste, adding bits of heated clear cool until you eventually have a smooth blend. Then, you need to use an imbuement spell. Without the spell, it would just be a refreshing and filling beverage. But with the addition of essence, it becomes a fluid that can satisfy all of a creature's food and water needs.
Tristan nodded and followed the instructions, grabbing the largest of the mortars and grinding up the starberries until they were smooth. Taking a large ladle, he slowly added the warmed clear cool, constantly using the pestle to combine the two ingredients. Okay, the spell?
It is called Infuse Elixir.
She had him repeat after her, and as he did so, he made the gesture of dipping his finger down and swirling the solution. Increase the inherent qualities of this solution. Imbue this substance with my power. Bring out the true nature of these ingredients. The slurry thickened and glowed with a cerulean light as his silver and icy blue essence poured from his finger. With each swirl, the spiral expanded throughout the solution. Tristan began to tire and started panting as the essence permeated the whole mixture. Stop, the matriarch instructed. Tristan did so, and the slurry kept the same glow. The matriarch whistled, quite loudly, and Tristan winced. Several fairy dragons swooped in, and she instructed them to bottle the solution. Their paw claws turned into little hands as they set to bottling the clear cool elixir into hollowed-out wooden jars that they capped off with broad leaves tied off with vines to keep them sealed shut.
Excellent job, Lord Tristan,
the matriarch said with pride. What order spell was that? Tristan asked.
First order. You are aware of potions, yes?
Yes, those are herbal remedies, normally liquid. They are good for all sorts of ailments.
Elixirs are a tier above potions because they use essence. The Infuse Elixir spell enables you to take a potion, like that clear cool potion you started with, and empower its effects.
That was really useful. He already knew the recipe for a lot of basic remedies, but being able to amplify the effect was going to mean he could do some potent healing in a pinch, provided he had the ingredients. A twang of guilt raced through him. If he had known this or experimented earlier, he could have maybe saved that girl Stephanie's mother from losing a foot. He needed to be more diligent with studying essence weaving now that he had access to it. "Thank you for the lesson," he said, as he dipped his head to the matriarch.
"My privilege to foster your growth, Lord Tristan."
"Are there higher-order imbuement spells?"
"Oh, there are, but I do not believe your essence channels could handle it. When you are ready, I will teach. Tell me, how does your current essence capacity feel?"
Tristan smiled. The short break had almost fully replenished his reserves, and when he closed his eyes and visualized his essence crucible, he saw a sphere completely full. "I think I'm full up."
"Excellent."
The matriarch looked at the various earthenware bottles.
"How much did you want to sell?"
A few hours passed, and Tristan had set up an assembly line of sorts. Fairy dragons flew in more starberries and clearcool. He made the potion, imbued it with essence using the infuse elixir spell, and then other fairy dragons bottled the elixir. But despite his body not tiring and his essence quickly refilling thanks to the amount of the latent energy in the realm that only he was sucking in, his mind was tiring. He began making sloppy mistakes, and after finishing their 200th jar, he thanked the helpers and asked, "Can you please get a chest or some type of box with padding so I can carry all of these?"
"Affirmative."
"You got it."
"Oh, free samples, right?"
Tristan chuckled. "Sure. I'll only take 50 to sell this time around." He picked up 2, drinking one himself. It had a sweet, minty flavor that soothed its way down his throat. When it hit his stomach, he felt as full as if he had eaten a huge meal. "That'll be handy on the road," he thought. "I wonder if I could change the flavor by adding different ingredients." The idea that he could do more than just basic potions with alchemy excited him greatly. He returned to Felicity, who was still snoozing on the astrologer's glass. She had flipped onto her back and draped herself over the eyeglass. Tristan poked her belly, and she slowly opened her eyes before yawning.
A good nap."
6 hours, Tristan said as he handed her the jar. "Go on, try my first batch." Felicity immediately roused to full attention, flipped over, and chugged the small container.
"Ah, I haven't had that in so long."
"Why not?" Tristan asked. "You've got the gear and ingredients."
"Fairy dragons can't use imbuement or artifice," she replied. "Illusion, enchanting, shape-shifting, we get all of those. But anything else? Just up to whimsy and luck. A few have imbuement thanks to that, but I got lucky with transmutation. But since few other fairy dragons have that spell type, well, I don't know many spells using it."
At that, she deflated slightly.
"If we make enough money off this first batch sale for divination and have some left over, can you buy me something to teach me more spells?"
"Yeah, of course," Tristan said as he began walking to the center of the tree spire. "We'll get a few spell primers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a nap. Mind getting the goods down to the dirt circle?"
"Leave it to me."
Chapter 15. Making Money in the Market. Tristan woke refreshed and met Felicity at the dirt circle. He had her store 50 of the leaf-covered jars inside her extra-dimensional storage space, and then reactivated his ring and sent the 2 of them back to the inn bedroom in the mortal realm. He repeated the disguise form spell and left the inn with Felicity hanging around his neck once more. It was midday, and people were selling foodstuffs out of various carts, along with beverages at very inflated prices.
"Where are we heading?" Felicity asked in the standard tongue. Hopefully someplace I can get up to no good.
Walking into the busy marketplace, Tristan replied in kind, I had a reason for choosing that particular inn. He began scanning for a specific building. Ah, there it is. He pointed out a stone building across the marketplace. A sign hanging over the door bore lettering in very neat standard tongue script. It read, The Pathfinder Company, and underneath it was scrawled the same name in every known language.
What is it?
Felicity whispered as she tucked herself back into the recesses of his burlap hood. Mix of a mercenary company and adventuring outfit, Tristan replied. They have the only magic transit network, and they do not let anyone except their designated pathfinders use it. They're not sworn to a single kingdom. Think of it like a guild for folks who want to go on adventures.
Like your brother, according to Apple Pie Man.
Yes, like Bertram, Tristan said. They always need potions and elixirs. Selling travel supplies in bulk, directly to the organization, is the best way to keep my identity somewhat discreet.
You could just use a different form.
What? Tristan asked, as he stopped in the middle of the crowd a few feet from the door.
Yeah. Duck into that alley toward the outhouses I can smell from here.
Tristan did so, and Felicity whispered in his ear as he walked.
When you use the disguise form spell, you need to visualize what you want to look like. You can change your appearance. Remember, only to sight and only at your current ability.
Tristan got to the outhouses and had to pinch his nose as he walked over to one of them. After kicking the door open and then closing it behind him, he rapidly incanted the spell and repeated the gesture from before. This time, he envisioned himself a citizen of the Greedo Expanse, with deep brown skin and ruffled black hair, a far cry from his actual silver hair and pale skin. Felicity gave him a thumbs up as her paw claw shifted to a human hand, and he left the outhouse with haste. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door to the Pathfinder Company and stepped inside. The scent of heady beer, roasted meat, and spices danced through the air. He could hear dozens of conversations going on in the space, and stepping to the side, he observed the unique emblem that each of the company members wore. An amber gemstone, wrapped in brown and green leaves and twigs, all encased in some type of clear crystal that was then flattened down through essence weaving to easily be worn on clothing. Tristan drew a handful of stares, but he ignored them and walked over to the crowded bar. Standing behind a row of people, he heard Felicity whisper, I can't risk any movement in here. I can smell the elf heritage. There's some of them here. No full-blooded elves like you, though. But I'm not a full-blooded elf, Tristan whispered back. Thankfully, the din of the crowd kept him from being heard.
You are now. Way more than any of these people, for certain.
She kept wriggling around, and he felt her slip into his armor, tickling him slightly as she worked her way around to the front of his torso, popping her head out of the breastplate.
There. Now I can see and dip my head down when needed.
Just watch the claws, Tristan said. I don't want my new small clothes ripped up. A seat at the bar opened up, and Tristan slid into it, flagging down the bartender. Manifest that extra-dimensional storage space when I reach my hand into my cloak pocket. Felicity made an affirmative noise, and Tristan smiled as the barkeep came over, a demi-human half-breed whose animalistic traits took after a boar. She was massive, with broad shoulders, tree trunks for legs, and a close-fitting top that left little to the imagination. Her voice was deep, but most definitely feminine. Just so's you knows, there's fees for non-pathers. Tristan nodded. I actually wanted to see if I could meet with your provisioner. Selling? He reached into his pocket and found to his satisfaction the bottom was not there. Reaching down further than should have been possible, he grabbed one of the earthenware bottles of clear cool elixir, pulled it out, and set it on the counter. "1 vial of that, and you don't have to eat or drink for a day." The barkeep raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "How am I going to know if this is good?" Tristan glanced back behind the bar and spotted a familiar item, something his father had commissioned as soon as he ascended to nobility by marrying his first wife. Well, proper nobility, not the mock nobility of honorifics his grandfather was given. "That looks like an investigator's file. Pour this dose in there, and then you'll see the truth of it." She snatched the vial from the countertop, ripped off the leaf and twine, took a sniff of the substance, which, to Tristan's delight, brought a tiny smile to the corners of her lips. Pouring it into the vial, she walked down to the bar to a stout human with a scraggly beard and short, medium-length hair, who looked to be well into his cups. She said something to him that Tristan could not pick up due to the din in the space, but he saw the slight illumination of essence being infused into an item of artifice. She came back a few seconds later and nodded, pouring the contents into a cup and setting it on the countertop. "This stuff is good," says me friend. "That is why it is valuable," Tristan replied. "I'm sure your provisioner would be interested in a bulk sale with an appropriate discount for taking the lot off my hands." "Wait here," she said, setting her rag down on the bar and then disappearing through a back door leading to the kitchens. A clamor ensued, some shouting, and then angry footsteps. A minute passed, and Tristan glanced around the room. Thankfully, he was not drawing undue attention. He made sure to grab the cup of clear cool elixir. "Just keep a low profile," he thought. Felicity looked down the line of drinks. "Oh, this would be perfect," she whispered up to him. "You could start a raucous brawl in here." "Only if things start to go sideways," Tristan replied. The woman re-entered the bar area, and she gestured to the back room. "He's in the pantry." Tristan nodded and walked through the gap in the bar and into an active kitchen. A hallway led off the far side of the kitchen, and he followed the few dangling signs that designated rooms. Turning into the pantry, he saw a Brockstar. Not a half-breed, but a full-blooded one. The man towered over Tristan, easily double his height, and he was hunched over as he took tallies of various goods in the pantry's upper levels. At the side of the room, a set of stairs extended downward. "Ah, a cold cellar, I believe." The gray-skinned man turned around and said in a gravelly baritone, "You got stock you're interested in bulk selling?" Tristan nodded and held up the glass. "Want a sample? Same cup your man inspected up front." The Brockstar took the cup, which for him only took his index finger and thumb, and took a sniff before sipping it.
"Oh, that is tasty."
Tristan nodded. "I've got 49 more doses. They keep for a good while, and they're easy to transport. I only have these pots with leaf covers, but if you transferred them to metal vials with stoppers, you got yourself food and drink in one easy-to-carry package. One of these, and you don't need to eat or drink for a whole day." The man chuckled.
"Give me a moment, if you please."
He pointed out the door and hooked his hand right.
"Go to the supply office. I'll be there in a moment. I just have to confer with our local drunkard essence weaver."
Tristan exited the pantry and followed the provisioner's instructions, finding his way to a cramped office, but electing to stay standing near the door. The provisioner headed through the kitchen toward the bar and returned a few seconds later. He gestured inside, then paused.
"Oh, well, It is a bit cramped with two. Why don't we sit on the back porch?
He led the way out of the building to where a few chairs were set up overlooking a small herb garden. Tristan took a chair across from the Brockstar.
Only able to make this from Fey Realm ingredients, according to my friend. How'd you come across that?
Tristan put a finger up to his lips. Family secret. Also, Tristan thought, that means if they know about the elixir and where the ingredients come from, must be a divination spell they use to discern the origin. The Brockstar frowned and stood up.
Cut the illusion.
What? How'd he see? Felicity groaned. Your illusion lips aren't exactly on your real lips, dummy. Tristan chided himself mentally. Note to self, next time you do a disguise form spell, make sure that you can imagine the fake form in exactly the same proportions. Well, you got me. I'm not really from the Greedo Expanse.
What are you?
The Brockstar asked as his hand gravitated toward a knife on his hip. A knife the size of Tristan's sword. You know how they treat non-humans and half-breeds in Bant's Holdfast, Tristan said. I'm just hiding my heritage is all.
So you're an elf?
Half-elf, Tristan clarified, still not fully sold on Felicity's insistence that he was a full-blooded elf. Just traveling covertly. Yes, these were freshly brewed last night in the Fey Realm. I still want to sell them in bulk.
Half-elf essence weaver,
the Brockstar said, as he cleared his throat and returned to his seat.
I get it. Bant is not kind to us. Believe me, I know. The only reason they don't mess with me is because they know getting on the Pathfinder's bad side is a rash idea.
He gestured to the jar Tristan had produced.
So let's talk price then. Clear Cool Elixir, from what my barmaid said, does indeed do what you claim. And from the earlier test, I know it's not poisonous or laced with something untoward.
I could try to play off my connections here, Tristan thought. Bertram joined up with them. Maybe this guy's heard of him. No. Focus. Get the money first, then pry for information. I have plenty more. Tristan stood up and reached into his pocket over and over, each time pulling out another vial from Felicity's extra-dimensional storage space. After he had lined up all 49, the Brockstar looking quite confused at the seemingly endless pockets, Tristan sat back down. And there you have them all. The Brockstar reached down, grabbed one, and lifted off the leafy cover.
I can do 1 gold per each dose.
5 per dose, Tristan countered. They aren't perishable as long as they are sealed. And look at the size required for storage purposes. They taste good to boot.
2 gold.
4, Tristan countered.
2 gold.
I really need to make a good chunk from this. 3 gold and 5 electrum apiece.
2 gold and 9 electrum.
3 gold. The Brockstar held out his hand.
I can make room for that.
Tristan took the proffered hand and shook it, spotting the slight overlap where his illusion spell did not actually cover his hand. But even then, he was holding 2 of the man's fingers.
Let's go up to the office, do the paperwork, and I'll get you your money.
The enormous man went inside the building and barked some commands for a few underlings to go fetch the supplies arrayed outside. I can make more, Tristan said as he followed the man upstairs. A good amount.
We'll take this as a test run,
the man replied, as he used an ornate key to open the door to an office, then gestured inside to a seat. Tristan sat down as the man went to a vault behind the desk and spun the dial. He counted out money from various pouches and then sealed them up in a larger pouch, setting it on the desk before grabbing paper, ink, and an ink pen.
A receipt will do for now. If we decide on a more continuous arrangement, then we can consider a full contract and set prices.
He blew on the paper, handed both the paper and the bag to Tristan, then leaned back in the almost too small chair. "Thank you," Tristan said, as he dropped the bag of coins into the extra-dimensional space pocket. 147 gold, 20 electrum, 80 silver, 200 copper, he thought as he totaled his current finances. I hope that's enough to get me a higher order divination. Maybe you can answer a question about someone I know who recently joined.
Perhaps, as long as I'm not divulging information that I should not be.
Bertram Anorax, from that family of dragon slayers. He joined up recently, didn't he?
Possibly. I don't know every new sign-up. Why you want to know?
He's an old friend, Tristan replied as he stood up. Thanks for the business.
If we want more, where can we find you?
Good question, Tristan thought. For now, the Raven's Rook, under the name Mr. Smith.
Well, good to do business, Mr. Smith. Call me Anthony.
Tristan left the building and made his way across the marketplace, heading up toward the towers. Time to get some answers, he muttered. Felicity nodded, and her horns whacked him on the chin. You're doing great, but if we have the chance to cause some mischief... We can't risk it, Tristan replied. Not now. Not when I'm so close to finding out who killed Mother and the servants. Chapter 16. Divination doesn't come cheap. Tristan ducked into an alley and reestablished his human appearance with another use of disguise form. But something was off when he spun his essence crucible. The icy blue was mingling more with the silver, and there were fewer flecks of crimson and gold. When he explained what he was visualizing within his essence crucible, Felicity shook her head, her antlers whacking his jawline lightly each time. No clue why that is. Maybe it's representative of you using enough spells to increase your essence capacity? Some type of visual indicator? Don't you have one? Can't you visualize it? Yes, but mine doesn't change colors. It's just rainbow. That's a bunch of colors, Tristan replied with a slight frown. Well, at least it's stable. Yours doesn't sound like it. You got the blue clashing with the silver, and now the gold and crimson sparks. Seems like a lot going on in there. She tapped his chest with her hind paw claws. Tristan left the safety of the alley and returned to the street. The afternoon had come and gone, and evening was fast approaching as the sun began to set behind him, casting long shadows along the ground. To Tristan's confusion, his shadow was not that of the illusory version of him, but rather his new full-elf appearance. Felicity? Is that a problem? Possibly. Just stick to the shadows to hide it. Tristan made sure to hug the walls as best he could as he entered the Towers district. The shops were relatively busy, and richly appointed nobles were coming and going from the various businesses. Tristan made for the shop he had been pointed to the prior night, an enormous tower that pierced the skies above, with a near crystalline appearance for the opaque exterior. It looked more like a single piece of some ancient gemstone rather than a building, but he found the door easily enough, a metal one with an intricate font that read as The Crystal Spire. Fitting name, Tristan thought as he entered the building. The room in front of him took up the entire first floor of the building, and a spiral staircase ascended up the back wall. The space was furnished with several couches and chairs, and a square podium. A few people were discussing various essence-weaving principles, and did not seem to notice him. Excuse me, he asked, pitching his voice to address the whole room. If I'm looking to get a divination done, who do I talk to? A handful of people looked at him, then returned to their conversation. But a young woman he had not noticed before because of her diminutive height walked over, holding a small pad of paper. Archon Farsight currently has no appointments. Would you like to be penciled in for this evening? Yes, Tristan replied. The young woman adjusted her spectacles, and Tristan saw by the telltale sign of waves in the air that essence was at play. Ah, you are a special case, I see. Do not fret. Archon Farsight is quite understanding of all clientele. In his words, this city is not very enlightened, but it's very profitable. She bowed and gestured to a couch. Please, sit. I'll be back shortly. Tristan sat down and tried to listen in to the various conversations. Most of it was in standard tongue, but he picked up a little bit of demon's tongue, and even the almost barking language of dragon's tongue. That caught his attention, and glancing over, he saw a half-breed whose human side was just barely edging out the draconid side. I guess half-breeds are a bit more accepted among mages, he thought. That did bring some slight relief. The woman returned from the spiral stairs after a few moments. He is willing to see you now, if you would like, but he insists that once you enter the divination chamber, you dismiss your spell. Tristan stood up and nodded. Felicity whispered up to him in Elvish, You really think you can trust these guys? He replied in the same language. No, but those glasses are artifice items, I bet. I would wager that it let her pierce my illusion. He followed the woman up the spiral stairs, and they passed several floors. The second floor was a type of bookshop that was locked up with a slatted gate of metal. The third floor held another podium, but whereas the first floor seemed like a casual lecture hall, this floor was like a classroom of sorts. The woman stopped on the landing of the fourth floor and gestured inside. Please remove your spell, she said. Tristan nodded and stopped the slight spin of his essence crucible, seeing the illusion around his body fade away. The woman sucked in a tiny inhalation of shock, but nodded. Well, just go on in. He opened the door and found a very familiar sight. Just like the other diviner he had visited, this room had a large chair, a couch, and a huge orb. But this orb was not glass. This one was a giant crystal. A human stood up from the chair. He straightened his robes and adjusted his collar slightly, tucking his short brown beard inside the cloth. He walked forward and extended a hand. I'm Matteo Farsight, Archon. Mr. Smith, Tristan replied. The man laughed and released Tristan's hand. No, you're not, but I appreciate you trying to lie. Is that some No, I can just read people well. The man took his seat. I do not fault you for keeping your identity veiled, seeing your heritage. A full-blooded elf. Half-elf, Tristan replied as he sat on the couch and pulled his mother's choker out of the extra-dimensional storage space that Felicity opened in his pocket. He also pulled out the bag of gold coins. But yes, according to an advisor, I'm effectively a full-blooded one. And a rare one at that. Winterbloom, eh? I have not met one of your lineage, but I've heard of it. The oldest and most powerful, from what a past student told me. How do you know I'm a Winterbloom? The hair, the eyes, the skin. You are wise to hide your appearance, but first-order illusion spells are easily seen through by a divination expert of my caliber. I need to find information, Tristan said as he stared at the man. Most do, Matteo replied as he kicked his legs up on the crystal. Well, what do you need to know? Tristan let out a breath before inhaling and explaining the process he had gone through with the other diviner, including detailing the spell and what he saw. Matteo nodded throughout the entire recital, asking a few questions. As Tristan finished, the man was stroking his short beard, his soft green eyes seemingly boring holes into Tristan's own. I can provide a divination to help you identify this symbol in the dagger. But first, it will be 5 gold pieces to determine how powerful a spell I will need to manifest. Then, once I know the appropriate order required, we will discuss the price. I must inquire with the very fabric of reality and communal knowledge to determine how hidden that information is. How does that work exactly? Tristan asked. I know a little bit about divination. You have to have the object or part of the person, like hair or blood. That is for lower-order divination spells, Matteo replied. All of our consciousnesses are connected through the thought realm, a place where physical entities cannot go. All knowledge that has ever been in someone's mind is there, and the older it is, the more powerful the spell required to reach into that collective pool of knowledge. Access is controlled by Logos, the realm protector of that place. He looked up at the ceiling and smiled. That is the gist of it. Tristan was riveted, and Felicity was too, her face intently staring across the crystal at the Archon. That's incredible, she said. I didn't know that. Tristan leaned forward. You said how hidden the information is. That implies that simple thoughts or information can be gathered with a lower-order spell, but if it is complex or well-hidden or kept secret, the order required goes up. The Archon chuckled. You are a smart one. An essence weaver? Starting out, Tristan replied. I just recently formed. I got an essence crucible. Formed. When you consume essence in a large enough quantity, it forms. Well, if you are ever looking for a teacher in the realms of divination... He let the offer linger in the air. I can't, Tristan replied. Heritage restriction. Ah, shame that. Worth asking, as I've only read about Winterbloom and never actually met one in person. I wasn't sure if you followed the same restrictions as your other kin. Well, let's get started, shall we? 5 gold pieces on the tray next to you. Tristan put the gold on the tray, and the coins clattered with little tinks. The man nodded. Right. I will use a first-order spell to determine how well veiled this information is, and what order will be required for the information we seek. This is called divine difficulty. He shifted his speech to that of demon's tongue. Oh, tell me, realm of knowledge and thought, how difficult it will be to probe you for the information I seek. As he incanted the spell, he put his index fingers into the shape of a triangle with his thumbs tucked in, leaving the bottom of the triangle open, and held it in front of his face. Tristan saw a flare of green energy, the same hue as the man's eyes, spark into existence from his temples and through the small aperture his fingers made. Interesting, Archon Farsight said in standard tongue as he released the spell. It will be a 6th-order spell for the symbol's identification, but that dagger is going to be much, much harder. 12th order. 12th? Tristan had never heard of someone using a spell that powerful. That meant the Archon had a bloodline that enabled divination to bypass the restriction placed upon human heritage. Definitely mostly human, but he was past a potent bloodline, especially given how useful divination was. It will cost 120 gold pieces for the dagger, 60 for the symbol. 180 total, Tristan thought with dismay. I can't afford to get information on both in this go-round, unless I negotiate. Could I offer trade instead? It depends on what you have to trade. Well, back at my home base, I have clear cool elixirs. Do you know what they do? The Archon shook his head, and Tristan quickly explained, ending with, wouldn't it be handy to only have to drink a small vial every day for your food and drink needs? More time to study? To teach? The Archon smiled. You have an excellent point. Well, what is the going market rate for these? 3 gold, Tristan replied. If you give me 2 hours, I'll get you a whole bunch. Enough for the divination. The Archon shook his head. What's your current stock? Around 150, Tristan replied. The man leaned forward. How about this? He said. You mentioned you were a fledgling essence weaver, yes? If you'll provide me your whole stock, I'll perform both divinations and put together a bundle of primers for you, for any spell types you have access to. First order primers. Normally, those run you 20 gold apiece. It sounds like a good offer, Felicity said. We should take it. Tristan nodded, stood up, and cast his disguise form spell, taking on the appearance he had used at the Pathfinder Company. I agree to your terms. Let me go get the elixirs, and I'll be back in no more than 2 hours. The Archon stood up as well and went to the door. I will prepare the spell primer bundle. Tell me, what are the spell types you are not restricted from? Illusion, flora, imbuement, artifice, enchantment, fortune, and ice elementalism. Also, transmutation for a friend of mine. The Archon smiled. Easy enough, except for fortune. I've heard of that spell type, but never met someone who could use it. 2 hours is plenty of time. I'll send my assistant out shopping. I look forward to this divination, unveiling secrets, and this clear, cool elixir of yours. Tristan thanked the man, then the female attendant as he left and made haste for the market quarter. Keeping to the sides of the road and the relative safety of the building's shadows, he arrived at the inn, only to find it packed. Making his way through the crowd, he was stopped by the man who had given him his room key. Mr. Smith, you have had a lot of callers from the Pathfinder Company. He handed a pile of slips of paper to Tristan. As soon as the papers were handed over, Tristan was swarmed by people with Pathfinder emblems. Well, crap. I guess the name and me being handed the papers was enough correlation. I want your whole stock. My group is going to save a whole territory. Be charitable. Triple, no quadruple the price you're selling. Tristan was able to escape upstairs, enter his room, and shut the door behind him. Felicity extricated herself from his armor and flapped a bit as she stretched. How's it feel to be popular? Tristan ignored the clamoring noises from downstairs, instead focusing on spinning his essence crucible and forcing essence into the ring. To his pleasant surprise, when he visualized the sphere rotating in his chest, the silver and icy blue seemed to be merged, with the occasional crimson and gold sparks. He took in deep, calming breaths and jumped when someone slammed on his window. Wrenching his gaze up, he saw a human dressed in dark, black leathers who gave him a little wave. Give me your stash, or I'm going to break in and I'll take it. Tristan shook his head and went back to concentrating as best he could. Just go away, he thought. Felicity flew over to the window, and her face shapeshifted into that of a fierce gold dragon from the elemental realm of fire. She dropped the invisibility spell, and to the man outside the window's perspective, an enormous, gaping maw with razor-sharp teeth appeared. He screamed in fright and tumbled backward onto the street. Felicity unshifted, giggled, and then flew to sit on the bed behind Tristan.
Okay, that was funny.
Chapter 17. An Assassin's Ambush. Tristan got enough essence into the ring to activate it, and with a white flash, he was back in the Fey realm. Getting some of the fairy dragon's attention, he requested their assistance in moving the rest of the Clear Cool elixir into Felicity's storage space. 140 doses, as a few of the fairy dragons had shared a handful of them. Can you gather a whole bunch of starberries in Clear Cool? I want to make a whole bunch when I return, Tristan asked in Elvish.
Yeah, sure. Do you want us to get everything ready?
Yes, please. Mash the starberries and get everything ready for me to do the imbuement. He received various affirmations and confirmations, and when Felicity was wrapped around his neck once more, he reactivated the ring and in a flash of white reappeared in his room. How's my illusory form? He asked Felicity.
Fine. It's holding up, but you will be spotted by your adoring public, and it will be tricky getting around.
Can I turn invisible like you? Felicity giggled.
No one can turn invisible like fairy dragons. Ours is an innate ability like a spell. It's why elves, half-breeds with elf blood, and other fairy dragons can see through it. On the other hand, invisibility based on a spell cannot be seen through due to the nature of the viewer.
What order is a basic invisibility spell?
Second. But you could do a camouflage spell instead, one that is first order.
Tristan's mind buzzed with excitement at the prospect of learning a new spell. All right, what does it do? She tapped his chin.
Makes you blend in, you dingus. Camouflage only works if you're near a solid surface about your size to blend in with. Can't use it in the middle of a city square without being spotted. And if someone really looks close, they'll see your outline.
Teach me, Tristan said, already spinning up his essence crucible in preparation for casting this new spell.
Right, so it's called Blended Body.
She turned her paw claws into hands and held them in front of Tristan. She touched her index finger and thumb on one hand, the ring finger to the same thumb, the middle finger held up aloft, and the pinky finger curled into the base of the palm.
It's a one-handed gesture.
She cleared her throat briefly before beginning the phrase.
Manifest a shroud around my form that will blend me into the surroundings.
She did not vanish as he expected. I can still see you.
I did not use essence, she replied tersely. You have to use essence to activate a spell. How do you think essence weavers practice? Not by casting the spell over and over. They practice the phrase and gesture. Duh.
Tristan nodded and took a deep breath. He focused on spinning his essence crucible, and as it turned inside his chest, he felt the calming, cool essence spread through his body to the tips of his fingers and toes. It felt as if every hair was standing on end, and a sort of electricity sparked through his body. He repeated the spell phrase and gesture. Before his eyes, his body turned transparent. He could see the ground beneath him and could see the very faint outline of his hands. That is so cool. Felicity giggled.
Yep. Also affects everything you're carrying. Technically, I'm not affected, but since it applies to your outermost layer, I just have to keep most of me tucked inside the armor.
She wiggled her head down, and Tristan could feel her antlers scrape against his torso. Mind shape-shifting to something softer? Tristan asked.
Nope,
she said in a slightly muffled voice. He felt her paw claws dig into his abdomen, and he grimaced. "Not very comfortable," he grumbled.
"Just give me a few seconds. Gosh, so impatient."
She eventually worked her way up the back of his armor and popped her head out next to his ear.
"There, better. And I'm in your hood, but can pop back inside the armor for protection."
"You're treating me like a turtle shell."
"Yeah. Now go on. Get to the Archon."
Tristan exited the room and locked the door behind him. He was able to make it down the stairs and into the main room of the inn without being seen. Someone had apparently started up a brawl, as there were remnants of shattered chairs, benches, tables, and alcohol-filled vessels smashed upon the ground. He delicately stepped around the wreckage and the dazed and injured combatants.
"Looks like the Pathfinder's got a little rowdy,"
Felicity said softly in his ear. "No kidding. All of this for what?"
"For your product. From what we saw earlier, it must be a hot commodity. I bet they got into an argument over who was there first, who would get first dibs, etc."
"I should find an alchemist to use as a storefront," he thought. "Let them sell the product and just give me the money on the side. Or keep wholesaling to the Pathfinders." As Tristan made his way back to the towers, he made sure to hug the walls. He saw, to his slight dismay, he still cast a shadow. "Do higher order illusion spells remove shadows?"
"Yes, they can," Felicity replied. "But no one looks down unless they want to have their coin purse stolen."
They made it back to the crystal spire quickly and got inside without issue. Tristan dropped the essence flow to the spell and had to lean against the wall and catch his breath. The apprentice was sitting in the lower chamber on a couch, putting a variety of books into an open travel trunk that would fit several outfits for a journey to or from the countryside. But she was alone.
"Oh, you returned, Mr. Smith. You are lucky no other patrons are here."
Tristan glanced down and saw, to his dismay, that he had somehow deactivated both illusion spells affecting him. "Thank you for the warning," he said softly. "Is anyone else here?"
"Just the Archon upstairs. Your agreed-upon trade items are here. Several primers for various spell types. Do you have the items to trade?"
Tristan nodded and went over to a small waist-high table. He began pulling out the vials until he had produced all 140. "That, times 3 gold apiece, comes out to 420 gold pieces. Should more than cover the primers and both divinations I seek." She grabbed one of the vials and handed it to him.
"Take it up to the Archon."
She glanced at his shoddy cloak of burlap.
"And if you can fit the entire case of primers into your pocket, you can take it now if you like. Or I can keep it down here until your business upstairs is concluded."
Felicity popped her arm out of Tristan's armor, and she waved the paw claw in front of his face. He could see a shimmering black space open next to him, filled with rainbow sparkles. The woman attendant let out a gasp.
"Go ahead and put it in,"
Felicity instructed. Tristan grabbed the trunk of books and put it into the extra-dimensional storage space. Felicity pulled her hand back, and it closed. "Thank you."
No problem,"
the assistant replied shakily as she stood aside and gestured with a trembling hand to the staircase. Tristan began his ascent. Why was she so scared? Tristan asked Felicity.
"She saw me. Those glasses are quite a neat item of artifice,"
Felicity replied with a grin.
"I'm a fierce dragon."
She poked the side of his head.
"You should be afraid of me. Go ahead, show me some fear."
Tristan laughed and shook his head. "Oh, I fear you." He made sure to lace the words with as much sarcasm as possible. She flicked his ear. "Ouch," Tristan muttered as he massaged the now tingling ear.
Don't forget who has the razor-sharp claws and easy access to your tender flesh. Tristan sighed as he reached the door and knocked on it. Not hearing anything, he slowly opened it. His breath caught in his throat as he looked at a truly gory sight. The Archon's throat had been sliced open. The blood had just begun to soak into the robes. And at the far end of the chamber, standing at an open window, was a figure dressed in dark leathers, just like the figure who had killed his mother. The person looked back and drew a dagger that looked similar to the one Tristan had seen in his vision, but it was different in design, a longer, more practical blade with the same gold filigree. "Mongrel!" he growled, dashing across the room. Tristan barely had time to pull his sword to deflect the stabbing strike that went right for where the armor had a tiny gap around the neck for movement. Kicking out with his armored leg, he caught the assassin in the gut and forced him back. The black-cloaked figure tried to stab into the knee joint, but missed his mark, and the blade went skidding off the plate. Tristan unleashed a vicious horizontal chop that caught the assassin on the wrist, but the strike was dulled by a vambrace. The assassin spun with the momentum of the blow, performing a vicious rotating kick that caught Tristan in the temple and sent him reeling. He followed up with a stab down that would have gone into Tristan's artery, but a scale-covered, draconic claw got in the way. Then Felicity uncoiled herself from the armor, and with a "Hee-yah!" she launched her invisible form at the assassin, flying at his face. Using her 4 paw claws, she latched onto the top of his hood and used her rear ones to tear down at his eyes. The assassin screamed out, reached up, grabbed the invisible Felicity, and threw her off. She had not succeeded in blinding the assassin, but her attack bought Tristan enough time to recover and rush forward, plowing his shoulder into the slimmer, unarmored figure. He kept pushing until the assassin crashed into the wall, the assailant's breath exploding from his lungs. Tristan used the off-balance moment to slam the pommel of his sword into the assassin's face, and then pinned the dagger arm under his own arm. He felt an inferno of hatred ignite in his chest. Hatred for this man's allies who had killed his mother, who had torn away one of the 2 important people in his life, drove Tristan to a frenzy. For the first time in his life, he truly despised someone and wanted to make them suffer to the utmost degree. Holding the assassin still by applying pressure to the torso with his body and pulling the arm away, Tristan was able to mash the man's face to a bloody pulp with his fist before he felt the man's arm go limp. Reaching his hand down that arm, he grabbed the knife, pulled it away, and the assassin fell face first to the floor. Huffing and puffing, Tristan stepped away from the now deceased assassin. The body turned to ash and dissolved, leaving behind the clothing. Tristan knelt and flipped the clothing over and saw the symbol that had been hidden before, a rose that was bleeding, locked inside a circle of bronze with thorns that dripped the same ichor. Hearing a scream from behind him, he looked over his shoulder and saw the assistant's horrified face. "He was an assassin," Tristan tried to explain, but the woman had run off, screaming for guards. "Damn it!" Tristan shouted as he looked to Felicity, who flapped over. "Quick, extra-dimensional space, now!" She complied, and Tristan tossed in the clothing and the knife. "Into the armor, quick!" She complied once more, and he looked over at the Archon's corpse. "I'm so sorry," he thought. "I never thought that you would get caught up in my mess." At the same instant, Tristan thought of the other diviner. Have they killed her too? He dashed for the stairs and quickly cast disguise form, focusing on and visualizing the form of the Archon in his robes. The illusion quickly manifested, and he got to the lowest level of the tower, out the door,
and partway down the road before he heard the booted feet of guards. Glancing back, he saw them enter the tower. Tristan ducked into an alley and recast disguise form, resuming his darker-skinned appearance from the Pathfinder visit, but this time he made sure to envision the proportions being perfectly layered onto his body. Felicity made a whimpering noise, and her voice was subdued and filled with sorrow.
I'm sorry. We just blew our chance.
Tristan shook his head. It's okay, he muttered, but on the inside he was torn. I have to see if that woman diviner is okay. He turned back to the now crowded section of the city he had just fled from and saw several groups of guards questioning people on the street. I can't risk getting caught, he thought. I don't know who all is involved in this. One thing that brought him comfort, however, was that these were not the Black Company. These were Bant's holdfast soldiers. Felicity, we still have the King's Rod and that spare fairy dragon corpse, yes?
Mm-hmm. But he's getting a bit rotten in there.
Tristan kept walking away from the towers and made sure he was heading to a district across town, the Meadows, so named for the open parks and areas for recreation surrounded by middle-class houses. I can't use this disguise, he muttered. This form was seen going into the Diviner's Tower. It's too risky to keep using it. Felicity frowned.
That's not good.
No, it's not. Tristan redoubled his walking speed, muttering the disguise form spell once more as he switched his illusory appearance to that of the olive-skinned people of the Sapphire Coast, complete with curly black hair and a matching beard of medium length.
I don't like that. Beards are icky.
Got to have a new disguise, Tristan replied. Okay, let's think this through in their shoes. I'm a soldier. I get called to the scene of a murder with the suspect present, because that's what they'll think, given the assistant's report. She'll also tell them that a pale elf is in the city with a fairy dragon, with the disguise that I was using. Felicity nodded and continued the line of thought.
We get to play detective. Okay, got it. They'll follow your path to the other diviner, who may or may not be dead as well, and eventually track you back to that inn you were staying at. They'll have Mr. Smith on the books. Asking around, they'll talk to Pathfinders and learn that someone else named Mr. Smith sold Clear Cool Elixir to their organization, who asked about Bertram Anaurochs.
And that will lead them to either hunt down Bertram for questioning, hopefully he's far away in another region, and seeing that lead will take too long, they'll follow that name to the manor house. Since they're not part of the Black Company, they will investigate the corpses in the manor, talk to Mr. Perry, and find out that I came back home. Felicity sighed.
They'll learn you're back.
Yeah, Tristan replied softly as he stopped at another main boulevard. If I were a betting man, I'd say my mother and I were the targets of these assassins. I must find out who is behind them. Felicity tapped his head.
It'll be okay. We'll figure it out.
I need to get ahead of this. And there's an easy way to do that. He looked up to Highreach. I need to report to the king. Chapter 18. Monarch's Prerogative.
Are you insane?
Felicity shouted, so loudly it made his ears ring. No, I'm not, Tristan replied as he began the ascent to Highreach. The events at the towers are going to take some time to filter their way up to the higher-ranked nobility. I will return the king's scepter, show him the corpse of the fairy dragon, and explain the situation. Once I show him the assassin's clothes and dagger, he can call up another diviner to clear me of the crime.
That sounds kind of smart. But I don't want to risk being seen, so let's do this. Duck into an alley.
Tristan did so, and Felicity extricated herself from his armor. "Now what?" he asked.
"Take off that crappy cloak."
She opened her extra-dimensional storage space while Tristan did so, and she put the clothes, the dagger, the fairy dragon corpse, which had begun to smell like rotten meat, all inside of the burlap cloak. Wrapping it up, she handed it to him.
"There. Now, give me all your valuables to put into my storage space."
"Why?"
"Just in case. Worst case scenario, they arrest you, put you in the dungeons, and I come to break you out. You don't want your family's armor and weapon to be confiscated, do you?"
"No, I suppose that's true." Tristan divested himself of his armor, his weapon, everything except the burlap bundle and his family's crest of nobility. Felicity sealed it all inside the extra-dimensional storage space.
"Right. I'll stay up high and keep tabs on you from above, through windows, and be super secret and sneaky. You do your thing, and if your plan bites you in the ass like I think it will, then I'll bust you out of prison."
Tristan set the bundle down, reached out, and hugged Felicity. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Thank you."
"Don't thank me yet. Now come on, get moving. You gotta get ahead of this murder news."
Felicity took off, soaring up high into the sky. Tristan grabbed the bundle, made sure to hang his family crest on the outside of his jerkin, and repeated his disguise form spell once more, taking on the appearance he had before chasing Felicity into the Fey realm, his half-breed heritage on full display. When he stepped out of the alley, this earned him some looks of disgust from the surrounding citizenry, but either due to the bundle he carried and the accompanying stench, or his symbol of nobility, none approached him. He got to the edge of Highreach, where an inner wall blocked the way to the higher reaches of the hill city. Here he was stopped by guards. But, holding up his family crest, he simply stated, "I am Tristan Anarox. The king sent me to slay a fairy dragon who stole his scepter." He pulled out the scepter, and the guards let him pass, with an escort. They made their way through the noble district, receiving various looks of apprehension and revulsion. And this time he knew for sure it was not because of the smell, but because of his half-breed traits revealed by his current disguised form. The Black Spire, an enormous citadel, dominated this noble district. The huge building was Gothic and dark, with intimidating spikes and awe-inspiring sweeping supports that made it appear as if the whole edifice was an enormous winged creature from the demon realm where the first king had come from. Ironic, he thought, that the current king is distantly related to Demonkin himself, just so far removed that his traits don't manifest. That was one foible of the people around him that Tristan could not stand. Every person there was half-breed in some capacity, far, far down their lineage. They just never had the other traits manifest, and so they were treated as human. The same went for most essence weavers who were human. Their other heritage was so far removed that it practically did not exist. But the irony was that Tristan was discriminated against despite being non-human like many of those surrounding him, except that in him, the traits were expressed. He was led up the main stairs into the central corridor and handed off to the king's guard, who were wearing bright, gold leaf-encrusted armor with crimson inscriptions. They led him toward the audience chamber, and Tristan straightened his clothing, feeling slightly naked without his armor, before putting on a neutral expression. The master of ceremonies tapped his staff on the ground.
"The third child of Fox Anarox, Tristan Anarox, has returned from his multi-year quest. Your Highness, he has the scepter you charged him with retrieving."
Tristan took the cue to enter the chamber. The throne room was not heavily occupied, which made sense, as this was late into the evening. King Aaronclex VIII, a man of 28 years of age, was sitting on his throne. His build was slim but wiry, his black hair hanging at a medium length, held back by the crown of black metal upon his head. The crown was studded with rubies, and those colored gems matched his eyes, red upon black. The king stood up and gestured for Tristan to approach. Tristan did so, coming to a specific point 40 feet away, as far as a minor noble should approach, and knelt. "My king, I, Tristan Anarox, of the Anarox Minor House, have completed the quest you set for me." He put the bundle down, pulled out the very slimy fairy dragon corpse, and then rewrapped the bundle before getting to his feet with the scepter in hand. "Here is the proof. I apologize for the state of the corpse. As you well know, this quest took me 2 long years. But finally, I tracked down the tricky creature and have recovered what is rightfully yours." The monarch gestured for Tristan to approach, and he did so. The monarch descended the dais, and his guards began to move forward, but he waved them away.
"Tristan Anarox, where is your armor, dear boy?"
"I had to part ways with it," Tristan replied. "The same with my ancestral blade. Anything to complete the quest you laid before me, my liege." Tristan bowed at the waist. Aaron Kleck smiled, and with a clap of his hand said,
"Stand up."
Tristan did so, and the monarch extended a hand.
"I thank you for your service."
Placing the scepter across his open palms, Tristan offered it to his king, and the monarch accepted it, rotating it in his grip before setting the pointed end on the ground and gripping the curved top.
"I know the journey was long, but a fairy dragon taking 2 years to hunt down? Well, that is just not very reflective of good training, is it?"
The small army of nobles who were present snickered and sneered, but Tristan shrugged off the looks and reactions. "The creatures can turn invisible and change into different forms, Your Highness. I am lucky it only took me 2 years to track it down and slay it." The monarch gestured for Tristan to kneel and held out the scepter as he did so.
"Tristan Anarox, for your service to the kingdom and the revenge you exacted on the creature that humiliated us, we thank you. Your family already are counted as minor nobility, so I have no reward to give befitting your station. A knighthood would not be appropriate."
Tristan kept his head bowed and nodded. "My liege, you should know that my mother—"
"The elf?"
Tristan gulped and nodded. "She was slain by assassins, as was every person at the Anarox estate outside of Bant's Holdfast." This elicited some gasps and chatter from the arrayed nobles, but Tristan pressed on despite the tears he felt building up as he relived the memories, if only for a brief moment, of his discovery of the manor's inhabitants. "I entered the city covertly, as I feared for my life, and visited a diviner of renown to help identify the culprit. But one of those same assassins came upon the 2 of us, slaying him and attempting to take my life." A slight subversion of the truth, Tristan thought, but necessary. I bet the assassin was tracking me, and the diviner posed a threat. Tristan unfurled the burlap cloak and revealed the leathers, cloak, and dagger. "These were the property of the assassin, my liege. I beseech you, have your court archon, the famous Grimtone, examine these with divination to see the truth of my statements." The king returned to his throne and gestured to a man wearing fancy dress robes with silver and crimson inlay.
"Archon, would you be so kind?"
Grimtone, a middle-aged human with salt and pepper hair, a short, well-trimmed mustache, and heterochromia, one eye black and red, the other gold and blue, walked forward. He picked up the items while Tristan remained kneeling, and he returned to the dais. Tristan tried to hear what he was incanting, but the spell was in a language he was unfamiliar with. Heaven's voice. Right, because he's angel blood and demonkin. The Archon intoned a spell phrase in a weird language, his voice ethereal and otherworldly, as it seemed to ripple through the air and gurgle with the churning of a small stream. His eyes glazed over a frost white, and he turned to the monarch and nodded.
Tristan Anarox is not guilty of any crimes, my liege, save for running from the scene of a murder. But, given the situation, I do not see any other choice. He acted wisely with the information he had.
The Archon's eyes kept their glazed-over appearance, and he looked at the monarch with confusion and concern.
My liege, I can only see that 10 minutes or so of the user's life, even though I used a spell of the 8th order. This result should not be possible, which means that whoever these assassins are, they are virtually unknown to anyone.
The monarch tented his hands and gestured for Tristan to stand and approach, holding up his palm as the young man reached the foot of the dais. Tristan Anarox, I hereby... The far doors slammed open, and members of soldiery entered. They bowed, and one approached.
My liege, you have an assassin in front of you.
The king waved him away. Hold on, you. He leaned over to the Archon, and Tristan, thanks to his improved hearing and proximity, could hear the exchange between them.
The young noble is not lying, my liege, about the death of the diviner that this soldier is here to report,
Grimtome whispered. And how, Grimtome, do you know of a murder that surely happened mere hours ago? The king asked. The Archon frowned.
The dagger showed the murder, my lord. This Tristan slew the assassin. It makes sense that Tristan here was trying to solve his mother's murder and went right to the most effective means to do so. You know how nobles are, always going to diviners to solve the smallest of issues.
Yes, do go on.
Clear Tristan's name,
Grimtome said, as he eyed Tristan with a sidelong glance.
He is blameless in this. Wrong place, wrong time.
The king nodded and sat up straighter. Soldiers, you are dismissed. I, King Aaronclex VIII, do declare that Tristan Anarox is blameless in any crimes related to the towers in the past day. Furthermore, we reward him for completion of the quest I sent him out upon 2 years ago. The king beckoned Tristan forward, up onto the dais, which was not normal. Young Anarox, I would ask that you accept my invitation to stay here in the Citadel as my honored guest. He turned to the Archon and whispered to him, Make sure you talk to him right after he bathes.
Of course, my liege.
Tristan bowed deeply. I am humbled by the offer, my king. I accept your royal hospitality. As Tristan was led away from the throne room, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He got some dirty looks from the soldiers who had lingered in the hallway, but soon enough they cleared out to return to their duties. Tristan was led through to the guest quarters and provided 2 servants to tend to his needs. He was shown to a luxurious bathing room, and he made sure to open the window after he ensured the door was locked. Then he took off his clothing, let the disguise form spell fade, and sank into the warm waters. He was surprised a bit, as the steaming hot liquid felt lukewarm. Must be that fire dragon blood. Felicity flew in through the window and perched on the edge of the tub, lazily dragging her tail through the water. Color me surprised, she said, as her scales and fur shifted to a bright, almost eye-piercing yellow, and then shifted back a second later.
He did not imprison you.
Yes, but his Archon is going to come talk to me after this bath. He was the only Essence Weaver present that I know of, so for all I know, he saw through my illusion perfectly. Felicity nodded and jumped into the bath, swimming around with little doggy paddle type strokes.
Well, I'll just stay hidden. And don't forget to redo your disguise with the new clothing you'll be wearing.
Good point, Tristan replied as he looked at the pile of clothes on the floor. Well, don't let me hold you back. Go ahead, do your mischief. Just don't get caught. But get spotted. Felicity paused her movement in the water, sinking slightly before getting out of the tub and shaking herself dry. Her rainbow-hued eyes stared into his.
Why?
3 reasons, Tristan said as he held up his index finger. First, I know you've been craving some mischief. He lifted a second finger. Second, you have been very patient with me, keeping you on a leash, as it were, and not causing chaos. You deserve a little treat. He raised a third finger. And third, if you do get spotted, then I might be sent on another fairy dragon hunt, which could certainly happen since grandfather and father are out hunting dragons, and my half-siblings are both otherwise engaged. In that case, I would not have any responsibilities of nobility thrust upon me.
Oh, and because you already established in that courtroom that finding me would be really difficult. I can read lips, by the way, and was looking in the windows.
Precisely, Tristan replied. It gives me carte blanche to go anywhere to hunt you down, he said with air quotes. I won't have any responsibilities as a noble, but all the privileges my rank gives me. And if I get questioned about how long it is taking, I can point to the fact that it took me 2 years to hunt down a fairy dragon the last time.
Okay, I'm going to head out then. Time to steal some stuff and dump a chamber pot on the king's head.
Not that, Tristan said rapidly. No, don't do anything to the king. Please.
Oh, all right. I'll just steal something from the royal treasury then.
Tristan's face froze for a moment in shock. What?
Oh, yeah. I've been in it twice before. Lots of fancy stuff. Mostly artwork, which is boring.
Well, okay, I guess. Tristan didn't know how to feel about his partner stealing objects of value. But if they were just taking up space in a vault, especially if it was something small, just make sure it's small stuff that can easily be overlooked.
Right.
She flapped her wings and flew out the window. Tristan sank down into the tub and sighed as he let his head dip under the water. Chapter 19. A Conversation with an Archon. Tristan got out of the tub once the water became cool, which did not really bother him, thanks to his lineage. It felt tepid, despite surely being much colder. After drying off, he put on the loose pants and shirt left alongside the towel, before repeating his disguise form spell to reestablish his half-elf appearance. Leaving the bathing room, he nodded to the 2 servants. One of them opened the door and departed. The other, a young woman wearing a perfectly maintained black and crimson slip of a dress, bowed at the waist.
Lord Anorax, would you like food or drink?
I am sated, thank you, Tristan replied. And he was not hungry or thirsty in the slightest, as his morning dose of clear cool elixir had fully satisfied those needs. I know Archon Grimtome wished to speak to me.
My compatriot has gone to get it.
The door opened and the Archon strode into the room. Servants, out. The woman bowed and hurried out, shutting the door. Grimtome looked Tristan up and down. Tristan Anorax,
We have items to discuss.
Tristan sat on one of the sumptuous couches, gesturing to the one opposite.
Yes, we do.
Grimtome seated himself and produced a long wooden pipe from his pocket, then poured some wood chips into the end and used a small twig from the firewood stack next to the fireplace to light it. Taking in a puff, he looked at Tristan.
First, condolences about your mother. The king had me verify your claims, and the Black Company stationed at your family estate were reprimanded for their lack of ability to guard the place.
Why were they there in the first place? Tristan asked. My father had mercenary friends. Grimtome waved that question away as he did the smoke slowly billowing up.
Fox and Hervin are off hunting dragons pestering the farthest reaches of the kingdom. I checked with our keeper of records. Your father hired the Black Company to guard the estate. They were not involved with the assassination of your mother, or the servants. Speaking of, though, where is your mother's corpse?
I buried her, Tristan whispered, ignoring the fact that the Archon had used his father and grandfather's names, respectively, in a familiar manner. Grimtome nodded.
I do not blame you, and I hail you for your caution. How old are you?
18 years of age, Tristan said as he found his voice again.
Young indeed, but wise. I am 57, and I doubt I would have had your foresight at your years. I commend you, indeed.
He took another puff and offered the smokable to Tristan, which he declined.
Assassins are never good news. They were after your mother, quite obviously, and they murdered the servants either to get them out of the way or to send a message. After seeing your fight with the assassin, I believe they were after you as well. Archon Mateo Farsight was, sadly, a casualty that seemed to have been collateral damage, as the military tacticians call it.
Tristan could tell the man was holding something back, but did not press. Instead, Tristan nodded and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I was unable to learn much about the assassins, sadly. The Archon mumbled as he puffed his pipe. Tristan tented his hands. Someone also cleared out the family vault. I know from a neighbor I spoke to, Mr. Perry, that my family effectively vacated the estate in favor of the townhouse in Highreach. Only my mother and the servants remained behind. Grimtome sat back on the couch and stared hard at Tristan, blowing a smoke ring toward him that he waved away.
Drop the illusion.
Beg your pardon?
The smoke ring. It passed through your hand. Just slightly. Enough for me to tell something is off. Who are you, really?
Well, no point in hiding it. Tristan let the illusion fade. I am Tristan Anarox.
Good, the Archon said. Happy you told the truth. I used a spell before coming in here, and I will be alerted to any lies.
He tilted his head as he studied Tristan.
I recall seeing you at court before, though, and your illusory guise was how you used to appear. How are you a full elf?
Do you want the long story or the short one?
The long one, please. We have time.
Tristan made sure to choose his words carefully, since Grimtome had shown his hand regarding some type of lie-detecting spell. I chased a fairy dragon across the kingdom. When I finally got her inside a cage, she transported herself to the Fey realm. I went along with her, I assumed since I was close by. Once I got there, I was infused with the realm's latent essence.
Ah, it formed an essence crucible.
Right.
So I went looking for answers and found a big tree. There were carvings and inscriptions. Elves originated in the Fey realm.
I had heard stories of that.
Right. Well, I found a way to get back and brought a fairy dragon corpse with me. I promise I'm still a half-elf, but my elven side is so pronounced.
You might as well be a full one, or practically are, to be more precise. May as well embrace it. You're a full-blooded elf, for which I am truly sorry, given the locale.
Grimtome tapped more wood chips into his pipe.
Well, lucky for you, I am not as anti-non-human as many others here.
He took another puff from the pipe. So, what now? Tristan asked. Grimtome leaned forward and sighed as he put a palm on his forehead.
Keep your disguise active whilst in the capital. If someone claims to see through it, simply get away from the situation.
He looked up, and his mismatched eyes seemed to glimmer with knowledge of some large, grand situation unfolding.
Be careful as well. It is in the Crown's best interest to ensure that its nobles are not assassinated. Your mother, despite being a full-blooded elf and looked down upon by many in this city, was still married into a noble house. And your family name, whilst small and not long-lived, is prominent.
He lowered his voice as he looked into the fire.
Especially with more dragons showing up.
I heard about a few.
2, and your family is already addressing it with some soldiers. Your family and their unique training have proven a boon.
He turned to Tristan.
I know that the Crown sent you on a seemingly petty quest, chasing down a fairy dragon, and for that I apologize. You know how it is with half-breeds.
I do, Tristan replied tersely as he stared into the flames. He imagined his father's face in the flames, the man smugly telling Tristan of his mission to go on what many considered a chase that would be fruitless, given that no fairy dragon had ever been hunted successfully from all the records examined. The Archon continued.
I would ask that you continue your investigation into these assassins and who hired them. Having nobles die under the Crown's watch is never good.
I had some leads.
Allow me to guess. The culprits are your direct family. It could be your father, as divorce would disgrace him, and your grandfather would never allow that. By all reports, he is as honorable and noble as they come. Hence, your father may have hired assassins to slay his wife, so he could marry a human.
This Archon is very smart, Tristan thought, and I bet he knows a lot about all the nobles, high or low rank.
The half-brother I doubt as the responsible party. He up and vanished last I heard, after some quarrel with Fox.
Tristan replied, Bertram joined the Pathfinders.
Well, I cannot fault the young man for going out to make his mark on the world. Which leads us to your grandfather. He is full of honor. I doubt it was him.
He was like a father to me, once my mother's side manifested. Grimtome looked at Tristan, his sharp, piercing eyes seeming to bore a hole into his soul.
The half-sister. She does have standing to gain if all the family, save her, dies. If your father and grandfather die, there's no widow to inherit the estate and wealth from your father. And if you plus your brother were out of the way, she gets it all, incorporated under her new family lineage. She has become quite the fixture at court since marrying into the Damedan high noble family.
Tristan sighed and nodded. I figured as much. Well, Since she has married, she will no longer be living in our family's townhouse, so I will make it my residence for now.
I will make sure some proper soldiers sworn to the crown protect the environs. To recap, stay disguised, find out which person hired the assassins, and be prepared to be called upon by the king. If another dragon attacks, His Majesty will doubtless want to draw on you as a resource, especially as you're the only dragon slayer left near the capital. Don't leave the city.
Tristan stood up and nodded. Understood. I'll make sure to keep myself in or around the city. If my investigation would take me abroad, I will inform you directly.
Good.
Grimtome stood up, grasped Tristan's hand, and shook it. He poured the wood chips from his pipe into the fire.
Now, redo your illusion spell. Oh, and the woman helping poor Archon Farsight, who saw your full elvish form, I will ensure her recollections are kept silent. Can't have one of our kingdom's 4 dragon slayers completely shamed, eh?
Tristan nodded and spun his essence crucible, feeling the cool, refreshing surge of essence through his body, swapping to elvish. Disguise my form so that I appear as something I am not. He envisioned his usual pre-full elf conversion as he passed his palm over his face in the small, circular scrubbing motion. He reflected on the 4 dragon slayers comment. Is he referencing Giselle leaving the dragon-slaying profession while pregnant? Or did something happen to grandfather or Bertram he is not telling me about? The Archon clapped his hands together.
Excellent. Well, I wish you the best, Tristan. Oh, do feel free to make an appointment to talk if you desire. I am a busy man, but for someone as interesting as you, I can make some time. Just ask a servant for directions to my office.
He handed Tristan an emblem that he recognized, a black crown that would slide into a socket on top of his noble crest and grant him unrestricted access to most areas of the Black Spire. The king's favor. Tristan made sure to speak in standard tongue. Thank you. But why am I interesting to you?
A full-blooded elf and one of the relatively new Dragon Slayer bloodline? I am curious to see how you develop. That is a first-order spell you used, I would guess. Correct?
That's right. An illusion spell called Disguise Form.
Well, let us just say, from an experienced essence weaver to a fledgling one, any time we can help another user develop their talents, it is reason to take special notice and observe. Good night, Tristan.
The man left the room, and Tristan walked to the door, locked it, and then went to the servant's door and locked that, too. Going to the bathing room window, he made sure it and the door to his bedroom were both open before he crawled into bed and let himself surrender to sleep. Tristan felt soft paws on his face, prodding at his cheek. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Felicity in her fairy dragon form, curled up on a pillow, nudging at his face. Her eyes were shut, and it appeared that she was sleeping, and whatever dream she was having involved her running. Sitting up, Tristan looked around the room. The sun was just starting to filter in through the windows above the bed. Putting his feet down on the floor, he just as quickly pulled them back as he felt something pointed. Looking down, he saw a bunch of bits of jewelry. Felicity had been busy. He reached down and grabbed one of the brooches, inspecting it. Felicity roused from her slumber and raised her head. "Morning." She yawned and smacked her lips a few times, then put her head back down. "I did mischief." "I saw," Tristan replied as he held up the brooch. "Oh, that's just a little bit."
She waved her paw, and the extra-dimensional space opened up next to her. Tristan saw a small pile of gold, easily a few hundred coins. "I told you not to take a lot." "It wasn't a lot. I went to the farthest corner of the vault and got a little bit from a few different chests." She giggled. "Then, this is the fun part. All that art I talked about seeing last time? I peed on all of it." She cackled as her paws bounced up and down, pushing into the pillows. "Gross," Tristan replied, as he grabbed all the sharp gold bits off the ground and threw them into the extra-dimensional space. "Did you like my caltrip surprise?" she asked coyly. "Not particularly," Tristan replied as he dressed in some clothes appropriate to his station. Repeating the disguise self spell, he redonned his half-elf appearance with the new clothing included. "Ready to go?" Felicity stretched like a cat, extending her forelegs out, then flapped into the air. "Yeah, going invisible, closing the storage space. But I thought you'd be happier at my antics." "It's morning. I'm not a morning person." "Oh, I also carved a message into the paintings, making sure they know a fairy dragon did it." Tristan winced, but nodded. "I did ask you to do that, didn't I?" he muttered. "Wish I had waited to give you direction until after I spoke with the Archon." "Oh, did he have anything good to say?" Tristan gestured to Felicity to follow him and left the room, ensuring that his noble crest with the new black crown attachment was prominently displayed. Keeping his voice hushed, he filled Felicity in on the conversation as he left the fortress. Chapter 20. The Anorak's Townhouse and a Letter. As they left the castle, Felicity wrapped herself around Tristan's neck once more as he put on a cloak and redid his disguise form spell to make sure it incorporated the new accoutrement. He could feel his essence crucible spinning as the spell was cast, and it felt slightly bulkier, unwieldy. He brought this up to Felicity as he descended toward the lower levels of Highreach. "Oh, that means your essence capacity is growing. That's a good sign. It will feel awkward for a bit." She frowned. "But you're limited by your essence channels. We have to work on that, slowly making them larger." "How?" Tristan asked as he turned down a familiar avenue and walked along a small lane with townhouses on either side, their front plots of varying designs behind their iron gates. Some were gardens, some were congregation areas, and others contained small workshops for niche crafts that a few of the nobles pursued as hobbies. Spells, more variety within your capabilities." "Ah, it is like exercise. If you repeat the same techniques too much, the essence channel gets used to it and doesn't grow anymore." "Exactly." She patted his chin. "Such a good little student of mine, aren't you? Aren't you?" she said, as if he were a cute puppy she was training. Tristan couldn't help but chuckle, drawing a few looks from the handful of servants and minor nobles out and about. "You're silly." "Duh. Fairy dragons are playful and quirky." Tristan arrived at a solid iron gate with the family's crest on the front. He detached the small crown clip-on piece from his crest, set the crest into the groove, pressed it into the fence door, and turned it. The metallic lock clicked open, and he walked in, shut the door behind him, and relocked it by repeating the same crest routine on the inside. Then he slotted the crown piece back onto the crest. The surface of the small courtyard was packed gravel, save for the center pathway of raised stone. Underneath small overhangs were shooting targets and straw and cloth dummies that looked to be in horrible shape, the hay all rotten inside the burlap sacks. The townhouse itself was 5 stories tall and perfectly matched the surrounding buildings. Tristan walked up to the door and fished around in a secret cubbyhole hidden behind a lantern.
Tricky hiding place,
Felicity quipped. I hid my key when I left, Tristan replied. Everyone else keeps theirs on themselves.
Why not keep yours?
I always misplaced it in the house, Tristan replied. My bad luck, you know.
Ah, well, let's go inside. I'm hungry.
There might not be any food, Tristan thought, as he unlocked the door and entered. He smelled the same odor he always smelled upon entering, but thanks to his enhanced senses, it was brighter and clearer. The scent of wood, freshly cut to fuel the hearths. Hello? He called out. Anyone here? It was late morning, so odds were servants would be present, especially since his father or grandfather might return from their dragon hunts at any time. Directly in front of him, a set of stairs doubled back on itself to ascend to upper levels. To his left was the parlor, and on his right was a dining room. He heard movement from the kitchen behind the dining room. A thin, tall man with a crop of medium-length black hair and a permanently plastered-on smile came out of the kitchen and advanced through the dining room.
Master Tristan, you return from your journey.
Despite the smile, Tristan could feel the disgust oozing from the man's words. Marlowe, Tristan replied. How are things?
Oh, excellent, young master. Will you be staying for long, or going on another adventure?
His voice was laced with a false sincerity, and Tristan knew this man would be thrilled if Tristan were gone. He was the worst bigot that Tristan knew. He hated non-humans with a passion. The fact that he had to kowtow to Tristan's whims must have grated on him. I will be present in the capital at the king's prerogative in case more dragons pop up, Tristan replied, tapping the black crown symbol. Marlowe's smile lapsed slightly before he remembered himself and put it back on. My family moved property here, did they not?
Yes, Master Tristan. The whole of the family's wealth was relocated, as per your father's instructions.
And where did they stash it all away?
Young master, I cannot...
Where? Tristan's voice was commanding as he dropped his tone ever so slightly.
Of course. In your father's room on the 4th floor.
Tristan nodded. Is Gertrude still chef?
She is.
Tristan pushed past the man. You are dismissed for the day. Enjoy your day off. Tristan reached into his pocket, and Felicity quickly opened the extra-dimensional storage space. He pulled out 3 gold coins and tossed them on the kitchen table. Go get yourself something nice. He just wanted the man gone. The servant quickly swiped up the coins, bowed, and left the townhouse. Tristan walked to the kitchen and heard the slight sound of snoring. A large woman, easily 6 feet tall and dwarfing Tristan's build, was sleeping in a chair before a cold stove. Tristan lightly rapped his knuckles on the edge of the surface, and she roused. Morning, Gertrude. Falling asleep at the stove again? She jumped to her feet and grinned.
Young Master Tristan!
She reached forward and hugged him tightly, and he had to take care not to let his currently disguised, longer ears touch her arms. She pulled back and smiled warmly.
You are back from your quest. Killed a dragon, eh?
Yes, Tristan lied. I'm back in the capital for a while. Would you please cook me up something with no meat? She nodded and began feeding wood into the stove.
Of course, Master Tristan. You know, I have some lovely sweet potatoes I've been meaning to turn into a soup. Oh, dear me. It's breakfast time, isn't it? How about some egg? Wait, that's not vegetable. I forgot it's been so long. You can have eggs, yes?
Yes, I can. And whatever you make will be lovely, I'm sure. I'm going to be upstairs. Eggs did not seem to cause him digestive issues, unlike meat, and Tristan never questioned why.
"I'll ring the bell when it's ready. Forgive me, Master Tristan, but would you allow me to eat with you? I would love to hear about your journey."
Tristan smiled. Of course. He turned and headed up the stairs. Felicity giggled.
"She smushed you in the middle of her breasts. That was funny."
Shush, you. She's like family to me. It never even crossed my mind how she was hugging me.
"She is a big lady."
She is Brockstar, really far down her lineage. She got lucky that the only manifestation of her heritage is the height and build. Tristan ascended the stairs. The second floor had the servants' quarters to one side and his room on the other. The door to the servants' quarters was open, but his door was still shut and looked like it had not been touched in a long time, judging by the dust built up on the handle. Continuing up, the third floor had Bertram and Giselle's rooms. Bertram's door was shut, but well maintained. As expected, since he could be back any day. The room opposite the landing was vacant, the door wide open, Giselle's now empty room. I wonder what Father planned on using that space for. The fourth floor was where he wanted to be. To his left was his mother's room, and to the right, his father's. First, his. Opening the door, Tristan saw the neat, organized, and ornately detailed space had become more elaborate and luxurious, for lack of a better word. Going to the back of the room and into the closet, he moved aside a few stacks of spare blankets put by for the cooler months and revealed a large safe embedded in the wall. He knelt and pulled out his family crest. Detaching the crown and fitting the sigil into the socket, he unlocked the safe and opened it. To his relief, he saw a large amount of coin and gemstones. That explains where the family's valuables from the country estate went, he muttered as he shut it.
"Why not take it?"
No clue when Father, Bertram, or Grandfather will come back, and Giselle would have had to surrender her family crest when she married. I'd be the only real suspect. Plus, you stole quite a haul. I don't need the family's reserves. He stood up and went across the landing to his mother's room. Putting his hand on the doorknob, he hesitated. You can do this, he thought. Just open the door. He turned the knob and entered. The room was as he always remembered it. A small bench and desk with a bookshelf, a pair of couches that she used to read to him from, her bed. It was dusty and looked like it had not been touched. More proof that my theory is correct. Mother stayed behind at her preferred residence with the servants when the family made the townhouse here their primary residence.
Could it be because of your sister?
Probably, Tristan replied. Giselle might still be pregnant, depending on the timing of the marriage last year. If she is, then she would not be leaving the city proper. It makes sense that father and grandfather would want to be closer to their first grandchild and great-grandchild, respectively. He left the room and shut the door, heading up to the fifth and final floor. Felicity got off his shoulder and roosted atop his head.
Seems to me like your theories are all correct so far. Only thing missing is the gear that you mentioned.
Hence why we are heading upstairs, Tristan replied. Grandfather's room first. He got up to the fifth floor landing and entered his grandfather's room. It was a near duplicate of his father's downstairs, but more Spartan, austere, and simple. No nonsense, just like the man himself. Leaving the bedroom, he entered the room opposite, the workshop. To his satisfaction, he saw what he was expecting. Several armor displays and weapon racks, with Giselle's armor and blade present on one of the dummies. Her armor were like Tristan's, but instead of a matte white with black linework, they were a deep blue with green linework. Her sword was a long cleaver-type weapon meant for enormous chopping strikes, which was different from his longer, slimmer sword.
Aren't your armor and weapons special?
Tristan walked over to the weapon rack. Everything was forged to grandfather's specifications. Open the storage space. Felicity did so, and Tristan removed his armor and weapon, placing them on the appropriate rack and mannequin. Our family has 10 suits of armor, one for each dragon slayer, and extras for future family. He pointed to the torso of one of the suits. See how it bulges outward here? That's because dragon's claws are large enough to wrap around and crush. So you need the extra space to allow it to crumple and give you time to slip out of the grip. He kept going around the armor, pointing out the various design choices and explaining what they did. He closed off with, "Every one of the suits grandfather commissioned are also items of artifice, but I don't see any type of external evidence of that." He looked up at Felicity. "I don't even know what I'm looking for, really." She flapped over to perch on top of the mannequin's head.
"Your ring is an item of artifice, but I don't know what artifice entails."
"Aren't you supposed to be teaching me?"
"Hey, I am smart, okay? I can teach you illusion, enchantment, and flora."
"Good thing we got those primers, then." He put his hand on his armor and spun his essence crucible. He pushed the essence down his arm and into the metal carapace. To his delight, the armor glowed a bright silver color before it shifted. The armor became more draconic, and the metal plates shifted into scales. The white color became more brilliant, and the slight black linework shifted to an icy blue, just like his eyes. A helmet sprouted from the back and a mask from the front, completely covering the mannequin's head, save for the eyes.
"Ooh, pretty! Definitely an item of artifice."
Tristan tried punching the armor lightly with his other hand, and a brief rush of cool air struck his skin. "Seems like there's something else at play." He pulled his hand away, and the armor reverted to its usual appearance. "Huh. That is neat. I wonder if there's a way to find out the spell used."
"There has to be an artifice spell for finding out what spell is stored."
Felicity flew over to Giselle's armor.
"Do this one next."
Tristan walked over and repeated the process. The suit of armor shifted just like his had, and the colors had also shifted to be more vibrant. He removed his hand from the armor, and it reverted as he ceased spinning his crucible and the essence faded. "I wonder about the swords," he said, as he looked first at Giselle's and then his.
"I heard swords have names."
"Some do." Tristan walked over to Giselle's weapon and grabbed the handle, surprised that he could lift the two-handed cleaver with one hand alone.
"What's that one's name?"
Tristan chuckled. "My family didn't name their swords, but each sword was made according to grandfather's specifications." He pointed at his sword, a long, thin blade. "I was never very strong compared to Giselle or Bertram, so grandfather designed something well suited to stabbing at the vital spots, namely the eyes. It's strong enough to cut and slice, but it's not like Giselle's cleaver here, which can cut clean through a dragon's foot."
"So you're saying you have the smallest sword out of the family?"
Felicity replied, barely holding back a giggle behind puffed cheeks. "Ha ha, a sex joke. How original." Tristan spun his crucible and pushed essence into Giselle's weapon. To his pleasant surprise, once more he saw the normally dull steel blade shift and expand. It became deep blue, with a green fuller running along the center. The blade grew longer, but not heavier. He set the weapon back on the display and grabbed his blade. Repeating the process, he saw that it shifted to a shining silver rather than the simple steel appearance. It too grew in length, and the blade became thicker. Letting the essence fade, he looked to Felicity, who was barely holding it together. "You're a grower, not a shower," she burst out, laughing raucously, and Tristan couldn't help but chuckle at the joke. Okay, that one was funny, given the circumstances. He gestured to Felicity with the tip of the sword. "Now shut the door, please." Felicity flapped over, still giggling, and closed the door. "What now?" "I need to hammer out some dents in the armor, resharpen my sword, and do some other equipment maintenance." Felicity sighed. "Boring. I'm going to go steal from some local nobles." She flapped over to the window, opened it with her paw claws, and flew out. Tristan shook his head and set to work maintaining his gear. But as he slid open the drawer holding the hammers, he saw a letter, addressed to him, as the small note attached to the seal with a small length of twine established. Taking it, he checked the back and saw his grandfather's seal. Not the family seal, the old one he had retired when he became a noble for his deeds. Tristan broke the seal and unfurled the letter.
To my dear Tristan, if you are reading this, then you completed your journey and returned home before I did. I am proud of you for finishing your first dragon hunt. I plan on taking you to the family estate and giving you the secret I showed you that one time. I'm sure you have some questions, so here is some information about recent events. Your sister married and announced her pregnancy only a few weeks after the ceremony. We all know what that means. Bertram left to join the Pathfinder Company. Just like your father, he wants to make his own mark on the world. There was another reason for this, but I do not want to disclose it here. I am headed up north to deal with the dragon issue. Rumors were circulating that something might be stirring in the south, so I might finish up in time and head there next, or your father may get called to service to deal with the issue. The family moved the vault's contents to the townhouse. In fact, the whole family moved. Your mother is still in the countryside estate with the servants. She has such a good heart. We are already at maximum servant capacity in the capital, and she did not want those at the manor to lose the lives they had built. More and more these days, I do wish she were my own daughter. That covers the most recent events. I cannot wait to hear about your first dragon hunt. A fairy dragon? Not even I have successfully hunted one. Ha! I want to know everything about it. Add it to the manual. My best wishes, my dear grandson. Grandfather Hervin.
Tristan wiped a small tear away. The letter confirmed most of his assumptions. He pocketed it and grabbed the hammer. After pushing the drawer shut, he went to his armor and set to work, just like Grandfather had taught him. Father or Giselle, one of them has to be behind the assassin's killing Mother. And it means that Grandfather left before the assassination. Father might have as well. I just don't know. He sighed as he set to work. I'll figure it out and get justice. I promise, Mother. Chapter 21. A Primer on Artifice. Tristan heard a bell ring in the corner of the workshop. Gertrude knows me so well, he thought as he set the hammer down. Glancing back at the open window, he saw that Felicity had returned and was watching him intently. How long have you been there? Not long. Is it ready? The food? Yeah. The armor, silly. Oh. Yeah, armor repaired. Got the dents out. And the sword is sharpened. Felicity flapped over and opened her extra-dimensional space. Tristan put each item in and then took a glance around the workshop. Well, just in case. He grabbed a powerful great bow, that he had barely been able to string and pull before he left on his hunt, and put that and a quiver of arrows into the space.
"Getting pretty full,"
she said as the space shut. Then her form shifted into that of a medium-sized dog. She landed on the ground as her wings folded into her body.
"I did some thinking. Not even elves or those with their heritage can see through my shape-shifting. I just don't get the traits of the animal, so no super sniffer. But this should make blending in easier."
"Well, except dogs don't talk."
"Woof! Oh, wait, I mean..."
She cleared her throat, and when she opened her mouth again, she emitted a deep woof noise, a perfect imitation of a dog.
"Better?"
"Perfect. Come on."
"Nope. Let me in the front door. The cook will be suspicious if you suddenly appear with a dog, versus the story will tell. I've been following you around on your adventures."
"You sure you want to be a mangy mutt?"
"Yes. Gah, how stupid are you? A pristine, pampered dog wouldn't be following some random guy in armor around for weeks. It would be a mangy mutt who happened to steal some of his rations."
That brought to mind a time when Tristan was making camp and discovered he was missing some of his dried berries and nuts from the emergency supply he carried. A few times, when other food was scarce, he'd had to choke that down. "That was you?"
"Which time?"
Tristan groaned and just waved her off. "Fine. Go downstairs however you're going to." She grinned, as much as a dog could, and her wings re-manifested before she became covered in sparkles, signifying her invisibility. She jumped out of the window, and Tristan headed to the staircase. Delicious spice notes wafted through the dining room, and he remembered how hungry he was. Must be midday. He arrived at the kitchen to see that Gertrude had set 2 places. But before he could sit down, he heard scratches at the front door. He opened it, heard Felicity's very convincing bark, and then played his part. "Hey, girl, following me home? I guess we can feed you." He looked at Gertrude. "This mangy, mean mutt has been following me around for weeks." Gertrude looked at Felicity with a sad face.
"Don't touch her. She's got mange."
Felicity cocked her head sideways, as if saying, "Well, duh, you dumb cook." "Right. Can we just get some soup in a bowl, and I can put it outside?"
"I'll tend to it. You eat up, Master Tristan."
Gertrude went back to the kitchen, and as Tristan sat down to enjoy his soup, he saw to his satisfaction that the cook had brought out a good-sized bowl for Felicity. After setting it down outside, Gertrude shut the door and returned to sit with him.
"Oh, young master, tell me about your journey. Hunting down a fairy dragon. It must have been exciting."
Tristan grimaced at the memories as he took a sip of the delicious, spiced sweet potato soup, which then dashed the foul look due to the flavor. "Well," in between bites of some stale bread dipped into the soup, he shared his mishaps and close calls with the fairy dragon. By the time he had finished his food, he had finished his retelling. "And then I stayed at the castle." He said nothing about the family's countryside estate. He had to keep everyone in the dark until he could question Giselle and Father. And he left out the full elf and fairy dragon stuff. "Keep the story consistent. What you told in the throne room and what you're telling here."
"Wow! Such..."
Gertrude sighed.
"That was not a tale of adventure, Master Tristan. It sounds like you made a right fool of yourself at places."
"I could not agree more. But being in the Fey realm, that was a unique experience."
"Oh, no doubt, young master."
She stood up and cleared the plates.
"It is good to have you back."
"I will be in my room until evening."
"Oh, shall I prepare your favorite for dinner?"
Tristan's mouth watered at the thought of the delicious, scrumptious meal that he loved. A dough that was flattened out and filled with creamy cheese and spinach, topped with a tasty sauce of oil and herbs. I would love it. Gertrude grinned and ruffled his hair, thankfully not looking at his head as she did so and seeing the mismatched illusory versus real hair, and walked into the kitchen. 6 hours, Master Tristan. Tristan headed up to his room and threw open the window. He saw Felicity on the ground, barking at a cat on the fence. Good dog. Felicity turned to him, shimmered as she turned invisible, shifted her form into her fairy dragon one, and flew up to his window. That cat was an asshole. You can talk to them? No, but I know the way they look. She turned around and stuck her tongue out at the cat, which had moved on to another fence. Turning back to Tristan, she looked around his room. Dusty. Marlowe doesn't like me. Tristan walked over to the desk and swiped his hand across, clearing the layer of dust. The room was austere, like his grandfather's room, save for the artist's easel. Felicity flapped over to a stack of canvas frames on the ground. Interesting art. Tristan went over and picked up one of the paintings, a portrait he had done of his mother and grandfather. Only the sketchwork was completed. He had used a grease pencil to make some light marks so his subjects wouldn't have to sit for hours and hours. The outlines were slightly smudged. He set it down and looked at Felicity, who had picked up a finished painting. That's a painting of the first snowfall I was in, he said softly. Felicity held it up. It's all white, just different shades of it. Tristan grabbed it and held it up to the window, letting the light illuminate the background and reveal the hidden image of a peony bloom. It's just a trick of the lighting. Ooh, you are skilled at art. No, I'm not, Tristan replied with a chuckle as he set the painting down. But every noble child has to have some type of artistic pursuit for a well-rounded education, as Father put it. I took up painting. Bertram is skilled at cooking, and Giselle does excellent cross-stitching. Ah, the basic courtly bitch art. Tristan threw his head back in laughter at that. After calming down, he went to the bed and patted it. Can you open up the storage space? Felicity nodded, and the space opened next to her. Tristan reached in to open the case holding the primers for first-order spells and pulled out the one titled The Beginner's Guide to Artifice. What am I going to do while you read? She asked. Tristan pointed to the primer on enchantment. Since you're going to teach me illusion, flora, and that as well, do a refresher for yourself. Who knows, there may be spells in there you don't know. She grumbled a little but snatched the primer, shifted to her elfinoid form, and squirmed up the length of the bed so her back was propped against the pillows. Reading is much easier like this, she said as she flipped to the first page. Tristan took his place on the bed next to her and opened his primer. Skipping past the author's introduction, he went to the table of contents. He wanted to understand how artifice worked before learning any spells. To his exasperation, the right information lay buried in a tiny section after the author introduction. He flipped to the page and began reading. The whole text was written in demon's tongue. Artifice is the superior, non-consumable version of imbuement. Both instances require the infusion of essence during the process of crafting the desired item. However, unlike items made with imbuement, an item of artifice does not expire upon use or consumption, unlike elixirs, infused potions, or scrolls, stored spells. Additionally, items of artifice require the user to infuse their essence into the item to activate the embedded spell, unlike elixirs, which anyone can drink, or scrolls, which anyone can rip in half to activate. You do not have to create the object you wish to subject to artifice. Only the following criteria must be met. 1. The item is of excellent craftsmanship. A. You would not, for instance, be able to apply artifice to a rusty sword, but you could apply it to a castle-forged steel blade. 2. You have access to the spell type you wish to use to cause a specified effect. A. If you do not have spell type access due to heritage restrictions, another Essence Weaver may cast the spell. See Step 5 in the process of the next section. 3. Essence capacity enough to cast 2 spells of the same order in rapid succession. A. Unless another Essence Weaver is present, as in the case of 2A above. The process you will use is as follows. 1. Place the item you wish to artifice on a flat surface. 2. Place both hands on either side of the item and make the appropriate spell gesture. See spell instructions in the Order section. 3. State the spell phrase. See spell instructions in the Order section while channeling your essence into your fingertips. A. This primes the item to be artificed to receive the spell you will cast in Step 5 below. 4. Remove your hands from either side of the object. A. You will notice a glowing light the color of your essence. If you do not see that, then this step has failed, but may be reattempted. 5. Perform the spell you wish to place within the object and focus your willpower on the object. A. The spell must be of the same order as the spell used in Steps 2 and 3 above. 1. As per 2A above, another Essence Weaver may step in to perform this portion of the process, but they must follow the same order parameter from 5A above. And there you have it, a step-by-step guide to Artifice. Please note that you cannot apply multiple spells of Artifice to a single object. You may remove the Artifice spell by performing the Artifice Cleansing spell found in the back of this primer. Oh, and I hope it goes without saying, but you cannot use Artifice to make an item that can then do Artifice. It just does not work. Do not try it. It is a futile effort, and more experienced Essence Weavers have tried it and failed. As with all primers, this tome contains only spells of 1st through 3rd order. Okay, I've got the basics, Tristan said as he stood up. Felicity just went, and kept reading. I'm going to try and artifice something for the disguise form spell so I can do it without being spotted making spell gestures. Tristan went over to the desk and took off his family's crest, placing it on the flat surface. That's Step 1. Flipping the book to the table of contents, he saw that there were 2 pages dedicated to each order spell. The whole primer, he realized, was mostly about the basics of essence weaving, which he already had a grasp on. There was very little regarding the spells themselves. Must be because there is only 1 spell per order to set the artifice to receive the next spell. Going to the 1st order section, he read the name of the spell, Investiture of Artifice. The first page detailed the spell gesture, along with an illustration depicting the top-down view. He put the book above his family crest and placed his fingers in the appropriate formation. Palm down, index and middle fingers spread, the rest tucked into the palm, and both facing the sigil. Taking in a deep breath, he read the spell in Demon's Tongue as he spun his essence crucible, directing the flow to his fingertips. Prepare the vessel for the infusion of essence, a place where the spell can sit. He saw the silvery and icy blue light, mixed with a few tiny crimson and gold sparks, flow from his fingertips and into the sigil of his family's house. It glowed with the same light, and the glow stuck. Right. Now for the disguise form spell. Quickly incanting the phrase in Elvish, still spinning his essence crucible and performing the face scrub gesture, he focused on his half-elf appearance and then stared at the sigil on the desk. He felt his essence crucible spinning faster than it ever had before, and he felt a giddy exhilaration as an icy wind roared inside of him. It did not cool him, but rather felt calming and soothing. But he felt his energy being sapped, and he grew tired. He saw that the normal illusory appearance he had gotten used to seeing was not covering his form, but the same colored essence swirled from his torso and into the object before him. The sigil glowed with a radiant, prismatic light before all the light faded. Tristan lifted the crest, put it around his neck, and turned to Felicity, swapping back to standard tongue. "Okay, what do you see?" She looked up. "Full elf you. And frost on the desk. What did you do?" Tristan glanced back. "Oh, crap. Must have been from the spell. A side effect, maybe?" Felicity shrugged. "Vented essence. So you dropped the illusion. Big whoop. I can do that too. In a pinch." "Watch this." Tristan closed his eyes, spun his essence crucible, and pushed the essence into his family's crest. When he opened his eyes and walked over to the mirror on its stand in the corner of the room, he saw, to his immense satisfaction, that he was back to his illusory form. I just used artifice. Chapter 22. A Little Bit of Improvement. Felicity got to her feet and looked Tristan up and down, letting out a whistle. "Impressive. On-demand illusion. That will make veiling your identity much easier." Tristan was buzzing with excitement, and he ran back over to the desk, flipping the primer to the back. There had to be some type of artifice identification spell, something that would let him determine what his weapon and armor could do. Felicity walked up behind him and peered over his shoulder. "What are you up to?" "Trying to figure out what my gear does," he muttered. He was fully engrossed in skimming the pages, finally locating the header at the top, indicating he had found what he was looking for. Like the rest of the primer, it was written in demon's tongue. Discern artifice. First. Required components: an object with which to draw or write, parchment or another surface appropriate to the drawing or writing object, the suspected item of artifice. Spell phrase: I seek the knowledge of what this object does. Fill my mind with understanding, and let the effect flow through me. Distill the response to the utensil in my grip. Spell gesture: hold the writing object in your dominant hand. In the case of ambidexterity, either hand works. Place your non-dominant hand on the object, with your index and middle fingers touching one another, your thumb curled in toward your palm, and your ring finger tucked under it to the center of the palm, and extend the pinky finger as far to the outside as possible. Instructions: the item suspected of being subjected to artifice should be on a stable surface. Prepare the drawing or writing surface and place it on a flat surface within arm's reach. Place your drawing or writing object in your dominant hand and let the object's tip rest on the prepared surface. Your non-dominant hand is then placed on the item suspected of being subjected to artifice, with the appropriate spell gesture as listed above. Spin your essence crucible and pour your essence down your channels, a slight stream to your drawing or writing object, and as much essence as possible to the hand performing the spell gesture. Then, speak the spell phrase. Tristan looked at Felicity, who was still looking over his shoulder. Are you reading this? She nodded. After the armor, you should do that to these things. She opened her extra-dimensional storage and began pulling out a bunch of jewelry. going over to the bed to lay the various pieces out. Tristan raised an eyebrow. All that from the vault?
Yeah, lots of shiny stuff. The rest of my family is going to be jealous.
She started spreading the items out and placing her hands on each.
I'll check if any of these can take essence so we can have you identify what they do.
Tristan walked over behind her and pulled his armor and sword out of the storage space. Going back to the desk, he put the sword on the flat surface and reread the instructions, committing them to memory. Opening a drawer, he got out parchment, a sealed inkwell, and a quill pen. After setting those items up, he held the quill pen in his right hand and made the appropriate spell gesture with his left, placing it on the sword's crossguard. Okay, now spinning my crucible. First time doing this level of directed flow. He closed his eyes and concentrated, focusing on visualizing the sphere in the center of his chest. The visual came into focus in his imagination. A silver sphere, streaked with icy blue shimmers and lines. He started trying to pour a tiny sliver down his right arm. Instead, he felt the cool, soothing essence rush down into the arm. Crap. Okay, maybe if I tighten the muscle? He tried flexing his forearm, gripping the quill pen even tighter. The cool feeling receded, and very delicately, he let his grip loosen until he only felt a small trickle. All right, now get the rest going down my other arm. Visualizing the cool torrent in his torso, he envisioned the energy going down his left arm and into the hand making the spell gesture on the sword. The essence responded to his will, and he felt his weight pulled to the left. Lopsided essence distribution was pulling him off balance. Opening his eyes, he stopped the essence crucible spinning, went to grab a chair, and sat down. Then he closed his eyes and tried again. Spin the crucible. Focus on exuding essence. He flexed his right hand with the quill pen and felt the small trickle and the larger torrent down his left arm. He spoke the spell phrase in demon's tongue, reciting the phrase perfectly from memory, silently thanking the gods that his mother had made him so skilled at rapid memorization. Through his eyelids, he could tell something bright shone, and felt small, icy crystals form under his hand to crust the hilt of the weapon. Almost against his will, his right hand began moving, dipping into the inkwell as necessary. Tristan felt his essence crucible spinning faster and faster, trying to keep the rate of flow going. And that's when the pain started. An intense stinging sensation shot along the center of both of his arms, and then slowly spread through his whole body. He winced and felt the essence crucible starting to wobble in his chest, as if it was off-center and about to spin off its axis. I need to slow the rotation without losing essence, he thought, as he felt his right hand still writing autonomously. Taking deep, shaky breaths, he focused on slowing the spin. The essence flowing into his left arm began to recede. Crap, I need more in that arm than the right. No choice. Spin harder and hope it doesn't do something bad. He spun the crucible faster and faster, nausea building up and the taste of bile in the back of his throat as his body reacted to the sudden, rapid movement of the ethereal object within his torso. Tristan felt his stomach beginning to rumble, swore he could feel his insides moving around inside him, and began to see blurs of crimson and gold sparks within the essence crucible as he visualized it. But as he sped up the crucible and the discomfort built, the crucible stabilized and spun in place without wobbling, faster than it had ever gone. He could feel an enormous surge of the soothing, cool energy through his body. But keeping his right arm tensed was taking most of his concentration. Something shook him, and he lost focus. Opening his eyes, he saw the desk getting further away. What? Felicity appeared in front of him, a worried look on her face. She slapped his face lightly,
Feel that?
Tristan nodded and tried to reach up to feel his face, but his left arm didn't respond. "What happened?" he asked groggily.
Just look for yourself, she said as she stepped aside.
The desk in front of him was completely covered in rime and ice a few inches thick, crystal clear with tiny streaks of silver running through it, along with small sparkles of gold and crimson. His sword was not encased, and neither was the paper, both left untouched. "How did that happen?" he asked.
You were venting essence,
Felicity replied, as she reached a hand up to his head and began pulling chunks of ice out of his hair.
It happens when you spin your crucible too fast. The raw essence escapes your body as if you were sweating it out. In your case, well, the winter in winter bloom seems to really like expressing itself.
Tristan looked down at his left arm and tried to flex it, feeling nothing. "Why can't I feel my arm?" She looked down and lifted it. He could feel her warmth almost instantly and tried to flex his fingers. Thankfully, those responded, and she smiled.
Well, well, well. Looks like someone opened their essence channels more.
I felt a lancing, piercing pain along my arms. It then pushed out in all directions, all through my body.
Yes, your essence channels are larger, which means that, going forward, you can push more essence through them without pain. I don't know if it's enough for second order. How bad was the pain, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being nothing and 10 being agony?
Tristan pulled his left arm into his torso and began rubbing it with his right. 2?
Tisk.
She went back to the bed and resumed what she'd been doing. Although now that Tristan was looking at it, he saw that she had a tiny pile of objects to one side, and the rest piled on the other.
I doubt you can do second order. What I'm guessing is your use of a new spell type has helped progress your advancement. Baby steps.
Standing up, Tristan held onto the chair for support. Is feeling like you're going to vomit?
Yes, that's normal. Remember, your crucible and channels are still a part of your body, just phased slightly away from physical reality. The feeling like you have to vomit part is normal. Just relax.
Moving around to the back of the chair, Tristan pushed it forward over the wood floor, using it to keep himself standing upright while he got feeling back in his legs. Going to the table, he reached into the gap in the still solid ice where the paper lay, and then lifted it up to read. It listed the name of the item on the first line. Right below it was the name of the spell, followed by the order and the spell type. Lastly, an explanation of the spell stored within. It was all in the standard tongue. Dragon Slayer's Estoc. Dragon's Doom. First, Dragonbane. The weapon becomes especially lethal to dragons. The blade is naturally drawn toward vital areas within the capabilities of the weapon's reach, given the user's skill. He walked over to Felicity and showed her. This is what it does.
Oh, huh. Neat.
She gestured to the armor on the ground.
You going to do that next?
Tristan looked back to the ice-covered desk, now starting to show moisture on the outside. Maybe first I should deal with that before someone asks questions. Felicity looked at it and winced.
Ooh, yeah. That's going to be tricky to explain away. On the plus side, you could make a killing selling iced drinks in the market.
She giggled a little and moved over to the ice, standing with her hands on her hips.
What to do?
Tristan joined her, and after looking at it for a few seconds, Felicity snapped her fingers.
Got it. Help me lift it up.
She went to one edge, Tristan went to the other, and they lifted. The ice let go of the desk, and they placed the frozen chunk into Felicity's storage space. She clapped her hands, the space closed, and she shut her eyes. When I want to, I can change the environment inside the space. Opening her eyes, she smiled, but her eyelids fluttered slightly from tiredness. It's a lot warmer in there now. Tristan smiled. Thanks for the save. He looked at the armor, still on the ground next to the desk. I should check what that does. And the pile of treasure on the left, Felicity replied as she gestured. I'm going to take a nap. Changing temperatures in that space is draining. She shrank and shifted form, returning to her fairy dragon shape. Flying to the bed, she curled up on the pillows and shut her eyes. Tristan chuckled, shook his head, and went through the process of casting the Discern Artifice spell once more. This time, as he spun his essence crucible, he did not feel as much energy building up inside the sphere. It looked to be half full. He would be able to do only 2 of those spells in a day. Tensing his right arm once more, he did not feel the essence crucible go off kilter, nor the pain of his essence channels widening. It was, once more, the pleasant, soothing breeze through his body. And within a minute, although he was quite tired, he held another sheet of paper with writing on it. Dragon Slayer Armor. Scales of our foe. First, Dragonbane. The armor takes on the defensive qualities of a dragon. This increases the weight of the armor while increasing the protection it offers. He felt quite winded and sank down in the chair. That's useful, he muttered. Glancing over at the treasure pile, he sighed, then slapped his thighs as he stood up and went to his armoire. He opened it, rifled around, then grabbed 2 leather bags. He put the items that Felicity suspected were artificed, an ear cuff, a bangle, and a pair of gold-threaded socks, into one of the bags, and the rest of the treasure in the other. He had no clue how many coins she'd stolen. But there were enough valuable non-artifice items that if he had to flee the capital, he could live well for a long time. He did not like the idea of having to flee the city that he knew, but he was always pragmatic and tried to prepare for the worst. The bell rang from the drawstring in the corner. Ah, dinner time. At his wardrobe once more, he pulled out a belt holding a small belt knife, a silver-handled blade that was meant for utility. Glancing back at the sleeping Felicity, he shrugged and headed downstairs. Chapter 23. Guardsman and a Sister's Visit. The meal was just as scrumptious as he remembered, and Gertrude made huge portions. Tristan scarfed down plate after plate, filling himself up past being full because the flavor was just so good. Not surprising, she said as she wiped down the table. You've had horrible food during your travels, I imagine. Tristan smiled and swirled the watered-down wine in his cup. Yes, sometimes I traded some manual labor for a warm meal, but a lot of nuts and dried fruit. Ah, young master, too bad your constitution is too delicate for jerky. Tristan chuckled and sipped the wine. I agree. I still cannot believe I never woke up when Felicity was stealing my rations. Tell me, he continued, who else is still employed here at the townhouse? She put her hands on her ample hips and frowned. Well, we lost Kendra when your sister married off. She went to work with her new family. Then you have Marlowe, she said his name with disgust, who has just clung around thanks to your father. She tapped her temple. Your father hired a new maid named Teresa when Kendra left, but she is off today. Tristan finished his wine, then walked over to Gertrude and gave her a side-shoulder hug.
Thanks for everything.
Of course, young master.
She took the empty glass from him.
If you require nothing else, I'd like to head home early.
By all means. Please lock up behind yourself.
Always. I'll be in first thing tomorrow. Fresh eggs for your breakfast?
Oh my, yes, please. You know how I like them.
Slathered in butter and fried to perfection.
She chuckled and gave him a slap on the back. A gentle one, but given her massive size, he stumbled forward.
Good night, Master Tristan.
Tristan gave her a wave and went toward the stairs, then stopped. I should check the front yard and see what can be done to fix it up. Outside, the tall walls on the exterior blocked sight perfectly, but past the large wooden gate, he heard the clanking of armor. Opening the viewport in the gate, he saw two of the city guard chatting idly with each other. He cleared his throat to get their attention. I assume you are the two assigned to protect my house against assassins? The one on the left, a middle-aged man with a tuft of salt and pepper beard, nodded.
Aye, young lord. Another two are at the servants' entrance and back.
Tristan nodded. Right. Well, what are your names? The two exchanged glances.
Begging your pardon, my lord.
Tristan.
Tristan, we don't want any trouble.
No, don't fret. I don't want to report you to your superiors. I wanted to get your names, figure out your shift rotation, who else is on the assignment, all of that information. He put on his best smile. Plus, how am I going to commend you for your service if I don't have your names? This earned him some grins from both of the guards, and they rapidly introduced themselves. The older salt-and-pepper-bearded man was Benjamin. His companion, a youthful version, Benjamin's son, was named Benji. Benjamin leaned his halberd against the wall, fished around in a pouch, and pulled out a bit of sharpened charcoal, then some parchment. He elaborated on the guard rotation as he wrote it down.
There's two more guards on the day shift at the servants' entrance, Faith and Person, and the night shift has 4 guards as well, Valerie, Sela, and twin brothers, Theron and Theris.
Thank you, Tristan said. I'll make sure to put in a good word for you lot. And I want to make clear some expectations, so please pass them along. I do not mind you coming into the house to use the washroom. And I expect you to take your meals at the table. I'll inform my chef to stock up the larder. Both men looked at him with shocked faces, and then Benji spoke up.
My lord, Tristan, that is very kind.
Well, you're out here keeping me safe, and I've done guard duty before. He vividly recalled when his father had made him stand watch as punishment for sneaking extra taffy from the kitchens as a young child. It can be boring, and when you have to hold your piss for hours, you get distracted. Both men chuckled at the truth of the situation.
We'll need a key then,
Benjamin replied. 1 minute. Tristan went into the townhouse, notified Gertrude to pick up more food supplies to bring when she returned the next morning, and then acquired the spare key he hid under his bed in a small hole the bed frame had worn into the wood below. Rushing downstairs, he handed the key and its lanyard to Benjamin. Give it to whoever is on duty. It'll work on the servant entrance, but not the gate here. The older man nodded, looped the lanyard around his neck, and pushed the key under his armored carapace.
Of course. Thank you, Tristan. You're quite kind for a lord.
He chuckled.
Most of them would just order us around and treat us like shit.
Tristan frowned. You're people, too. And you haven't made any comment about my half-elf nature. So I know you're some of the good ones here in the capital.
Ain't that the truth?
Benji said, his face tense and drawn.
Lot of good it's done the kingdom. The Sapphire Coast has been very accepting of the different heritages in the past year. Big business boom since.
Tristan leaned against the door. I haven't been around for a few years. Can you explain? Benji glanced back at the slit in the door before watching the street once more.
Well, the Queen over there made a decree of universal something or other.
Suffrage, Benjamin said.
Right, that. So, every pure heritage or mixed heritage can vote on laws. It's driven a lot of new, whatchamacallit, relocation,
Benjamin said once more.
Right, that.
Makes sense, Tristan said. Why stick around a place where you aren't treated well because of what you are?
Benji said softly,
I have always thought about traveling out there. I heard the ocean is this huge, endless expanse of water. And some water ladies, nymphs, I think. From what a few caravans have said, they're gorgeous.
I've heard that as well, Tristan replied. Well, I'll leave you both to your duties. Thank you again for protecting me and my house.
You're welcome.
Benjamin was cut off as the sound of a procession reached their ears, and the two guardsmen looked down the street. What appeared to be a miniature parade was coming down the avenue. A procession that looked regal, and Tristan instantly recognized the sigil of the Damedon family. Damn it, he thought, as he saw a very pregnant Giselle being carried on a litter. I thought I'd have more time before I saw her. Gentlemen, best behavior, he instructed, as he slid the small aperture shut and ran back into the house. Going to the kitchen, he found Gertrude still packing her things. Hurry up, Giselle is coming. Gertrude's face went pale.
I am not cooking for that snooty bitch.
She dropped one of her bags.
I'll get that tomorrow.
She rushed to the servants' entrance, unlocked it, slammed it shut behind her, and relocked it. Tristan ran upstairs and burst into his room. Felicity, wake up! The fairy dragon stirred and raised her head off the pillow. What is it? She said sleepily. My sister is here. That woke her up instantly, and she shimmered for a moment, which informed Tristan of her invisibility being activated. Want me to bite her? Claw her? Ooh, steal from her? Tristan shook his head and ran to his wardrobe, pulling out his less casual townhouse outfit, and swapped clothes. I need you to be there and help me get a read on her. I'm biased, but you've never met her. Felicity saluted with her paw claw. All right. Felicity, the detective and empath, on the case. She flew over to the window, opened it, and looked down. Oh, they're waiting at the gate. Crap. Tristan knew the rules of proper decorum. He needed to be at the door to welcome a noble visitor, especially one of higher standing. He made sure to have his family crest on, with the crown attachment to show that he was currently favored by the monarch or his court, and spun his essence crucible to re-establish his disguise form with the new clothing. Checking in the mirror, he confirmed the illusion spell worked appropriately, and then rushed down the stairs. Taking in light breaths, no sooner was he at the gate than knocking ensued. Ensuring his outfit was perfectly smoothed, he used his crest to open the entry, put it back on as he pulled the gate open, and put on his biggest smile. Welcome to the Anorak's family townhouse. The woman he saw was definitely his half-sister, but she looked more regal than ever before. Her long brown hair was drawn back into a series of braids held in place with a golden bow, a bow made of literal golden threads, from what Tristan could tell. Her honey and amber eyes settled on him, her pale skin contrasting with the dark blue outfit she wore. Tristan, she said in a curt, proper tone, but he felt the visceral disgust underlying it. Tristan bowed as decorum dictated, keeping his posture in a position of deference, despite it gnawing at him that he was bowing to his half-sister. "Lady Damedan, to what do I owe the pleasure?"
"I heard you returned. Move aside."
Tristan did so, straightening up and making sure he drew attention by gesturing with his hand to the emblem hanging from his neck. "Of course." He could tell by the slight squint to her eyes that she recognized the insertable black crown that attached to the top of any noble's sigil.
"You met with the king."
"Yes," Tristan replied as he gestured to the lounge. "May I get you anything?" She walked past him, and two guards wearing House Damedan's colors, deep blue with gold intertwined as if it was a flowing river, walked past Tristan, opened the door to the house itself, and began investigating the first floor to clear it of any possible threats. Tristan followed behind Giselle, as decorum dictated. Giselle took a seat on one of the couches and gestured to the one across from her, where Tristan seated himself. She cleared her throat and glared at him.
"Did you find your fairy dragon?"
Tristan settled back. "Yes, hence the king's favor." Clearly disgruntled at the news, she said,
"I also heard you were involved in a murder, perhaps?"
Tristan put on his most innocent smile, honed through years of practicing to manipulate his face. "I was cleared of all wrongdoing by Archon Grimtome himself. Assassins were after my mother and me." He frowned and gestured to her. "For all we know, they're after everyone in our family." Giselle also frowned and looked at one of her guards.
"I have not noticed anything off. Have you?"
The guard shook his helmeted head.
"No, milady."
She looked back to Tristan.
"Perhaps it is only you and your mother who were targeted."
Tristan tried to read her face for any sign of guilt, any sign of something off. He saw Felicity in the corner, having somehow sneaked into the room without him noticing, studying Giselle intently. Maybe she'll pick up on something if I keep prodding. I went to the manor home outside of town. Everyone was dead. He gauged her reaction, and he saw a flicker of sorrow cross her face. She then brought her lips into a terse grimace.
"Everyone? Even Marianne?"
Tristan nodded as she referenced the nurse who had helped raise them as younger children and taught them their numbers and letters. The woman had been kept on the staff as a nurse afterward, as she had grown attached to the family. Tristan felt a tear start to well up in the corner of his eye and brushed it away with a finger. "Yes," he whispered, pushing the sorrow back. "Everyone. My mother, Marianne, every single servant." Giselle's slight inhalation was all that Tristan needed to hear. She had always been the most composed of the three siblings, rarely showing emotion and being unwavering in her goals. Although she showed emotion in court when trying to make inroads with other nobles for her own aspirations. But outside of that, she was like stone. But this was different. He heard the sorrow crack through her voice.
"I can't believe someone would do that."
"It was a gory sight to discover," Tristan said. They sat in somber silence for a moment. Then Tristan asked, "Father and grandfather were well, last you saw them?" Giselle nodded, visibly exerting sheer mental fortitude to smooth her terse grimace into a placid expression.
"They are, last I saw them. Bertram is well, too. I recently received a letter from him. He is going overseas to investigate something on behalf of the Pathfinders."
She stood and said in a tone of dismissal,
If you'll excuse me, I think this visit is over.
Tristan rose as she did and used his innocent smile again. Pleasure to see you, Giselle. Please visit any time. She frowned.
I don't think I will until father or grandfather returns.
She walked past her guard, opened the front door, and left the building. Her 2 guards followed close after, and Tristan went to the gate and shut it behind them, letting out a gusty sigh of disgust as he did so. That bitch, he muttered as he went into the townhouse and shut the door. Felicity flapped over to him and landed on his head.
I don't think she hired the people who did that. If she wanted your mom dead, why would they kill the whole house? Even if the assassin had been seen, they would just kill the person who saw them.
I agree. I don't think it was Giselle.
Which means it could be your father.
Yes, that makes the most sense, Tristan thought. His father wanting his mother out of the way so he could marry a human woman. But was his father callous enough to slaughter the servants too? Tristan went through his memories as best he could, looking for any instance where his father had showed any level of kindness toward the servants. And he found not a one. He might have just had everyone killed so that he could have a fresh start entirely. New wife, new staff. Yes, he's uncaring enough to do something like that. Tristan kicked the door and cursed under his breath. If it is him, I don't know what I'll do about it. I can't kill my father.
If you turn him into the Archon guy, he can do that truth-telling spell you told me about and get the answer right from the source.
Tristan snapped his fingers. Right, that's true. He looked toward the stairs. Come on, I'll see if I can figure out what those other artificed items are. And then we're going to the Fey Realm. Chapter 24. Trying to open the vault again. Once in his room, Tristan made sure to lock the door. Felicity looked around in a panic.
Where's my treasure?
Tristan pointed to the 2 bags, and she dove for them, pulling the drawstrings open, then letting out a sigh of relief.
Good. We still have all of it.
I didn't know fairy dragons were greedy, Tristan said as he walked to her, grabbed the bag with the suspected artificed items, and made his way to the desk.
I'm not,
she replied haughtily, retightening the cord on the second bag. She threw it into the storage dimension and then flew over to land on the desk next to the primer Tristan was referencing.
I know how the mortal realm values all the different coins and jewels. Sure, they are pretty, but ultimately not very useful to me.
She pointed at him.
But for you, we need to be rich. You know, in case we have to flee the country.
Tristan sighed. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. He reached for the first of the items in the bag, then paused. My essence was almost entirely tapped out before dinner, he thought. I don't want to risk exhausting myself in this realm. I need to spend my nights in the Fey realm where I know I won't get assassinated. Pulling the bag's drawstring closed once more, he diverted his focus to his ring and sat down on the bed. We're going back to the Fey realm so I can analyze the artifice on these items more easily. So please put my armor and weapon back in storage. Felicity did as he asked, then shut the portal and flapped over to him. She put her paw claw on his hand near the ring, and it began to glow with a rainbow light that shimmered slightly.
I know filling the ring with essence normally takes an hour, she said, but what if we put a bunch of essence into it all at once? Would that maybe speed up the process?
Tristan shrugged and kept spinning his crucible. Not sure. Focusing his attention on the ring, he tried to do what he had done earlier with making the crucible move faster and faster. He could feel the cooling energy spread through his torso, and he tried to direct it to his hand. The enormous rush of energy made him feel giddy, and he couldn't help but grin. He was actually using real magic. This is so awesome. He was doing something that his father told him he would never do. And now, he could easily shove his prowess in the man's face. As the ring began to glow brighter and feel warmer on his finger, Tristan grasped the bag tightly in his other hand. But he felt his energy waning and had to slow his crucible's spin once more. The concept did not seem to work, and after Felicity's muttered curses and an hour of time passing, the world turned white, and he found himself sitting inside the dirt circle in front of the Queen's Wood, the bag of artifacts in his lap. Felicity pulled her paw claw away and flitted up into the air, looking around at the other fairy dragons who were going out and about. Clapping her paw claws together, she cleared her throat. "Lord Tristan and his super amazing and spectacular fairy dragon are here," she shouted in Elvish. "Up yours." "Oh, super special?" Other jests, insults, or derogatory comments were tossed Felicity's direction, and with expert adroitness she responded to each with her own bit of repartee. One of the fairy dragons flew down in front of Tristan, bowed his head slightly, and then looked up to meet Tristan's gaze. "Are you staying the night? Shall I prepare your quarters?" Tristan nodded and stood up, replying in Elvish, "Yes, please and thank you." The fairy dragon nodded and took off flying. Seeing his movement, and having overheard the conversation, a few of the creatures that were bantering with Felicity flew after him. Felicity landed on Tristan's head and made a pleased noise between a squee and a grunt. "Perfect. They respect me now." As Tristan headed toward the tree, he said, "It didn't sound like respect." "Oh, the jokes weren't that bad this time. In the past, they were a lot worse. You remember the one they told when you had me by the neck on your first visit?" Tristan chuckled and nodded, recalling the joke vividly. "It was quite funny." Upon entering his quarters, he was pleased to see that the tub was being filled with hot water, new clothes were laid out for him, and the bed had been seen to with freshly laundered sheets. At the nearby desk, a piece of the tree's root that seemed to have been specifically shaped to form a flat surface, he poured out the 3 items and set the bag aside. "Felicity, you said there is a ton of ambient essence here, right?" "Yup." "Can I replenish mine? I know essence elixirs exist, and even non-imbued potions can sometimes have essence recovery herbal properties, but could I suck in the ambient essence to replenish my own?" Felicity fluttered down onto the desktop. "Yup. Just picture that sphere in your chest spinning the other direction. Have you ever stirred your soup and seen a vortex appear in the center?" Tristan nodded, and she continued. "Visualize pulling in the essence instead of pushing it out. Imagine the spin in the reverse direction, making that vortex like the soup." "Can I pull it in and push it out at the same time?" Felicity shook her head. "I don't know. That's a matriarch question." Tristan nodded and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he tried to get into a rhythm. Closing his eyes, he visualized the silver crucible in his chest with the icy blue cracks and gold and crimson flecks. "Normally I spin it left, so if I spin it right..." He concentrated on spinning his essence crucible the opposite direction and visualized a swirl. To his surprise, he could see streaks of purple, green, dark blue, and pink being sucked into the spiral, and his chest warmed up. He could feel the cooling effect of his essence trying to counteract the effect, and he was sure that he would have been burning hot if not for the naturally cool crucible.
Is it because of how much I'm trying to take in all at once? Maybe if I slowed down the spin. He tried to do just that, and the multicolored energy that was swirling down into his visualized crucible slowed its speed, and the heat ceased. After a few minutes of this slower refilling, he felt energized and full of stamina, as if he could run for miles and had just woken from a nap. Opening his eyes, he sighed with relief. "Seems like that worked," he said aloud. Felicity looked at him, her head slightly cocked to the side. That did something. Go look in the mirror." "What now?" Tristan got up and walked over to the mirror, gasping as he laid eyes upon himself. His illusion was gone, and instead of having just silver hair, the tips of his locks gradually shifted to the icy blue and then a deeper blue color. His elven ears had lengthened slightly as well, extending well past the back of his head at this point. What caused that? Felicity rapped the desk with her knuckles to draw Tristan's attention back to her perch. "Probably taking in more Fey Realm essence. It's making you more elfy." Tristan walked back to the desk. "Well, at least the disguise works still. Just have to make sure my new ears don't hit anything. Felicity, please open the storage dimension." She did so, and he reached in, grabbed the primer on Artifice, and read through the instructions for Discern Artifice. "Can you get me some writing supplies?" She flew out of the room as he reviewed the instructions, and flapping heralded her return as she was joined by another fairy dragon carrying a pile of enormous triangular leaves that had been dried out to be similar to parchment. The fairy dragon also had a small hollow wooden pen with an ink reservoir on the top. "Anything else?" the fairy dragon asked. "No, thank you." As the dragon flitted off, Felicity returned to her perch, and Tristan set each item out in a row with a sheet of the leaf parchment next to it. "All right, here we go." He glanced sideways at Felicity. "I can avoid the whole ice the furniture side effect by doing what exactly?" "Just don't vent your essence. Make sure none of it is escaping anywhere you don't want it to." She laid her head down on her paw claws and watched him intently, her tail flicking back and forth with anticipation. "Come on! I want to see what my lute does." Placing his hands in the appropriate gesture and swirling his essence crucible, he tightened his essence channel down his right arm so only a trickle went to the pen, and the rest went to his left hand, placed on the ear cuff. As the essence churned from him, he felt his right hand moving on its own. When his hand stopped moving, he released the flow of essence. Taking a look at the parchment, he read the effect out loud for Felicity's sake, since she was looking at the text upside down. "Whisper Seeker. Aural sensitivity enhancement, second alteration. Enhances the aural senses to allow for better hearing of whispered words and phrases." "That is helpful," Felicity stated. "What is alteration?" Tristan asked as he set the ear cuff on the parchment and pushed both aside. "A spell type that makes adjustments to a body. Transmutation can do it too, but it's trickier." He nodded and moved on to the second object, the bangle. Repeating the process, he then read aloud the notes. "Resonance bangle. Discordant melody, first, sound elementalism. Causes a loud, clattering, banging noise that grates on the ears, disrupting the ability to hear." Last, he moved on to the gold thread socks. His essence was at about half capacity, so after this I should be at about a quarter. Insulating socks. Discharge shock, third, lightning elementalism. Any lightning elementalism effect that is active or is cast at the user while the spell is active will be negated if it is third order or lower.
Tristan put the last piece of parchment down and looked over at Felicity, who was staring at the bangle with unabashed desire. "All right, you get the bangle. It will help with you going around and being a distraction." She squealed with delight as she snatched the bangle and put it over one of her antlers, the horn seemingly wrapping around to form a small ring that held it in place. "You going to use the socks?" "Yeah, I get the socks. You also get the ear cuff." "Why?" she asked with genuine surprise. "You're my little spy. A spy needs to be able to hear whispered conversations." She snagged the cuff and slipped it around the base of her ear. It didn't quite fit right, but her shape-shifting activated, and the flesh slightly distorted to enable the cuff to sit perfectly. "Thanks! I can't wait to use this bangle. I think I'm going to do it now." She flew off, leaving the room. Tristan just shook his head and closed his eyes, focusing on spinning his essence crucible, sucking in more essence until the crucible was full. Going to the mirror, he checked and saw to his satisfaction that he was not becoming more elven. Maybe it was the last bit of exposure needed to be a full elf, he thought, as if my human heritage hadn't been pushed all the way out yet. Shrugging, he made his way toward the vault door that had stymied him before. Once in front of the door, he placed his palms over the spiral as before. Okay, deep breaths. He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, visualizing his essence crucible. I want to get the most essence possible out of me, and the matriarch said it all had to be in one go. So, spin it as fast as I can. He did just that, focusing on spinning it to the left as fast as possible. It began to pick up speed, and he felt the essence surging in his torso turn from soothing coolness to a frigid, icy cold that normally would have chilled him to the bone. But the cold no longer bothered him thanks to his bloodline, and he surged the essence down his arms and into the vault door. Opening his eyes, he saw the essence begin to fill the spiral, extending out until it met the edges of the wood. "Yes!" he shouted out as he felt his limbs shaking, exhaustion taking over as he sagged in place. The enormous wooden door opened from the center, the spiral slowly unfolding like a weird flower, and he saw the inside of the vault. Chapter 25. What Secrets Lie Within? The room that greeted him was disappointing, to say the least. Simply a circular chamber that was shaped like a bell, wide at the bottom edges and slowly, gracefully curving up to a singular point in the ceiling. Suspended from that center point was a slightly glowing seed that shone light below. A small pedestal made of the same wood under his feet stood upright, and on it was a scroll, made from the plant substance he had used earlier for his artifice spell. Walking forward, he noted another door beyond the pedestal, a near duplicate of the one he had just opened, save for the more intricate design, consisting of an additional spiral which had floral patterns branching from the outside edges. If I were a betting man, Tristan thought, I'd say opening that will take more essence than opening the first door. He grabbed the scroll and unfurled it. The elvish words were gibberish at first, but, just like the ones on the vault door, the letters slowly shifted until he understood exactly what was written. Chosen of the winter skies, architect of the realm's rise, the one that blooms in cold and will never grow old. Do not fret, treasure lies beyond these gates that test the spawn of those who came before, who planted treasure behind the door. When you find the power within, and can see the legacy therein, you will know true power as your might blooms like a flower. Your first reward for obtaining strength and showing your essence's breadth is to reveal a secret long gone and kept hidden by those beyond. The winter bloom alone can rule. The rest who try to command are fools. When you speak, they obey. If they do not, they feel dismay. Tristan reached the end of the poetic verses and checked the back of the scroll, not finding anything of note. He turned it back over and reread the verses. A few items in particular stood out to him. The first and most important was the line, "and will never grow old." Does that mean I'm immortal to aging? Or that I just won't look any older no matter how old I get? If that is the case, was the matriarch wrong when she first discerned my age? Or did that refer to that I can stay in the Fey realm and the ambient essence will keep me youthful? He searched the chamber thoroughly as he ruminated on that single line of text, letting his hands explore every single nook and cranny. But he found nothing. Going over to the second door, he exhaled and focused on reverse spinning his essence crucible, sucking in as much ambient essence as possible and filling himself back to full. Placing both palms on the wood, he channeled his essence as quickly as he could, and barely filled up a third of the spiral's capacity. I was right. Looks like I need to come back when I'm stronger. Leaving the vault, he returned to his room and sat on the bed. Treasure lies beyond. That's obviously just referencing that there is more than a scroll in deeper chambers. And test the spawn. The spawn must be those who are children of the Winter Bloom bloodline. Makes enough sense. Lying back on the bed and nestling his head onto the pillows, he pondered the last section of the text. Does that mean I can command other elves or elf-blooded people? And if they don't obey, what? They feel discomfort? He rolled over onto his side and set the parchment on the bedside table. As he shut his eyes, he pondered what that could mean. "Morning!" a voice almost shouted next to Tristan's ear. He sat up instantly and glanced over at Felicity, who was sitting on a pillow right next to his head. "What's up?" Tristan asked groggily. "Not you!" Felicity let out a slight giggle. "Come on, go get breakfast. We have stuff to do today." Tristan took up the parchment from the bedside table and asked, "Any idea what this means?" Felicity skimmed it quickly and then nodded slowly. "I heard that Winterbloom were naturally authoritative and could command other elvenkind. I mean, you can automatically command any fey creature to do your bidding." She frowned. "And that brings up a disturbing idea. What if the assassins that were sent after your mother and you were sent by other elves, one that knew about your authority over them?" She slapped the parchment with a paw claw for emphasis. "However that works. And they decided to do something about it. I know it's not talking about fairy dragons, because I never felt dismay when I wasn't listening to your orders. And it didn't apply while you were chasing me for those 2 years, because you were a half-breed." The thought was disconcerting, and Tristan frowned as he pondered the idea. What if Father is not involved? I know Giselle is not, based on her reaction to hearing that the servants were slaughtered. I highly doubt it was Bertram, and it definitely was not Grandfather. Could it be some cabal of elves that don't want to be threatened by an authority figure? Mother or me being a threat just by being alive? Now that Felicity had put the concept into his head, it rattled around Tristan's brain. Felicity rolled up the parchment, flew over to the desk, and shoved everything into the extra-dimensional storage. "Come on! Get up and let's get a move on. You have to maintain appearances in the mortal realm." In the clearing in front of the Queen's Wood, the fairy dragons were out and about in full force, chatting, joking, and playing games. A handful turned and dipped their heads toward Tristan in acknowledgement, but kept their raucous behavior going. "Where is the matriarch?" Tristan asked aloud to any who would listen. One of the fairy dragons flew down to him and spoke in a gruff, deep tone.
"She is patrolling the edges of the Fey realm, where incursions to or from other realms may occur."
Tristan frowned. "Is that normal?"
"Well, the patrols are normal. Incursions, on the other hand, not so much."
Tristan walked to the center of the dirt circle and felt Felicity land on his head before shaking herself and shimmering slightly as she turned invisible. "All right, back to the townhouse we go." Tristan willed his essence into the ring and vanished. His bedroom appeared around him once more, and he felt the wooden floor under his feet. Going to the wardrobe, he swapped out to some daytime, casual, around-the-town clothing. A cream-colored cloth jerkin, a decent leather belt, cloth breeches, and supple black leather boots. He made sure to put on the insulating socks, and found, to his delight, they were quite comfortable and not too warm in the slightest. He spun his essence crucible and channeled the energy through his torso and into the crest around his neck, taking on his half-breed disguise. Leaving the room and descending the stairs, he almost bumped into a young woman he had not seen before. Speaking in the standard tongue, he quickly apologized. "Ah, you must be Teresa," he said politely as he flattened himself against the wall. The only indicator of the woman's distant demonkin or demi-human heritage was her slightly sharper canines. She curtsied in her perfectly maintained outfit. "Forgive me, my lord." "Just Tristan," he replied. "Just call me Tristan. I'm the half-breed," she replied curtly. "Forgive me, but I like working and not talking." She brushed past him and let the bit of water in her bucket slop onto his feet. "Please clean my room thoroughly. It looks like Marlowe skipped it for a few months." She nodded and made an affirmative-sounding noise before vanishing from view. "I can't get a good read on her," he thought. "She doesn't seem like a bigot like Marlowe, but it's hard to tell. She definitely has a work-focused mindset and came off as brusque because of that." Tristan continued his path downstairs and heard talking and laughing. Entering the dining room, he saw two people he did not recognize dressed in guard outfits, eating breakfast. They noticed him and dipped their heads in respect. "Thank you, Lord Anarox, for opening your house to us during our shifts," the woman on the left said. She had a cap of short-cut auburn hair and slightly red eyes, another sign of far distant demon heritage. The other guard, a slim young man who was tall as a beanstalk and had sunken hollow cheeks, nodded in agreement.
"Thank you, my lord."
Tristan sat down and smiled as Gertrude came out of the kitchen and set a platter holding his favorite breakfast in front of him. "Just Tristan, please," he said to soldiers. "And would you be Faith and Persum?" "Yes," the woman said. "I'm Faith, that's Persum. We are on shift at the back door, and your lovely cook here invited us in." The woman winked at Gertrude, who blushed at the attention before returning to the kitchen. This prompted a chuckle from Faith, who looked at Tristan. "Well, Tristan, I'll thank you nonetheless." "Don't mention it. I know how hard a guard's life can be." Tristan dug into the amazing eggs fried up in plenty of butter, paired with a healthy few slices of crisped-up bread. He was in heaven. "I have not eaten this in years," he said, as he dug into the second serving that Gertrude seemingly brought out on instinct. Felicity put her head next to Tristan's ear. "I'm going to go out and about and cause some havoc. That fine with you?" Tristan nodded, and Felicity flew back upstairs. Persum shook his head after a few minutes of silent eating.
Tristan, that's peasant fare."
"And?" Tristan asked after swallowing a bite. I appreciate the simple things in life. Faith smiled.
A lord who enjoys the simple things, eh?
Tristan looked up at her and pointed to his currently illusion-covered ears, the disguise showing the slightly pointed ears from his pre-Fey Realm visit. I'm a half-breed, and unlike you, with a heritage way down the line, I really show it. I got used to the simple things when my father saw what happened. Faith winced, and her smile soured into a frown. She nodded curtly and sighed softly.
Begging your pardon, then.
Don't, Tristan replied as he finished off his meal. Glancing back to the kitchen, he shouted back, Great meal. I'm going to be off for the day. Gertrude popped her head out of the doorway.
Of course. Anything in particular for dinner?
Tristan smiled and looked at the two guards at the table. When is your shift change?
Sunset.
Tristan looked back to Gertrude. Let's get a big meal together. All the staff, these fine guards, and their night shift counterparts. Felicity flew back down the stairs and perched atop his head. Once more, she whispered in his ear.
I stole a lady's wig. She was panicking. It was hilarious.
Gertrude grinned broadly, but there was a bit of panic behind the smile.
Of course, Tristan. But the cost.
Tristan waved the concern away. I'll cover the cost out of my personal finances. He reached down into his pocket, and he saw Felicity wave her paw claw in front of his face as the storage dimension opened under his grip. He fished out 10 gold coins and set them on the table. Let's really go all out, shall we? Make sure you cook enough for yourself to eat with us. Gertrude's ill-concealed panic vanished.
Of course. I'll get right on it.
There was a glee behind her visage.
Cooking up a right proper feast is just what this household could use.
The two guards went beet red with either embarrassment or abashment.
You don't have to do that for us, Lord Tristan,
Faith muttered. Tristan waved the concern away. It's fine. Now, would you two be so kind as to accompany me today? I need to go shopping. Crossmark Square should have what I need. The two guards nodded, scarfed down the rest of their food, and then walked the dishes over to the kitchen before emerging once more. They picked up the halberds that Tristan had not noticed were laid along the floor on the far side of the table.
Of course.
He waved goodbye to Gertrude, who gave him a wave back, and setting out the front door, he greeted Benjamin and Benji, notified them of his plans, and was bid farewell as the younger of the two men split off to go to the back entrance of the townhouse. Traveling through the city was uneventful. Tristan was a noble, with his seal on prominent display on his chest, with the king's favor slotted on top. And he was escorted by two of the crown's finest, not just mere mercenaries like the Black Company. He felt perfectly safe in his skin, or rather, the guise of his old self. Chapter 26. A few items and getting rid of the goods. Tristan had grabbed a cloak as he left the house, and now threw it around his shoulders as he pulled the hood up. Felicity wriggled her way inside and draped herself around his neck. To any elf-blooded passerby, even if that heritage was far down their line of generations, they would just see some fancy animal pelt scarf. His winter bloom cloak was in the storage dimension along with the rest of his gear. The plan Tristan had in mind was straightforward. Head to the market and buy some high-quality items that he could practice artifice on. At the moment, investigating the assassins was not feasible. If his father was the guilty party, chasing the man down during a dragon hunt would be risky and time-consuming. Plus, the king wanted Tristan to remain around the capital. Using this time to practice spells, learn more from the primers, and then use artifice to put spells into some items was, to his mind, the best way to use that extra allotment of time. Crossmark Square was one of the premier upper-middle-class markets. As Tristan's family was low nobility, they had only occasionally visited the firmly upper-class gilded district, where the richest of the rich spent their dynastic wealth. As he strolled into the space, he did catch the attention of a few people who hurriedly and pointedly ignored his presence. Tristan was used to it. Half-breeds were shunned, and even though he wore the king's favor, he was still going to be shunned. At this point, he'd been the victim of that for long enough that he did not truly care about what others thought regarding his heritage. He made his way to a shop he had always wanted to visit as a child, but which his mother detested. The welded-together crossed swords, denoting the type of establishment, hung from the second-story balcony. And beneath it hung a sign reading, "Crossmark Smiths." The crisp black lettering stood out boldly from the crimson background. Tristan opened the door, and almost instantly his improved elven senses were hit by the familiar smell of polish. All around him, armor displays and weapon racks bristled with a variety of weapons and protective pieces. The sheer breadth of options was mind-boggling, and Tristan eagerly studied the room, display by display, rack by rack. One of the two escorts behind him coughed slightly, and Tristan realized he had been standing stock still in the center of the doorway. With an apologetic glance at his escort, he walked inside toward an attendant who was arranging a display of vambraces, his back turned. Tristan cleared his throat slightly, and the man turned. "Ah, can I help you?" Tristan looked around once more. "I want a high-quality dagger." The man nodded and pointed behind Tristan as he came out from behind the counter. "Over here, we have a fine selection." He led Tristan to a rack holding all manner of daggers. Push daggers, anlace, stiletto, basilard, dirk, misericord, and ones that Tristan had no clue what the proper name was because they were curved in such a strange fashion. But his eyes were drawn to a locked cabinet holding a series of 4 short blades. Black, cord-wrapped hilts with a bronze pommel and angular crossguard, with a slim, curved steel blade. Each of them looked identical, save for the style of the crossguard and the length of curve along the edge. "How much are these?" Tristan asked. 50 gold. "Could you open it so I can see how one feels?" The man gave him a curious, sideways glance filled with distrust. But Tristan just tapped the amulet around his neck and smiled in the most relaxed way he could muster. "Please, I wouldn't steal things with the king's best right behind me." The attendant glanced at Tristan's companions, then nodded, withdrew a key from around his neck, and opened the display case. "Which one do you want to hold?" Tristan pointed to the one with the least bend to it. "That one, please." The man pulled it out of the case and handed it to Tristan, who flipped it around a few times between upright and point down, manipulating it with grace and ease. It felt very good to hold, and he could tell the craftsmanship was phenomenal. If this doesn't count as excellent craftsmanship, I don't know what would. He looked up at the attendant. "Do you have some rope to test it on? Or spare chainmail?" The man nodded and held his hand out. Tristan handed him the blade and followed him back to the counter. The man reached under the counter and pulled out a folded-over pad of leather, placed some chainmail on top of it, and then handed the blade back to Tristan. "Give it a try." Tristan poised the dagger point down over the chainmail and then stabbed down with all of his might. Not surprisingly, the chainmail dented but did not break. It was meant to stop slashing and piercing damage, after all. But after lifting the blade, he inspected the links, and he could see that the rings were heavily damaged. Inspecting the edge and tip of the dagger, he saw that the blade had suffered no damage. Going to the rope next, he took off several slices with ease. "Wood?" he asked. The shopkeep sighed and pulled out a block of wood, knowing Tristan would perform the dreaded chop test that would really evaluate the durability of the weapon. Tristan took several hacking slices at the length of wood, seeing chunks of it splinter and fly off. Then he went back to the rope and found, to his satisfaction, that the blade still cut true. "Perfect. I'll take it." He reached into his pocket, and Felicity opened the extra-dimensional storage space. "Leaves me with 82 gold pieces," he thought, as he withdrew the funds. The man stepped away for a moment, going to a small supply closet behind the counter and returning with an excellent quality sheath. He handed it to Tristan and then scooped up the coins. "Pleasure doing business." "Likewise." Tristan sheathed the dagger and affixed the sheath to his belt. Then he turned and left, the guards stopping their browsing as they fell in behind him. I would bet that if the sheath quality matches the dagger, it could also be artificed. The idea of making more objects that could perform spells just by having essence focused into them filled Tristan with a giddy sense of excitement. He had always wondered how some people could use magic mid-combat. It seemed very complicated, having to say a spell phrase and perform a spell gesture while being attacked. He was sure it could be done, someone memorizing it well enough and practicing that spell enough to do the gesture and phrase very quickly, but it made more sense to have the spells on demand, just requiring a surge of essence to activate. Continuing his shopping, he next went to an herbalist and apothecary shop. For another 20 gold, he got a fully stocked alchemist's kit, a leather-bound wooden case with a handle on top. Inside were dozens of dried herbs in well-labeled jars, with extra jars, the herbs having been most of the expense to get in their dried and travel-ready form. 10 electrum coins bought a manual on advanced potions. He already knew many from his grandfather's practical, hands-on training at their countryside manor. But, with his ability to use imbuement spells, he could make elixirs. And this manual had the recipe for essence restorative potions. If he made those into elixirs, then he would have a valuable backup reserve. Plus, there were recipes for curative potions that could fix all manner of ills. But, in elixir form, they could do so much more. The memory of cutting off that woman's foot to keep her from dying, and the sorrow on the daughter's face, confirmed Tristan's choice in his mind. I don't want to do that again if I can help it. If I'd had these herbs, and known how to imbue elixirs like I do now, she wouldn't have had to be maimed to survive. With his mood thoroughly soured from that recollection, and his mind resolved, he had one more location to visit. But he did not know where it would be. Turning to Faith, he softly asked, "Where could I find someone to sell valuables to?" She looked at him with a curious expression. "Depends on what you're trying to sell." "Jewelry," Tristan honestly replied. Persim frowned. "Stolen goods? From your family?" Tristan shook his head and chose to obfuscate the truth. "No, just valuables I've come across in my travels." The guards gave each other a quick glance, but Persim nodded and gestured with the tip of his halberd. "You could try one of the goldsmiths in the Gilded District. They might take it." Tristan didn't want to risk that. They might recognize a piece if they had worked on it for the king's treasury. Then he realized he couldn't sell the jewelry to anyone, because that someone might be the one who would recognize it. "Think, Tristan." He shook his head and looked at Persim. "No, that won't work. But I've got an idea." Tristan turned and began walking toward a more industrialized area of the capital, a place called the Choke, because of the heavy smoke that wafted up from the smithies and forges. Getting to the district, Tristan had to wrap his mouth and nose with his cloak to help mask the stench that assailed his nostrils. He had been to the district twice before with his grandfather to purchase smithing hammers for armor maintenance at home. He was convinced that the best course of action for taking his ill-gotten goods for monetary conversion was to get it all melted down. They can probably pick out the gemstones beforehand, he thought, and as long as I watch them while they do it, then I can keep them honest. Finding a smelter was easy enough, as was getting the attention of an older man whose arms and exposed torso were stained with soot. After a bit of haggling, Tristan got a pretty good deal, all things considered. The next few hours he sat and he watched, refreshing his disguise form as needed to keep his ruse up. By the end of the whole process, he was handed 6 gold ingots and a small leather pouch full of gemstones. Felicity had flown off during the wait, and when she came back to land on his head, still invisible, she whispered in his ear, "You won't believe what I just did." "What?" he asked softly, as the loud hiss of the smelters drowned out his voice to all except Felicity.
"I saw a guy go into an outhouse. Well, I locked the door from the outside and then found the vent up top and put a bunch of scrap cloth I found over the hole."
"Seems kind of cruel," Tristan muttered.
Felicity was giggling. "That's not the best part. He was trapped for, I don't know, an hour. So someone else came to use the outhouse, and when they got the door unjammed, the guy inside had fallen asleep."
She cackled madly.
"And then they pulled him out with his pants still down around his knees. He just fell on the floor. Thud. Then he rolled over and looked completely drunk. He staggered out of the backyard and into a tavern like nothing happened."
Tristan glanced up at her as she looked down at him, as if she were anticipating his reaction of laughter. "Sounds like you were really mean for a laugh." Felicity frowned.
"So what if I was? It was a prank."
"A very mean one," Tristan replied. "Do me a favor. If you're going to be my companion here in the mortal realm, don't do harmful pranks, okay? Nothing that will hurt people. For all you know, being exposed to all of that bad air in there might have made him really sick." She groaned in dismay.
"Fine. God, you are no fun. A little pain in a prank is perfectly okay."
She tapped the side of his head with her paw claw.
"It made you chasing me really funny. Remember that time that you slipped and hit your elbow, dropping your sword?"
"Don't remind me." As they headed back across the capital, the sun began to set behind the Black Spire. Tristan made it to the Gilded District and found a reputable jeweler who gave him a disgusted look. But with his king's favor, he was able to sell the gold bars and gems for a goodly sum of 200 gold. He did, however, keep 1 gold bar and 5 sapphires, in case perhaps a fairy dragon was skilled with jewel crafting. Arriving back home, he was pleased to find that the shift change had not yet happened. Bidding his 2 companions a temporary goodbye, he went inside and headed to his room. He passed Marlowe, who eyed him with disgust. "Marlowe, bring water to my tub, please. We are having guests for dinner tonight." The man practically bristled, but offered a stilted bow. "Of course.